10 seconds. So, good shot. Yeah, it's all right.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us on day 3 of the international event here in Coventry. We hope you've been following the action over the first 2 days and culminating in that fantastic final last night that Liam Dunster clinched the title over a gallant Gareth Hibbert, and Rachel Tucker winning her first elite ladies event. Now, if you were watching earlier this morning, you would have seen the conclusion of the ladies amateur event, and I'm delighted to be joined by Becky Watkins, who managed to get over the line 6-5. Becky, tell us about the closing stages of that match, because it had everything.
Yeah, it really did. It was a great match. I was 4-1 down, and couple of errors in the first couple of frames, let Linda take the lead, but sort of kept my head, kept my cool, and come back to sort of 4-4, and that was it. I just steamed on from there. It was a really good final, really good quality final.
Yeah, it was, and again, just emphasising the strength in depth and the growing nature of the ladies game, which you're part of. Yeah,
it's great to be a part of as well, and there's some really cracking players in the ladies amateurs that definitely deserve to be, going into the elite next year. Some great standard players.
And just tell us your thoughts in the closing stages of that final frame. Linda had a bit of a chance, and then you kept you cool. How was the heart rate monitor? Was it under control?
I was very, very nervous. It's probably the first time I've been shaking for quite a while, to be fair. I was just like, just stroke it in, cue it, and everything else will come with it. So, good finish in the end, to be fair.
Yeah, no, it was under pressure. And how did you find playing in the arena with the shot clock and the conditions different to obviously playing out on the outer tables?
Yeah, definitely. I won the last event as well, so I had a bit of experience then on the match table, on the streaming table. So I'm used to playing on the shot clock, so that didn't faze me either.
And Coventry turning out to be a bit of a lucky venue for you.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, it is definitely up there with one of my favourite venues. It's when I first met Ross here, and we got to the semi-finals in the mixed doubles. So ever since then, I've been doing well. So yeah.
Well, it's good that you're winning some money for the household, because it's not been such a good weekend so far for Ross, has it?
He's still got a chance. He's in the Open, so I said you've got to win this one now. So yeah.
Great. Well done, Becky, on your second title. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So Becky Watkins takes the first title of the day. Who is going to take home the next? It is the amateur final. It should be a cracking match between Lee Shepherd and Matt Peel. So let's get over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson. But first of all, Mark Pickworth.
Thank you, Kevin. And well played there to Becky Watkins. And as Kevin said, I'm joined in the comms box for your first stint this weekend, Andy Richardson.
It is, yeah, part-timer this weekend. Didn't arrive till later yesterday.
I wish I had your hours. That would be a lot easier on me.
It makes a change. I'm usually locked in here all weekend.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's given me the key yet. I'm still in here from the weekend. I'm not sure how you got in, but pleased you're here, Andy, just as the viewers at home are. And what a start we've got to today's session. It's the amateur final. This is how we start our Sundays off, straight away with the amateur final. And these are two very established amateur players. Lee Shepherd, he's ranked number 4 on the amateur rankings, and Matt Peel, he hasn't been at every event, so unfortunately doesn't have a ranking currently. But I can tell you now, he's a very, very established player. Good start for Lee Shepherd. That's important, isn't it? Just putting off your break on the very first one from the northeast, Lee is.
Yeah, always key, the first frame. You always want to get yourself straight on the scoreboard. And yeah, good break. He's looking at yellows here. We saw him there just earlier, looking at the other end of the table, looking for an angle. There you see him again. Just that couple of balls there. He's just looking at the ball he wants to cannon. Give himself the maximum opportunity. The position. It's always difficult, isn't it, Mark? The start of a match. Both coming onto this table.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, Lee looks like he's been playing on this table for years. The way that he's just casually going around, already asked for his extension. He seems to be up for the challenge straight away.
Yeah, he does look very focused. So he's looking for this angle here now. So the angle he was looking at, he looks as if he's maybe a little bit straighter than he wanted here. Just walking round there. So definitely one of those yellows is hampered. Yeah, and that's a great shot. Stuns into the red to release the yellow. He's back in perfect position. So he's just looking here. Obviously yellow to middle. Just wants to get past. Yeah, and he thought he may kiss that ball there. He was looking to just kiss the edge of that yellow.
Yeah, he definitely needed a kiss. I mean, does it cut down into the bottom right hand corner or bottom left on your screen now? I don't think it does. He won't have much control of the cue ball. He's going to the thin cut. Oh, what a cut that is, and what a positional shot. Shot of the day so far.
Yeah, what a position that is to land in. I mean, that was flying the cue ball there. Razor sharp cut into the middle. He is as good as he could have hoped to have been to get on the black. So, first frame. Run out of position slightly, but a very confident start. Just there, he just looked to kiss the side of that yellow, develop it. But this was a great cut into the middle. And there were plenty of obstacles there in the way of that black to middle, so great position. Now you see it. First frame on the board. As I said earlier, always important. And that's a great confident start.
Yeah, and it's you know, the way that he kept Matt off the table. Matt's coming to the table, he's one down, and he's not had a shot yet. Pressure's on. First look at the Matt Peel break.
So he's breaking from the front.
Oh, there's not a lot of power in that. And the white ball was tracking towards the pocket, but got stopped. And you know what looked like a very soft break has come out pretty well.
Yeah, he timed it, but he certainly didn't hit them very hard, did he? Maybe he's been watching and thinks that's the way forward. But usually when you break head ball, it tends to be more about power. So, anyway, ball down. He's at the table.
Yeah, he seems to have the break cue for the job, but yeah, definitely lacked that little bit of extra power. But, you know, it's the first shot for him. Already under pressure, 1-0 down. Maybe that's contributed to a little bit of that. He'd love a yellow ball here, would he?
He doesn't look as if he's on anything easy, does he? He spotted something. Well, that was a big ask, wasn't it?
3-ball plan, and there was huge gaps in between all of them.
It's a big ask. Look at these yellows now.
The yellows have been the best, but colour set from the off. I don't think Lee Shepherd is going to waste any time with these. They're all in the bottom half of the table, so doesn't have to do a lot with his cue ball either.
It's a dream layout, is this? Take the opening frame straight back to the table.
Yeah, not only a dream layout, a dream start. This is exactly how you want to start a final off. He looks very confident around the table, Lee. Always had that demeanour, Lee has. Brilliant character off the table as well. He's not wasting any time, I know that.
No, a little straighter than he would have liked for perfect position, but obviously he's still good.
Yeah, I mean, he can play this one or two ways. Done it on off the side cushion, run it through with running side off the bottom two cushions, you know, side and bottom cushion. Just however he feels fit. Not done anything else, just rolled it through.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
Just keep low on the yellow. It's close to the cushion. You can top it through, as you say. Just taking his time, though, which is always good to see. Yeah, great shot.
Not sure how many pockets this black ball's got. It's got at least, well, it's definitely got two. Has it got any of the middles?
Yeah, would have loved to have been straight, I suppose, on the yellow, wouldn't it? But there should be no problem here.
Yeah, did have the right centre. This is, that was a little tentative.
Yeah, he took his foot off the gas there. And this is much more difficult than he would have wanted.
But up to the challenge he is. 2-0, he now leads. What a great start from Lee Shepherd.
Yeah, fantastic start. Break and clear. And then a reverse. Matt Peel, well, apart from that very tentative break shot, has had no table time. And this is a race to 8, the amateur final. And a 2-0 deficit. He needs to get moving. Needs to get an opportunity at the table. There you see, just panning round. These are the outer tables.
World champion up there, Clint Jansen, grafting away on that Pro Table 3. Liam Dunster, last night's winner, just see him there. Not sure if he's packing his queue up or just getting started. I think he's just getting started.
Another great break there. Elected to break from the side, unlike his opponent.
Anybody wanting to keep up with all the live scores, because there's a lot of activity going off on the outer tables, just go to our website, ipapool.com. All the links are on there for all the latest scores. That buzzer a few times. It's not meant to go off either, so not sure what issue was there. Sure our technical team are onto that. I hope they are anyway.
Sure they will be.
They are now. They've just been woken up. Hope you're enjoying our early morning coverage, free coverage I may add. Back at home. I know we're a little bit earlier than normal on a Sunday, but we want to make sure that you're getting your money's worth.
Yeah, it's a packed house. Couple of 100 players. And we've had loads of spectators this weekend. Great atmosphere as always on the IPA tour. This is a great venue. A lot of local interest whenever it's held here. There you see, perfect position once again. So this has been a fantastic start, hasn't it?
There's one visit clearance, isn't it? It's just been absolutely superb. He's not letting go, is he? He's just going from strength to strength. Now, that final red, I think it just passes. He probably hasn't got all the pocket to play into, but he's in great position.
Yeah, that was the only question. We weren't too sure whether that red went to the right-hand corner as we look, but obviously it does.
A little bit short.
Because he just got an angle there, just to stun up. Just got an angle, hasn't he?
So there's a shoal, depends on how much pocket he's got to, punch it in.
Yeah.
but the way he's getting down quickly suggests it's okay. Oh, he's played it beautiful. Just had enough angle.
Yeah, he could have gone either way there. Could have even stunned up for the other corner. But yep. And what a start.
Slams the 8 ball into the top right hand corner. 3-0. He now leads. Uphill, all he's done is broke. That's not what you want in a final. And you're 3-0 down. It's a race to 8 though, so you know, when it's a race to 8, 3-0 down, sometimes isn't the end of the world. Chance to turn it around.
Yeah, on a positive note, he's not really, apart from the attempted plant, which I think was a little bit of an ask, he's not really done anything wrong, has he? It's not as if he's had opportunities and he's fallen over and let his opponent in. He's been frozen away from the table.
Looks like Craig Brown, he's been beaten 7-1 in the Open. Last night's semi-finalist.
Yeah, he was a man on form, wasn't he? Certainly the earlier part of yesterday. Surprising result there.
Yeah, I'll have a look at some results and I'll give you some feedback on that. But another look at the Matt Peel break. He doesn't look comfortable out there off the break, does he?
He's definitely not
He's
putting...
got a ball.
Yeah, he's made a ball both breaks, but he's not hitting them hard, that's for definite. He's floating them open. Obviously it's working for him. As long as he makes a ball and stays at the table.
Tell you the result of the polls in on our YouTube chat. 80% of you think that Lee Shepherd's going to win this match, and 3-0 up suggests that that's going to be a very good possibility. A brilliant start, but this is a chance now to just have a look at Matt here, just to see how he's going to react to being 3-0 down. It's a nice positional shot. Now, he'll feel better now that he's played that shot, got very good control, so yeah, he's got a chance.
He has, but he's got a problem as well, hasn't he? He's got the red that's behind the yellow, bottom right of your screen as we just looked, now bottom left. So that's hampered. It's not an easy layout, this. So he's looking at this problem early. Yeah, he was attempting there to try and break out that bad ball, but didn't go to plan. He is still on a red. It's his only saving grace, but that problem there remains. So cuts it back into the corner. And now he's looking at the angle here. He could take this into the middle, potentially. He's just looking at the path of the cue ball. So didn't feel he had the angle to break it out. But it's getting harder. And there you can see he's in trouble here.
Something outrageous here, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't feel that was on.
No.
It's a shot of desperation as much as anything.
Colin Finn into the last 32. Beat Gerard Boyle 7 frames to 4. Yeah, Craig Brown, he lost to Simon Ayres 7 frames to 1. And another semi-finalist, Dan Davey, he's also out. He's been beaten 7-4 by Sunny Singh. They seem to be falling down. This is the strength of the IPA. You just never know in that Open event. You know, when the amateurs come up against the professionals, it's just so many quality players all over. Can cause an upset or two. That's what's happening.
Yeah, so many great amateurs on this tour. Amateurs in name only. Fantastic standard.
After this, both these players are in the last 64 of the Open event as well. Lee Shepherd, he's going to have to face Mark Farnsworth, the #1 seeded player, straight after this and straight after the presentation. And Matt Peel, he's going to have to play Toby Bolt, former professional player himself. So they're not going to have easy tasks after this. And how do you play a match? You know, even winning this or losing this, it's going to be tough for both of them.
Well, he's been unfortunate there. Tied the red up on the balk line there, stuck to the yellow. His other red, the pocket's blocked. He's hampered by the yellow, so a skill shot would be very difficult. Looking potentially maybe, is he playing a cross double? Or is he, well, he's kicking it from the back. So he's attempting here to kick over to the other corner. Yeah, very difficult.
Yeah, especially when them beeps are ticking away. Yeah, things aren't falling right for him at the moment. Still looks pretty calm in sat in the corner, but he'll be disappointed 3 down. He don't want to get too far away or too many frames behind Lee Shepherd. Suppose it's just about now. When does Lee pull the trigger?
Yeah, he doesn't need to do anything rash here, does he? That yellow's still tied up. He's got a ball on the cushion here. He could elect to just promote this ball. Yeah.
Like that.
Feel that's the right shot. Develops one of his difficult balls. And poor old Matt here is in a world of pain.
Next match up on here is going to be Jake Dillon Newlove against Ross Fernie. Ross Fernie, our #2 seed. That's going to be the last 64 match. Is coming up straight after this, and obviously the trophy presentation that'll happen straight after this match. So plenty more pool to come here today.
So Lee looking at this yellow into middle, and there is an angle there. So he didn't, well, I don't blame him, but he didn't take it on. He had an option there. Could have played to middle to disturb that bad yellow, but he just felt he doesn't need to take the risk. And I totally get that.
Yeah, it's not a bad shot from Matt, but I think the inevitable's coming here. Yeah, it's just stopped him from getting his final yellow out.
Yeah, just going to play this one. Pocket speed. That's all he needed to do.
Ooh.
Slightly tied up his 2 yellows, but at least he's blocked that black. Just in case.
Yeah, Matt don't want to open that yellow out on the balk line. We feel like it's going to be hard for him to stop Lee from doing that with his next shot.
Yeah, he needed to push that up towards the middle. Somewhere around middle, if he has an opportunity, he could potentially disturb that other red. There you can see. He's got a trap down here for him.
Yeah.
Don't think he's going to like his next shot.
No.
Poor old Matt.
He's getting down into the area here. He's played that very well. It's all about the touch now. He just needs to glue it on this yellow. And he has done. That's not an easy snooker looking at that gap from this camera angle. Don't think it's a one cushion escape, Andy.
It looks awful from the overhead, doesn't it?
Unless you can hit the thin side of that red on the baulk line, but that's the last ball he wants to be hitting. Because he'll probably just open up the table.
Well, that's a much better view. From the overhead, it doesn't look like it goes through that gap, does it?
No.
So,
that's unlucky. It's a good effort. So it's all about them two yellows now then, Andy. This clearance, if you can take it at this opportunity. Oh, this shot, just taking the red out of the equation, if that's what he's doing. He's used his extension, so that clock ticking down.
yeah, I like this as well. Take the red out, just in case. If for any reason things go wrong, he doesn't leave an open, easy red. And it is the two yellows closest to the black. They're the only potential obstacle if he's trying to clear at this visit.
He's got pretty much a free shot at this, providing he cannons the black.
Yeah, just holds on the black.
Yeah, they weren't going anywhere. He's not under any pressure.
Once again, not really hit that quite as he wanted, I don't think. He's just a little bit, again, into the middle. You fancy him all day, but he should have been closer to this black.
It's made no difference at all. 4-0 he now leads. That's the trophy. But Lee is only 4 frames away from winning. Plus some very useful ranking points. And when you're number 4 in the rankings, that could cement his place into getting into the top 16 and getting a chance to turn professional for the next season. That's not done too much wrong.
Yep, 4-0 the lead, halfway there. And it's been a great performance so far from Lee Shepherd. Matt's had nothing easy. And a total contrast in styles with the break. Once again breaking second ball down from the side with more power than his opponent. And there you see it. 2 reds into middle. He's looking at these yellows. He may screw onto the one on the side cushion, yeah. I thought he might do that. Not as planned. But he may be able to do it from this yellow.
Yeah, that little flick has just enabled him to do that. And it's the writing on the wall here, getting all the nice little flicks as well.
Yeah, he's playing well and he's getting a little bit of the run.
I mean, he doesn't have to get that yellow out. You know, he looks like a more than capable potter. He has gone out for it again, already done a lot with it. He's probably now down to his decision that he is going to have to leave it there and take it on either a double or come behind it and just put it into the bottom left-hand corner.
Yep, so he's got the yellow over the corner here. He could elect to play that if he wanted to be aggressive. He'd be screwing back into the back of those two reds behind the other yellow. I think that's what he tried to do, but so few errors there in this this frame.
Yeah, and that's the first time I've seen him ruffled. You know, things didn't go to, you know, the millimetre that he needed. That was a bit of an edgy shot.
Yeah, I'm sure he was trying to screw into the back of the two reds there.
Just noticed when the beep started in the, I don't know, just saw a little bit of, not panic, but I don't know, he just showed a bit of frustration there. Evan Perry-Williams beating Liam Roberts 7 frames to 5, battle of professional players. Matt.
Well, he'd like that one again, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Good. I think that red might still pot though.
Yeah, but this other one doesn't, does it, behind the yellow?
No.
And that was his first real chance, wasn't it? First good chance, 2 visits.
He needs to get it out. He's going aggressive. I like the attitude, going aggressive, trying to double. Good shot. This is what he needs to do. 4-0. You know, just let your arm go now. You know, you're 4-0 behind. You've got to try and make something happen. I think that red he can just see enough of it. 2-3 times now he's looked at that.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and land on it now. Is he going to play middle?
Should go up to the top cushion, come back down.
Yeah, and I thought a little bit of side he wanted on there, really. As he queued up there, I thought he was going to play that with left-hand spin.
Yeah, just to check it back, and that would have been a useful shot, definitely.
Yeah, he needed to be straighter on this.
Carl Clark, he's into the next round. Professional player, beating Callum Bishop 7 frames to 5.
Struck that very well. Just used that yellow to gain position for this second last red into corner. Just taking his time. 4-0 down. And this is on the back of really the first sort of error we've seen from Lee Shepherd. Just a little bit of an edgy clearance, wasn't it? Yeah. And he'll feel much better if he can get this on the board.
Yeah, I just think I felt Lee got ruffled up a bit, either by the beeps or by that he wasn't in pinpoint position. And it just showed a bit of frustration for me. And it's going to be Matt Peel to break next as well. Nice clearance there from Matt Peel. He's got a frame on the board. He'll feel better now with that one on there.
That was a great double he played. That was the best shot in his clearance.
Yeah, very confident pot.
He does look very calm and collected, to be fair. You know, not much emotion on show.
Seems like he's going around. A bit of smooth cue action. You can see lots of games going off at the moment. Chris Power on there in the gold shirt.
Wayne Fryer on the table at the side of him.
You remember Wayne Fryer?
I do.
Yeah.
Back in the day, yeah. Fantastic player. Many great battles.
He's playing Dan Fletcher at the moment. He's 2-1 to the good.
So, does he put more power into this? Well, the answer is no. And to be fair, it's been working for him, but there you see it. Dry.
Chris Poe on. That's a 1-2-8 match. He's playing Mickey Oliver. It's only just started, not long ago.
Yeah, he did hit them slightly harder than previously. So, dry as I said. The reds are a right mess. So he's going to be taking yellows here.
Say, all these yellows do have a pocket. Need a little bit of nice navigation skills in the top half of the table, especially with all them red blockers up there.
Yeah, I think he'd like to get on this one on the side cushion.
Yeah, you feel like if he gets on that, yeah.
Again, once again, he's just not right there with the cue ball at the moment.
He's had things too good, hasn't he, from the start? You know, everything was going very, very well indeed. Now, that's a bit of a loose shot.
Yeah, it's a big margin for error there, hasn't it?
Yeah, gotta say, you know, it's a bit careless.
He's looking a little bit nervy just at the moment.
He's tied up his yellow. He's trying to hide the cue ball. Or at least get it into the top half of the table so he's not leaving him a pot, but he has left him a pot.
Not only has he left him a pot, he's left him on the most difficult ball. If he can pot this into the middle and leave himself something down the cushion, he'd have an opportunity. Didn't feel it was there, obviously.
It feels like, I suppose, he's got 7 reds against 5 yellows. He thinks he's favourite, but he's left him a chance here.
Nah, I felt he'd be going for that in the middle.
Yeah, especially after he took that double on, you just thought he was just going to be a bit more attack-minded. Might have missed an opportunity here, but still work to do for Lee.
Yeah, he's looking at doubling that bad yellow at some point. That's what he was looking at.
It's a nicely controlled shot, like that. He'll just run this through, will he, to the side cushion.
Could he screw back?
He's got an angle.
If he draws back off the cushion and kick the yellow out, which is what he's done.
It's not bad. It's quite well controlled, but better work to do. The yellow must pass the black. If it does, this is a good chance.
Yeah, it's the more difficult of the two yellows, but it gives him perfect position.
Great shot.
Yeah, played that well.
Saw a little bit of emotion there from Lee, just tapping the table with his fist. You know, he knows how big a shot that was because he didn't want to give Matt another frame. And he's now 5-1 to the good. 3 away from picking up this amateur final. You can just see what it means to these amateurs, can't you? I mean, he's number 4 seed, Lee Shepherd. He's you know, showing that kind of emotion. He wants these ranking points. It was a nice little cannon shot, weren't it? And that's what won him the actual frame. And I think, again, we're just seeing a little bit of negative play there from Matt. But yeah, I think he looks good when he's aggressive. Maybe he should have really, you know, pulled the trigger and gone out for the attack there.
Yeah, I feel he missed a trick there. The leave that he could have played into middle, couldn't he? Red into middle, he could have played the ball down the rail, even if he took the pocket. Just something slightly more positive.
There's Costas, he's the man behind the keyboard doing all the key work. Well, I think obviously his associates will be shouting at me now saying that because he doesn't do all the work. There's a team of people there. But Costas, he's the one that gets the credit for it.
So, another great break there from Lee Shepherd.
I don't want to say on air that they all do a fantastic job. Otherwise, they start getting big-headed in that, don't they?
Yeah, great team. Long hours. So, he's electing to take the reds. All reds are open. No clusters. Nothing to move. And this is the key ball. Long red to corner. Yeah, and I like that.
Yeah.
Played it really well, just ran it through. Gets him low.
Yeah, he's firing again. That's going to be bad signs from Matt Peel. If you just joined us, this is the amateur final, race to 8. These have been battling out since 9 o'clock on Friday morning. And these are the last two that's in it. Who's going to win? Race to 8. The next match up is going to be Jake Dillon Newlove against Ross Fernie. That's the last 64 match in the Open. Ross Fernie, the number 2 seed. Jake Dillon Newlove, a former professional player. Plenty of action to come. Mark Pickworth, joined in the comms by Andy Richardson. And Andy, you've got to be quite impressed with the way that Lee Shepherd's going about his work. And we've seen a couple of bad shots, but let's not be too critical of him. He's been pretty faultless.
Yeah, just a little blip in the just running up to this finish, but he's back on top form here. Very solid.
Brilliant clearance as well. 6-1 now. On fire, this lad. 2 away from picking up the title.
Yeah, he's a long way back. He's Matt Peel, 6-1. But it's done. It's been done before.
He's been sat in that chair a little while, Matt has. You've got a feel for him. It's hard sat in that chair, and all you can do is just admire, and you wait for chances, don't you? But them frames are clicking away. There's not too many more frames to be played.
No, and he cannot afford another dry break.
Or a mistake. Yeah, he don't look solid on his break at the moment.
Well, his first 2 breaks, he didn't hit them very hard, but he made balls, stayed at the table, so effective. But that last one, I think he just put a little bit more pace in it. It was sort of half and half. But it came up dry. So, does he put more power, or does he revert back to the soft pop in the pack open break? So we'll find out. So there again, put more power into that one.
Yeah, a little bit better contact. He's got a ball, so he's going to have a chance. Opening pot though. What's he got on? Gotta say it's finished a little bit awkward. Don't think can he get through to the yellow that's over the bottom pocket? Bottom left on your screen. Suppose he's got a big pocket in the middle. If he wants to try and clip that yellow back, but it's not an easy one.
No, there's no easy first ball.
This is just how the match has gone for Matt. It's never felt quite simple for him. He can get to the one over the pocket. Always played nice shot. Didn't even think that was on that red big pocket. But these reds, they've got a level of difficulty about them. Because the reds that are in the Open, they haven't got a lot of pockets to aim at, they've all got only selected pockets, so that's what might make this clearance a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, the thing he has got, he's got the ball near the baulk line. If he was to take that to corner, he would have an opportunity to screw back potentially and release that bad red. But he needed to be on it quickly, if that's the case. He doesn't want to be screwing onto that as a last resort. Does obviously pass to both corners. No, it's a bad miss, is that. At this stage, it's a miss he really can't afford. Just trying to manufacture an angle. Spin it round. Just took his eye off the ball.
Looking at the list of professionals that are out of the Open. David Adenauer, gone. Gareth Hibbert, last night's finalist, out. Dean Shields, out. Gavin Robinson, out. the amateurs are causing upsets. Don't be surprised if there's an amateur in the final. Come later tonight. There's your Wayne Fryer there, 2 frames each there against Dan Fletcher. So yeah, there'll be a few of these parts of the draw. They're going to be opened up with the professionals, even the event.
Well, they'll settle for that. Not as planned. Fortunate there. The red has taken the pocket. May elect to take this pocket here, so he's played the plant. Yep, just wants that to hang. May elect to play a double here. Kick into this bad red. It's the aggressive option, but I feel he needs to be aggressive.
It's not there.
Yeah, I think the aggressive option there maybe was the way forward. Had control of the pocket in the corner. Could have taken the risk just to bump that red away.
Obviously a controlled containing shot there from Lee. Keeping the pressure firmly on Matt Peel here. Trying to get the pocket and done a pretty good job. Scott Anderson leading 5 frames to 1 against Carl Manning. He don't want to be the next professional. Going out, what a shot this. Oh, you've got to say, that is unlucky.
Yeah, dropped his shoulders.
How's that red not dropped?
Massive disappointment. Yeah, just look at this. Quick rerun. Yeah. Tried to disturb this corner. Very unfortunate there that the ball hasn't dropped.
Looks like it's going to drop.
Yeah, he was trying to hang that ball.
I think also just trying to. I mean, if it had clipped the red out of the way on as the yellow was clipping down, then you know it was it would have been a better shot. Well, he can still get this pocket in the top corner, but that's the issue. That bottom right hand corner. He has tried to get this pocket, and he does. He has tied his yellow slightly. In this situation, you'd think probably Matt Peel is, you know, his favourite for this frame. There is work to do.
Needs to get this red away from the yellow. So he's sent it over to the other side of the table. Potentially a breakout ball for the bad red if he wants to move it. And if not, easier to get position at some point on it.
Again, he's attempting to try and clear that corner. Not sure if that was on. He needed to hit that a lot thinner if he was attempting that. He's running out of balls. to clear that pocket. Giving Matt Peel something to think about again, just by blocking that red ball.
Yeah, he could play this off the side and just kick the yellow away from in front of the red. If he so chooses, that's what he's looking at, I think. We'll give him control of the table once again.
Needs to be careful with his cue ball. But yeah, just... Oh, I'll tell you something. Didn't even think that was on.
Yeah, I didn't think he could make it.
This is an opportunity.
And it's one he must take.
6-1 down now. He just knows. Another error. It could be bad news for him, as Lee will be a frame closer to picking up that title. Huge shot this.
It is, and they can be tricky, these. Difficult to control the ball he's hitting.
Especially if you're going to play it dead weight.
Yeah.
Got to cue this nicely. You're going to play it with some pace, trying to get them both at the same time. I think he did try that, but it's worked out well.
It has. It could have gone anywhere, that. He'll be content.
This simple 8 ball into the corner. He has got another frame on the board, and I think when you're in this situation, you know your opponent's a couple of frames away from picking up the title. You really need to try and keep them away from that one frame that they need for as long as possible. Well,
Took them out well. Those last two reds there, they were tricky. Ball onto ball. For sure exactly where that the ball he was hitting was going. But it left him straight in. Just what he needed. Is this the start of the big comeback? More of the same required. 6-2 deficit for Matt Peel.
Lee Shepherd though, he'll be breaking in frame number 9.
Yeah, and so far, very successful at the break. Staying at the side. Punches them open. Commentators curse as usual.
Yeah, it's dry. Chance, Matt Peel.
And a good chance. Look at these reds.
Don't want to overthink this too much. I know it's important, but he needs to try and get his arm going. He needs to be a bit more devastating. I actually thought I was just going to hit the far jaw. He's let the cue ball go here a little bit.
So it was just the opening red. Difficult to hold the cue ball there. Just overran slightly. So he's just got to be careful here. The red nearest the black. Needs some attention. He's going to try and hold for it now. He's just ran past. He's okay. He's got the ball to corner.
He needs to get back in prime position. His cue ball is getting away from him. Can't afford for it to get away from him much longer.
Oh, and he's hampered. He's bridging over. That was a better shot than it looked. Well timed. Just needs to decide now, when does he take the red in front of the black? Well, that's his last ball, by the look of it. Which I think makes sense from where he was. Wasn't easy to navigate the cue ball if he took that red nearest the black at any point. Red to red would not have been easy. This way, he can just stun out, screw out from this final red. Position on the black. So he's thinking clearly still. And there's a little bit of a spring in his step. Little bit more angle than he wanted, I feel, on this ball.
Yeah,
All about the cue ball.
Yeah, I feel like he didn't want to do too much with this. Yeah, that's probably the best he could have hoped for there. Just needed to leave himself a shot.
Yeah, this is a toughie. Yeah, very well taken. Great shot under the circumstances. Would have hoped to be on the black much better than he was. That was a good shot into the middle.
Certainly was. 2 frames in a row, Andy Richardson, and he's not quite had this final yet.
No, and as I said, a bit of a spring in his step. 6-3. He's back in it.
Missed opportunity there for Lee. I mean, you know, still 2 away from picking up his target. He's giving him something to think about. He'll know in the back of his mind that you don't want him to get too close.
And let's see what he does here with his break.
Is it a momentum swing? 2 on the bounce now.
We tried a couple of soft breaks where he's made balls. We've had a dry break when he hit him a bit harder. Let's see what he does here. I feel he's going to still hit the front ball from the same spot. Well, he's made a ball, but once again,
His break's getting stronger, that's a fact.
still didn't strike them with much conviction, did he?
No. But they've split open, Andy.
They've split, and he's
That's
got a
the
ball
important
down.
thing.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
Just the red near the black. It's going to need to be pretty careful around that. It's only got the one pocket. Looking at that. World champion, or current world champion, Clint Ianson. He's leading that match 4 frames to 2. Against Nicky Haynes.
Struck that well. Oh, he's just looking now. Where does he want to be for this red top left of screen? That's going to be key in this clearance. The red closest to the black, potentially second to last red maybe. If he comes into it from bottom end of table. But this is the shot. Is he looking at leaving a double? So run this red through, or is he? He was for a second, I think, but. So, he screwed it. I think he's still looking obviously at the double.
Looks close to a double kiss if you ask me, Andy.
Yeah, I agree with you. He would have liked to have been able to double this and hold the white.
This is a huge shot if he's trying to play that off the yellow.
That's
Yeah, outrageous if he gets this. If that's what he's looking at, he's just looking at the angle of everything. Trying to force it in, trying to play with a bit of power. He is trying to play off the yellow, and he wasn't far away. It was a good effort. That is vision for you.
Yeah, he held the cue ball. It was somewhere where he wanted to be, wasn't he? He was in the right area for what would have been his last two reds.
Got the cue ball in, as you said, in a great area. But now Lee, he needs to stop this mini fight back from Matt Peel. The only way he can do that is by taking these out. If anything, probably the blacks ball that's going to need a bit of manoeuvring. Cue ball, Lee. Oh, that is careless. Just, I don't know. Did he just get too much into it? He just probably felt like the ball overreacted a little bit and screwed it into the middle.
Yeah, I think the only errors we've really seen from Lee have been it's just that loss of cue ball. Just lost the path a couple of times, and that was some miscalculation, really, to go in off like he did there. What a chance this is.
3 shot, 1 visit. That's okay. I mean, yeah, we'll all grip in the chairs there. Leave all the Matt Peel fans at home just thinking, oh, slow down, slow down. I think he's okay, but
Not as planned, I think is fair to say.
yeah, but he's going to have a bit of work to do with the cue ball, and that clock isn't going to be waiting around for him. It's ticking down.
Yeah, I'd take this first. I think he'd take this ball first.
Oh, he was so close there.
Was this to hold
Tell
up?
you what, that's not bad. Has he got an angle? Can he get out to his final red? Can he do anything with this? He left that right to he worked in the last second, the last half a second I think it was. I don't think he's got much angle on this, the one that's going in the top pocket.
If he has a little angle, he's okay. Well, he's completely butchered that. Has he been fortunate? Has he taken this pocket?
Does Lee take this yellow now into that centre? It's a big shot, but you feel like that's what he needs to do. It'll show how he's feeling if he does take it.
Yeah, this is another option, though.
It
I don't
is
blame him
another
for taking
option.
this to middle, to be honest. The most important ball, really, is the one down the cushion. Get behind the yellow you alluded to. At some point, it'd be okay.
Yeah, he's going to have another option here, but as you said, Andy, this yellow has to go. The one down the cushion. So yeah, just draw this back. Probably like it a little bit further than where he was. It's a little bit straight though, so I don't think he can get the ball too far away from the cushion, but should be okay. It's all down to his cue action, and he's just got a cue through every shot now.
Has he overrun this ball?
He's quite happy with it. Does look a tad straight. Or is there a slight angle?
Yeah, from the overhead, I think he does have a slight angle. And if that's the case, he's plumb.
Weren't perfect, but it's pretty good. You feel like this is a huge frame, and if Matt could have took this, then momentum was definitely with him. Very good stroke there from Lee Shepherd. Very nice. 7-4. Sorry, 7-3. He now leads 1 frame away. And it will be Lee to break next. Looks like he's just going to nip out for a comfort break. When he does that, I'll try and give you some latest scores. Saw on the screen there, Mark Boyle. He's playing Glenn Whitmore. He's 4-1 to the good there. Craig Marsh against Mick McLaughlin. 3-2 he leads in that one. Steve Wall 1-0 up against Nathan Bridges. Simon Ward 5-2 up against Scott Pope. Wayne Fryer following him. 4-4 now with Dan Fletcher. Last night's winner, Liam Dunster, 5-1 to the good against fellow professional player David Casey. Jordan Evans, who knocked out Gareth Hibbert, last night's finalist, he's 6-3 ahead against Craig Day, so he's 1 frame away. Mark White, one of the local amateur players around this area, he's having a tough battle with Jamie Fay, 3 apiece. Tom Barley, 5-2 up against Liam Farrell. Wade Morley playing fellow professional player Paul Harkness, 6-5 now. Well, and that game has just finished. Wade Morley's won that 7 frames to 5. Chris Bowen and Mickey Oliver, that's a 1-2-8 match. That's currently 4-1 to Mickey Oliver. Lots of pool yet to play. Next up on this table will be Jake Dillon Newlove against Ross Fernie. Coming up after this match and after the small presentation as well. Frame number 11. Lee Shepherd 1 frame away from picking up that title. One that will mean a lot to him. Can he do it at this opportunity? He's potted 2 balls. The only problem with the cup break sometimes, Andy, the balls can all drift to one side. And that's what's happened. First glance, opening pot only on possibly a red.
Hit them well. But yeah, not a kind split. The main thing is, it's ball down and he's still at the table. On the hill, 7-3 lead.
If he can get through to the yellow on the opposite middle. I don't know. We can clip that in. And cut back this yellow. Great pot. Great pot indeed. That weren't easy.
No, and he's got a great angle here, hasn't he?
Not really. He's got a nice angle if he wanted to. Just cannon into that red. Just depending on...
Just a natural angle.
It is natural.
Yeah, no work to do. Just nudge that red onto the cushion if he chooses.
I feel like if he gets this right, I feel like this could be it.
Yeah, the ball that's going to decide it, I think, is the one next to the red. He's looking at now. That's your key ball. And that is a great shot. Great shot. He just checked that slightly, didn't he, to create an angle. Very well executed.
Now a few shots away been a pretty good performance from Lee as well. I know we've seen a couple of loose cue balls, etc., but the way he's been going about his work, the way he's going about some clearances, it's been pretty solid.
Yeah, I think he's played well in this match. Lost the cue ball a couple of times, but in general, more dominant of the two players. I think it's fair to say he's had more opportunity than his opponent.
Yeah.
But when he's had to pull out the finishes, he's done it.
It's black. Very good, sir. Listen to that round of applause there. Lee Shepherd. He is the amateur champion.
Yeah, he looks over the moon, wiping his brow. Relief. So, international amateur champion, Tour 4, is Lee Shepherd, with what has to be one of his better performances, I would feel, in a final. Strong throughout. Took the early lead. Just that little bit in the middle there where he lost the cue ball a couple of times, but strong finish. Very good clearance there to take the title. There you can see him, chuffed to bits, as he should be. Any title at the IPA, amateur or professional, hard earned, very difficult to come by.
And welcome down to the arena for the presentation of the International Amateur event. What a fantastic final between two great gladiators. First of all, a round of applause for both players for putting on a fantastic exhibition and really highlighting the strength of the amateur game. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Matt Peel. Matt, I know not the result you wanted, but you must be absolutely delighted with your performance throughout the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I really didn't think I'd get more than a couple of rounds. You know, I just come here for a bit of practice, match practice, and you know, things went my way. They don't usually seem to lose deciders. But full credit to Lee, he was brilliant on the day. You know, I can only remember like one mistake, and I just didn't take my chances. But I didn't have a lot of them either, so you know.
How did you find it in the arena with the shot clock? You know, the cameras, everything,
Yeah.
the expectations.
I've played a couple of times now, twice with a shot clock, and I'm not the quickest player, but when I know there's the beeps, I'm okay with the sound. So as I just get down and hit it, and I'm pretty okay with that.
And after the weekend, you know, enjoyed being here and the competition. And
oh yeah, great! It's a great hotel, great venue. You know, I like the tables, you know, the cloth and everything. So, you know, and there's a lot of local people here. I'm near Coventry, so yeah, it's been a great weekend, win or lose.
So come back again and hopefully go one step further.
I would say that, but we'll give it a go.
Okay, Matt, you played your part in a great final. Congratulations on the great event. Well done.
Thank you.
Matt Peel, your runner-up. But our winner, the international amateur champion, Lee Shepherd. Lee, you got some great support here. How's it feel to be the winner?
I'm a Celine Dion song away from a breakdown, to be honest with you. Yeah, amazing. Unbelievable.
And a word about Matt, you know, obviously didn't quite work for him, but, you know, still didn't give up, pushed you all the way.
Yeah, to be honest, no disrespect, I haven't, before this weekend, I haven't heard Matt's name mentioned before. And I've had a look at some of his results this weekend. I mean, the semi-final he won 7-1, was it? Some achievement, because the level of players here, I think there's probably 30 odd, maybe even 40 who could win this tournament, really. So for Matt to come through a field like that, mate, well done.
And obviously, as you got towards the winning post, how was the heart rate? You managed to keep it all in check?
I think I was just tweaking balls in, if I'm honest with you. Just thought I'd try and keep it as tight a weight as I can. If Matt does get a chance, try and make it difficult for him, but he's a good player and he's got a good cue action. I just thought anything at distance I felt like he was going to get. I just want to make it as difficult as I could for him and just try and take my own chances and leave everything out there.
And we all know what a great player you are, and I know how really desperate you've been to win one of these events. How does it feel to finally win one?
Yeah, well, I've been knocking on the door for a while. I'm just glad it's opened. I think I've got the semi of the first event. I've had a few runs. I've had run the last 16. Yeah, I'm just absolutely speechless.
Well, we don't often hear that from Lee
Yeah,
Shepherd. And a word about the great support that you've got here. I mean, Poole in the North East, it's absolutely thriving.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's pushing each other. Brownie yesterday, get the semis. There's a lot of top players in the North East now, and I think we weren't really on the scene, to be honest, for quite a while. Everyone just stuck with it, with what they were doing, and then everyone's took the leap and followed Mark Farns for lead. And I think we've got a massive good core of players that are all pushing each other to be better.
Yeah, well, you're definitely in that top elite core of players. Lee, Mark's going to present you with the trophy. It gives me great pleasure to announce you as the 2023 International Amateur Champion. Congratulations. So Mark Pickworth, a new name on the winners' title, and thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming for Lee. He's number 4 on the ranking, so it proves how consistent he has been this year. And credit to Matt Peel and also playing a great final. But worthy winner, looked very comfortable in this TV table, and who knows, could he be the number 1 at the end of the season?
Yeah, he was certainly feeling it at the end there. His own expectations, the support he's got, and to win a big title means a lot to these guys.
Yeah, and I think both these players have got huge followings. Obviously, Matt's quite local. Obviously, the North East, an absolute rock better pool, isn't it? And when the friends and the family all start getting in, it does add that added pressure. And Lee held himself together and picked up the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely did. So that's 2 titles down. We have got 2 to go. So we're just going to take a short break, but we're going to hear a few words from one of the top IPA professionals, Craig Marshall. Join us again in a couple of minutes. So from your experience from becoming a good amateur to becoming world champion, what would be your advice to aspiring players?
I say this to everybody: you have to practice with better players. You have to get beat up by better players, because I mean you can get so far, in my opinion anyway. And I know a lot of other top pros say the same. You can get so far, playing by yourself or just knocking about in the pub or with a club or whatever. But if you're getting beat up by good players all the time, you pick up the patterns, you pick up the way they take the finishes out, you pick up certain things, and when you're out there, all of a sudden you'll see it. It's a strange thing. It's a strange thing to sort of do, but it does come. It will come, and that's my advice: play with better players and play on the IPA tour, because all the best players play here.
My next goal is that after we always wanted to do it. Me and Laura obviously always spoke about it, like running a big fun tournament. But obviously with everything that's happened, and then the past couple of years have kind of not stopped. But I promised that we would do it. So next year, we're going to run a big charity event. But it's not going to be charity, it's also going to be a prize money event for the players, but it's going to be a tournament that involves the whole pool community, because these days you've got to be an elite player to win a tournament, where this one, it's a one-frame shootout tournament, and it's a case of basically your Tuesday night player who can hold a cue could beat myself. It's happened plenty of times, beat yourself on a Tuesday night, and you never hear the end of it.
All the time.
I want to get these guys involved, and it's a one table set up, 500-600 seats round the table, proper arena. It's going to be Lola's pool party, we'll call it, and it's going to be basically just a big fun event, one frame shootout, 20 grand to the winner. August the 24th, the day after Laura's birthday. It's a Saturday, it's a bank holiday, and we're going to make it a big party. And then if it goes well, sky's the limit. Next year will be bigger, the year after that will be bigger. That's the plan.
And welcome back to Coventry, and we've hot-footed it into the studio. Mark, just reflecting back on that final. I mean, we've just seen the photos being taken.
I'm not sure where all them people came from. There must be a coach outside, really. They've all got into the photos. The refs are in the photos. But it's great to see, great atmosphere, and everyone's just in it together here at the IPA.
Yeah, it just shows the camaraderie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Particularly the North East guys. I mean, there must have been 20 or so people trying to get in on the picture with the trophy.
Yeah, I've given up counting how many North North East people come on the tour now. You know, it used to be 1 or 2, and now we're into 102 or whatever it is. You know, it's unbelievable, but a great following, and you know, it just shows how much support there is out there for all these players. You know, and it means so much to him. I mean, you saw the emotion from Lee, even when he won the 4th frame. You know, he was giving it, he wanted it. You know, and even when he's just, you know, took the title in the end, it just means so much to him, and he wants to be that #1 player.
Yeah. And just a word about Matt. Great run for him. I did feel he looked a little bit tense in the final with some of his shots and the way he was sort of striking the ball. You could see he was definitely under it.
Yeah, he was definitely under it. I mean, as you said, Kev, that shot clock, that arena, it just it changes players. And the way that Matt, you know, he admitted to you, didn't he? He's not the quickest player, and you know, you don't always have to be the quickest player. You know, Liam Dunstan's not the quickest player, is he? But he manages the shot clock so well. And Matt, he'll learn from that, as will Lee, and it's a great experience for him. You know, some players it can break, but I think with these 2 players, it'll probably move them on to another level now.
Absolutely. And talking of another level, match coming up now, Jake Newlove against Ross Fernie. We'll preview that one in a minute, but if you've enjoyed what you've been watching here and you fancy taking part in any of these IPA events, well, there you can see the details are out for next year.
Next year already?
It'll soon be here, and you know, the poster boys there again, Corey Reese, and don't know what Corey's thinking there on that picture, but Mr. Magic there, Mark Boyle, they'll definitely be here. So
did you just tell Corey that he's not at the front of the photo? Is that what it was? And Mark Boyle was.
He's trying to push Mark out of the way. He wants to be the poster boy.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're here with Newcastle, Coventry, Isle of Man, and if you want to sign up, just go to the website, you know, get your deposit in, and sit back, relax, and wait for match to come. And then the big one, Mark.
The big one in February. This is the one that everybody wants to win. It's took Clinton Ianson, I can't remember how many years it is. What was it?
2014 was the first one.
It was 10 years, and it took him, well, not quite 10 years. He didn't quite manage that. But again, that was another epic final. And it just proves how much it means to them players. You know, when Clint did pick up that trophy, he was near enough in tears, and the actual support that he got, they came in busloads to come and support Clint, and it was a very memorable final. And you know, if you do want to be part of that World Final, get yourself signed up, get yourself down here. You don't even have to qualify, just pay your deposit and you can come and play.
That's it. You could be in the arena competing for the silverware. And just a word on the Worlds. What is it about the Worlds? We haven't had a 2-time winner of the Worlds. I mean, I know it's only been going 10 years, but you know, no one's really come close to it, to doing that. I mean, Marsh has been in a couple of finals and Hibbert, but can anyone break the hoodoo?
Well, you've got, first of all, win 6 matches, and 6 very long matches. I mean, we schedule 3 hours for these matches because they're such long races. The set format is completely different. It's all about who can hold their nerve under that pressure, and it's all about timing, about getting them in so important frames. You've got to cut out the mistakes, and you know, the best man does win it in the end, and with that format.
Absolutely. So that's coming up in February, but coming up right now, it is Ross Fernie and Jake Newlove. So, you know, any fans, particularly, you know, our brilliant TV viewers, YouTube viewers, who may not be familiar with these players, tell us about the strength of these two guys.
Well, we'll talk about Ross Fernie, for multiple IPA champion, number 2 seed. He's an absolute superb talent, and one of the most up-and-coming players on the IPA tour. But he's up against Jake Newlove, one of the top amateur players in the country, a former professional player, may I add, and he's a very established player. So this is a very tricky game for Ross. Again, a little bit contrasting styles. Ross is super attacking, very fluent around the table, looks, you know, very always ambitious, always wants to win every game, always wants to win every title he goes into. Jake Newlove, though, a gritty competitor, and you'll have to peel him off that table, and Ross is going to have to perform at his best if he wants to try and get a result against Jake.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot for your thoughts there, Mark. Our referee, Rick Lloyd, is ready to get the action underway, so it's time to go to the commentary box and Andy Richardson.
Thanks very much, Kevin. So, what a great matchup this is. Last 64 in the International Open. Jake Newlove, Ross Fernie. 2 fantastic players. Jake Newlove, obviously, as they've alluded to, amateur, but in name only. Professional standard player, fantastic player. And Ross Fernie, well, he's done it all. Ranked number 2, multiple tour winner, multiple event winner. Should be a great matchup, this. So, referee, set the balls up. Both players ready. And it's Ross Fernie that's won the lag and elected to break. And I'm joined in the commentary box now by the chairman, Kevin Barton. How are we doing, Kevin?
Is that my Sunday name? Yeah, all good. Yeah, just hot-footed it back, sprinted over from the studio, and yeah, this should be a cracking match. Two great players, and despite Jake being classed as an amateur, we all know he is a professional standard player. Ross Fernie, who's been a little bit quiet recently. He's had a lot going on in his life, and oh, where's that red going? So I think he'll be keen to make a bit of an impression in this tournament.
Yeah, that was some break, wasn't it? Nearly all the balls the other end of the table. And he's elected to take yellows, and that's useful. He's kicked the red down near the black. For a second we thought the black was in there. But he's played a good opening shot. I'd like to just run a little further there. It'd be perfect.
He's got a few options here, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
How he goes for these. Certainly if he can get the 3 yellows, it's a black that even me and you could get.
Yeah. 9 out of 10. Yeah, he's just going to play the ball he could have landed on last. So I made short work of these.
Skill shot with his last yellow.
Yeah,
Ooh,
just
a bit under.
Just run it through, and he is a little bit under, yes. Saving grace is there's nothing to do with the cue ball.
Digging down, this makes it a little bit harder. Sometimes he's a little thick. No problem to the man from Scotland.
So, easy black in the corner for a 1-0 lead. So it's a break and clear. And there you see it. Good powerful break there. And that black nearly dropped.
How has that black not gone in? Looks more in the pocket than out, in the overhead.
Dream start. And it's Jake Newlove who will be breaking in the second frame. And as we've both said, amateur in name only, Jake. Fantastic player, professional standard. There is no doubt about that.
Yeah, and Russell definitely be buoyed, as we saw earlier, his partner, Becky Watkins, lifting the ladies amateur title. So he'll want to be the major breadwinner of the family.
Yeah. Yeah, great performance from Becky. Saw the last frame, the last clearance she did. Fantastic.
Yeah. Under a lot of pressure.
Well,
He
thumped those, didn't he?
He's timed the pants off of that one, that's for sure.
Look at this for a break. Punches them open.
You don't often see that. The ball went straight into the bottom left-hand corner pocket, didn't it?
Yeah, flew in. Look at these yellows. Nothing hampered. Just drops it in the middle. He's looking to remove these 2 yellows below the balk line early on. Move down the table.
Nicknamed the Butcher. Jake Newlove, the Butcher.
So he's just looking there, the 2 yellows nearest the black, one hampering the other, so he wants to get rid of the one nearest the pocket sooner rather than later.
Jake's nickname's the Butcher. Ross Fernie's the Riot. I mean, I think we've got all the ingredients for a Quentin Tarantino classic.
Oh, very good, Kevin, very good.
Could get a bit messy out there.
Yeah, and Jake just looking at that yellow in the corner. He's got to be careful with his clearance. Delicate little shot he's trying here. He needs to bounce out of the way. Well, he may be okay here. Not as planned, but I still feel the plant's on. It's whether the yellow, when he hits it, runs away from him or not. How straight is this plant? That was the issue for me.
Yeah, he's underhit that one.
Yellow running away onto the cushion. And the cue ball stayed low. So this is a bit of an ask.
Yeah, if he goes it straight into the top corner, he's not going to have great position on the yellow. If he takes it into the left centre, he might be hampered by those reds at the top.
Yeah. It's not the simplest of pots. Well, you called it, Kevin. Hampered.
Is actually maybe a little bit fortunate to have that. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah.
You can see there, top left, results coming through. World champ Clint Jansen took an early bath in the pro event. Oh, that's well played by Jake. So he takes his place in the last 32. Results are going to be coming through thick and fast.
So, returned the favour of the break and run. Clearance there from Jake. Difficult ball into middle. Cue ball was hampered there for that last yellow, but he took it well. Could easily have missed that last yellow from distance, hampered like he was.
Yeah, good start from both these players. Straight in, break and dish a piece.
Flawless so far. Suppose maybe he landed slightly low on the ball to middle in the last clearance, but that's ultra critical. Once again, breaking the head ball. Is he going to hit them as hard as Jake?
Just lost the white a little bit.
Yeah, he just hit across there, didn't he? Not as intended. Oh dear. Oh dear.
You see the white just slide off. He wants, in an ideal world, he wants to see that white coming straight back, not sliding off the pack to the side rail.
Yeah, and unfortunately for us, the balls have opened. First sight, reds. The most difficult red, the one nearest the black, but he could well use that as his last ball, if needs be. The Butcher.
Yeah, whilst he's quite methodical around the table, is Jake. He's actually quite a quick player.
Yeah, he's good to watch.
Nice, easy cue action.
Times the ball very well, as do all the good players, obviously. But yeah, very fluent, I feel, when I watch him. I like watching him play. You can see the pattern here. Ball on the side, cushion into the corner. Now, he's gone this way round. I thought he may leave this last, but... Oh, he's missed by that. He's missed that by some distance, to be fair.
Yeah, he hit the cushion halfway down.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to go that way, I'll be honest.
He must have thought it was just a little bit acute into the middle and maybe couldn't get the white exactly where he wanted for the black.
So, Ross Fernie will be delighted to come back to the table after that dry break. This is a fine cut back to pocket.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did the beeps catch him out? Is it going to be a foul?
It is a foul. It's a difficult cut. He lost the cue ball there, didn't he?
Yeah.
And obviously, if he'd have made the ball, that red wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, I was thinking of what shot he might play there. I thought the yellow to the right of the black. I thought he might have just tried to pot it in this bottom corner just to get it away, so the black's nice and easy into the middle pocket. But he's obviously seen it differently.
Yeah, if he had have cut that ball in and run round and kicked the red in, it wouldn't have been a foul. It would have been a very good shot, as it happens. He'd have opened the table up for himself. So, Jake here, just bridging over this black. He's just stunned short. Not as planned. Would like to have been much straighter on this black. But he's such a good potter. I don't think it's going to be an issue. There you are. Delicately drops it into the corner. So, a couple of misses in that frame. They are human. A good black. Slightly off position. Would have liked to have been straighter. But it's a 2-1 lead for Jake Newlove. Ross there deep in thought. Early days in this last 64 encounter. Race to 7. It shows you how tough it is here at the IPA. Last 64 match of this calibre. So, first break was thunderous. We're going to see a repeat. Well, he did the same thing there as Ross did. Just hit slightly across the ball. Not quite as intended. As you see here, watch the cue ball. Just threw to the side slightly more than he wanted. Very close to that middle pocket. But there's a ball down, and that's all that matters. Ball down at the table. And he's looking at reds, and he's got one difficult red here. Yeah, I was just about to say, he's got an opportunity to try and get it out. That's what he tried. It will still double into the opposite middle pocket, should he need to.
Yeah, his opportunities to move it are now a little bit limited.
Very much so, yeah. And if he was struck to try and move it, position on the next ball would be... There's nothing guaranteed.
Yeah.
That was a free shot, really, wasn't it? He could try and move it there. Knew he had this red over the corner.
If he wants to push the boat out, he could play the plan and try and cannon into it, but a lot of risk involved. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that shot's going to achieve, but he's obviously got a plan.
Yeah, I did think he'd probably attack there.
Yep. And as you can see there on your screen, the next match up in the last 32, the Boomerang, Simon Ward, against, I don't know what Scott Anderson's nickname is.
Neither do I, I'll be honest with you.
What's his nickname? If only we had
Oh,
a
we'll have to
website
ask him.
that told us what his nickname is. Yeah, it should be a good one. Scott playing some good stuff at the moment.
Yeah, always like watching Scott play. Great talent.
Where's the black? My word. Ross Verney's. The pigeon. It's just come to me now. The pigeon. Scott the pigeon.
Well done, Kevin.
How
Well
could
done.
I forget
You've
that?
dug that one out.
Yep. Yep. No help at all from any headphones or anything like that. The pigeon. How can I forget that? Hope he's not listening.
Needs to be careful here. He was looking at that other red there. It was containing shot. Knows that he's blocking the yellow to the pocket where the black is. Tactical advantage, obviously. And there Ross promotes the yellow, pushes it towards middle, tries to get a good cue ball.
Yeah, I think that's a nice shot. He's actually, unlike Jake's last couple of safeties, he's actually done, developed something. I think Jake's have just been a little bit sort of nothing shots, I would call them.
Sort of, he's not promoted anything, has he? And once again,
Not sure whether he's just trying to leave the white so that to force a mistake from Ross to give him a chance at a cross double, or
dangling the carrot, trying to get him to go early, maybe. He's certainly not taking any risks.
well, we'll see how Jake's feeling here, because this is definitely a chance. It's tough, but those top professional players. If Craig Marsh is playing now, he's going for these.
Yeah, I did like that shot though there from Ross, just kicking that red to the side cushion, just making the clearance a little more difficult.
No more safeties now for the Butcher. It's all about attack.
It is, and that red double to middle, I think it's going to be a deciding factor.
Yeah, that'll be his last ball. So needs good position on this one down the rail to leave the double. And the thing about the double hand, he's got to make sure he gets that white out so that he can get on the black.
Absolutely. There you see, lovely timing. Strokes the ball in, screws back off the side cushion. To be fair, I think he's perfect there, isn't he? It's a long old pot, don't get me wrong, but it affords perfect position with the cue ball. And as you alluded to, Kevin, it's all about the cue ball if he does play this double. So he's doubling it back. He's going to hit the cushion, is he? He's not going to screw it back, is he?
He's going to kiss the yellows, so he's got to judge the kiss.
He's going to come off the cushion and kick the back of the yellow, I would feel. I think he'd be unlucky not to be on the black. He does need that little bit. He can't. There you see. Yeah, kicks the back of the yellow as we thought. So, controlled as best he could. It's this easy black to corner for a 3-1 lead. And this is a dream start for Jake Newlove.
Yeah, after Ross's fast start, it's been a bit. It's just been all Jake, really. He's been in control of the frames, bossing the safeties, and to be fair, timed his attack to perfection there.
Yeah, it was a great clearance, was that? I think if anything, he had easier clearances earlier in the frame. But yeah, was forced to go there at this level. You've got to take your chances.
Yeah, Lee Shepherd there, last 64 match on the back of winning the amateur event. He's 2-0 up against the pro number 1, Mark Farnsworth. I bet there's a crowd watching that one. It's a right following from the northeast here. I don't know if you saw the pictures, Andy, when they were getting the photos taken, but the arena was full.
I could hear them from here, from the commentary box. Fantastic support. That was a much better break from Ross Fernie. There's a bit of a cluster there around the black spot.
Yeah, he's not quite getting the nice splits. It's all a little bit, it's bits and pieces, but
we didn't see this. This goes to middle. That's a different story.
yeah, we'll keep you posted on that Farnsworth Shepherd game. Is there a mini shock evolving there? Had a rough time as Mark Farnsworth with his northeastern colleagues. Craig Brown beat him in the Open, in the professional event, and now Lee Shepherd is taking it to him.
Yeah, you don't really want to be playing a man who's just come off a victory here in a tournament next match. Couldn't be any more confident, could he? Yeah, he struck that really well. And what looked like a messy clearance in the beginning there, that red to middle changed it. I didn't spot that when he broke. That opening red to middle. But this has been a good clearance. Just a slight... Is he just off angle here, Kevin?
Well, it looks an awful angle because he wants to try and get obviously the white just below the left centre pocket. If that's just off straight, he's going to have to really punch it in. If it was straight, he could screw back to where he is now. But obviously you can see where he's looking. He's only got a small area to put that cue ball in, and he's going to have to hit this with some pace.
Yeah, he's got to punch this in, hasn't he? And the fact that the cue ball's smaller than the object ball does help him here. So even the smallest of angles, you can manipulate the path of the cue ball, but you have to strike this well. And there you see it. He's over-punched it, if anything.
Yeah, cued it really nice, like Sandy. He's actually... He's hit it too well. I think he'll still fancy this back clip.
Rather him than me, I can tell you that. Where's the cue ball going? That's my worry.
He doesn't have to hit it that hard because these cloths are quite pacey. And he smashed it in.
Yeah, just tapped it in.
Well, I'm surprised at that. I think there's a little bit of frustration there from Ross Fernie.
Yeah, it was a tough cut for me, that. And it was a difficult shot to get onto that black. Had to punch it. It was a sort of touch shot. Couldn't play the natural path of the ball. Always the preferred option.
Yeah, and golden opportunity now for Jake Newlove to extend his lead, although he's just going to leave that a little bit awkward.
Yeah, elected to play cushion first. And he just overran there, a little further than he wanted. It's a bit awkward here. It's close to this yellow to corner. Shouldn't be an issue. Just the cue ball. You'd like that to hold up slightly.
It's nice.
Perfect.
I'm just trying to think of some butcher phrases that we can use, and the first one that's come to mind is that he's making mincemeat of Ross.
Oh, well done. It's a good one.
I think that's it. I've peaked.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for myself. I think you've done it. There you see, has he just drifted past? I think he has.
Yeah, looks to be okay.
Plumb position. So it's yellow to corner. Yellow to middle where his hand is, you would think. Yeah. Just wants to drop through there. So Ross Fernie attempting to cut that black back at pace. You fancied him for it, Kevin. I must admit, I thought he'd get it, but I didn't think it was easy.
I was surprised he hit it so hard.
I think it maybe was thinner than we thought. Maybe felt that he needed the pace to
throw the cue ball.
Yeah.
Possibly. Well, it's all in the history books. That's another frame on the board for Jake Dylan Newlove, the Butcher. Have you thought of any?
No,
No.
I gave up after the mincemeat. You've done me. Dream start, eh? 4-1, as I keep saying. Big lead. 4-1, race to 7. He's over halfway there now.
Yeah, score graphic not quite showing the right result there. Must have had somebody's pressed the wrong button. Do you want to pronounce that name at the top there? Thomas Bagvolgi, Hungarian descent, Hungarian national. He's 2-3 down to Daniel Brook. A couple of very good amateur players there, looking to get into the last 32. I think as we've seen already in this tournament, and as we see in all of the open events, the professionals are being butchered by the amateurs. It's just, there's blood everywhere.
Well, you saw that in the after-match interview. Lee Shepherd said there are probably 30, 40 amateurs could win this amateur title. I mean, back in the day, you know, you had your elite sort of handful, didn't you? Back when we were many, many years ago, when we used to play to a decent level. Well, you still play to a decent level. But these days, it's just such strength in depth. It's amazing when you look round, you sort of watching tables as you're wandering round. The standard's unbelievable.
Yeah, when we were playing, it was all black and white balls, wasn't it? It was all black and white in them days.
Black and white, that's it. You were devastated if a ball dropped in. Cover everything.
Tap the brake.
Yeah.
2 balls had to hit a cushion.
Yeah.
And like you say, if one accidentally went in, you were second favourite in the frame. Thank goodness things have moved on. We now have colour. And a great set of rules in blackball rules, the official rules of small table pool.
Yeah, and the conditions, the tables, the cloth, everything. So much better. Everything's evolved, as it should. The amateur game, the ladies' game, professional, all thriving.
Absolutely, you can see the banner there, the IPA, the official professional organisation, as recognised by the World Pool Association.
So, comfort break for Ross. Well, he's just come back. And he's got something to think about in this match. 4-1 deficit. He's been there before. So, good break last time. So it's just control the cue ball as best you can. And there he was heading somewhere towards that corner pocket.
Bit dry.
Oh dear.
So, Ross Fernie, these are the chances that normally you would be taking.
It's looking like yellows. 2 reds there tied up, just below the baulk line. Otherwise, I think he'd have been going reds.
See if that little comfort break has helped him. Just refocus. Such a good player, Ross Fernie. He's one of those players you always want to watch. The way he plays, it's just so good. He definitely has a bit of X factor.
So elected to play onto one of his more difficult balls early on in this clearance, which is what most of the top players would be looking at. Try and get to your problems as early as possible. Give yourself maximum opportunity. Not a simple clearance, this.
Yep, the yellow that's the left-hand side, near the side rail. I think that's the one that's going to be the key one to this clearance. Getting the position onto that one.
Yeah, that's the ball, isn't it?
possibly could play on it next. The one into the top left-hand corner, just come thin, bring the white down between the yellow and that red.
Yeah, like it.
You see there, Lee Shepherd, he's relentless at the moment. 4-1 up against the pro number 1 in a race to 7. 3 to go.
Sorry, played that well.
We think it's 4-0, not 4-1. Oh, it was 4-0, I'm just being told, sorry. It's now 4-1, so come back there from Farnsworth.
So, he played the shot that you picked out, Kevin, there. Thin into the corner to run up for his more difficult ball, and there you can see plenty of spin on that cue ball.
He didn't quite get through that one, did he? It was a little bit... he liked to have a bit more momentum.
Yeah, because this is the thing is here, it's last yellow to black, isn't it?
Yep.
To take this into middle.
Yeah, because he didn't get enough spin on that cue ball, he's having to change his path. And where's that cue ball? I think he's okay, but he's certainly making hard work of this.
Yeah, he's overrun that slightly, which means he's a more acute angle than he wanted.
So he's going to have to play this with lots of left-hand side, bring it just down the left-hand side of the black.
Yeah.
Needs a bounce off the cushion. He's judged that well.
He has. Better shot than it looked.
Yeah, judged that very well.
Just floats it into the corner. Drops down table. And it's 4-2. He desperately needed that for him. So, still all to play for.
Yeah, and there's Becky in his corner now. Can she inspire him to turn this match around? He's got a smile on his face now. He'll feel a lot happier. 1 for winning the frame, and 2 that Becky's now back. So Jake unmoved. Not really one for giving much away, Jake.
No, looking at him, you wouldn't know if he was 4-2 up or 4-2 down, would you? And there you see Mark Farnsworth at the table.
Looking like he's going to claw another frame back. It should be 4-2 in the next few seconds. Hope he's not overhit. Oh, he's played it well. So 4-2, keep you posted. Fernie to break.
Great break.
But again, it's just not getting the luck with the break at the moment. It's getting balls, but everything's hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, interesting though, you look at the break he's got there. Once again, almost all the balls have gone to the other end of the table, haven't they?
Yeah.
You don't see that often, and certainly don't see clusters like that the other end of the table. What a mess this table is.
Well, what do you pick out of that lot? I mean,
You don't want either, do you?
you might even play safe. You might even not commit to anything.
Yeah, you genuinely, there's no preferred colour set. You don't see that often, do you? But sometimes people elect not to take a colour, deliberately hold off. So he may just elect to play a good cue ball here.
It's just not in his nature. So
very aggressive play.
I wonder if the red in between those 4 yellows actually goes, if you can get on it. Oh, it looks tight. No, shouldn't. No.
I don't think you can go through those yellows.
No, just seen an overhead shot.
It's some shot that. Yeah. Difficult to see what he's looking at here, if he's looking at a finish.
No.
So he's playing the safe. He's going to release this bad red.
Flirting with the black. Good shot, developed the red.
Clever.
Puts the pressure on to Jake. think if I'm Jake, I don't know how much of that yellow he can see. If he can only see the left edge and I'm clipping it up over the pocket, but it looks like he might be able to get to the potting angle. Oh, easily. Just be a little bit of tactical play now. He'll just be trying to get control of that corner pocket. That's the key to this frame.
He just wants to get that cue ball as safe as possible.
Well, it's a big bag. How does Ross fancy putting this one into the bottom right hand corner? Getting behind that red that's nearest the left middle, smashing that into the corner, open everything up, and I think I've been watching too many films.
Yeah, as easy as that. Meanwhile, takes the safe option.
Well, he's got a ball over that side now that he may well be forced to play that option, but
just kick the black there away from the middle.
Does Jake want to attack? Or is it just another development shot?
Yeah, he could play the yellow cushion to kick the back of the red. And try and take control of that pocket once again. But it has to be perfect if he does do that. Yeah, he's blocked the pocket there. Yeah, it was imperative that he block that pocket. That's a great shot. That's a great shot. Always a risk playing at that pace over that distance.
Yeah, but we know how straight these tables play, Andy, don't they?
Exactly.
Alan Yates, make ball direct, he gets these. I think they're too straight sometimes. I keep saying to him, just make it roll off a little bit.
Yeah, played it great. Tough shot that to play well. Risky.
Again into the cushion.
It's a big target, is this? It is actually a big target.
It's a great shot.
Be pleased with that. Another safe. Play off the edge of the red. He could run down to the red that he was behind previously. Or he could be aggressive. He's been aggressive.
See, I don't think he's got too many safety options left. I think that's why his hand is now forced. So I think he is going to have to play the red at some point into that top left-hand corner. Yep. Could be in 2 shots' time.
Needs to hold up.
Well,
Just needs to hold.
I don't think that's well. Is
No,
he going to
off
crash
the corner?
into?
Yeah. That's what I'd be going for. Bash.
He'd have liked a bit more angle.
Would.
He's going to be trusting to a little bit of lady luck here. Won't be short of pace on this one. Oh, he's got it out. That's a great result there for the Riot. Still a lot more work to be done.
There you can see, red to middle obviously, but it's that last red to black. But when you consider where he was a minute ago, you can be highly delighted. So it's all about this red. Would like to get as close as possible to this black. Taking it down this cushion.
I think he played that positional shot pretty well, to be fair. I think he's got a lovely angle just to run the white through. Top it through. Get as close to that middle bag as he dare commit.
Would ideally like to have run a little further, but it's a good line. And he's a great potter, as we all know. And this would be a big turnaround in this frame, because he was dead and buried. That's a great black.
Hit that absolutely sweet as a nut.
He was in a world of trouble there. Played the aggressive ball to corner. Slightly fortunate that he kicked the red out as he did where it went. But it wasn't an easy clearance on the back of it. So he took red to middle, long red, topped it through, and just slightly harder than he wanted was that black, but made easy work of it, didn't touch the sides. And all of a sudden we've got 4-3 match on.
Yeah, and meanwhile, 5-2 to Lee Shepherd. That Farnsworth at the table. He's got one red to go, but how does he get on the black?
We'll never know. So, smashing them from the front. Usual order of the day.
So we can confirm that Mark Farnsworth did duly complete that clearance. 5-3. Next frame's massive in that match. Talking a massive, what a huge break there from Jake Newlove.
Yeah, look at these yellows. They've all got a pocket. Just a case of the two closest to each other. Just needs to be careful with those. Played that really well.
Just a little trace of reverse side on that as well. That was really, really nice.
Yeah, he beat me to it. Just that little bit of side there. Just opened up that angle. He's just looking there to see whether the yellow passes to the right middle. Just had a look from the overhead there. Well, it's difficult to tell for us, but obviously he's looked at it. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, if it doesn't, this is actually a little bit tricky.
Yeah, you feel he's got to take the, the ball he's looking at now, nearest the red.
Yeah, he's going to go for the most difficult pot.
Just got to be careful here. Well, he's missed it.
Yeah, and that extra little bit of pressure there forced the error.
It did, and you can see that even if he'd have made that ball, he didn't land exactly where he wanted to be, did he? With the cue ball.
No, he didn't strike that one, as he has done for most of this match so far.
So what a chance this is to level up.
Yeah, might try and just nudge the black out a little bit here, because he knows he'll be on the red into left middle, or one into either of the bottom corner pockets. So it's a free go to get it out. No.
Careful.
Where's the white?
Oh.
Wow, that was a strange shot selection.
Yeah, was he trying to get on the ball down the cushion? I didn't think he'd be playing that, to be honest. So that's his key ball at the moment. The difficult ball is the one down the cushion on the left-hand side of your screens. Look at the spin there.
And that's the beauty of this game, isn't it, Andy? You know, everybody sees the shots differently, and you know, the way he's going about the finish is not a way I would have thought about doing it. But you know, it's just it's the great nature of the sport.
Yeah. Infinite possibilities. Oh, didn't want that. And there, the spin that we talk about, so I held the ball on the cushion.
Yeah, and it's like strange, isn't it? He had an opportunity to move the black out, didn't, but yet moved the red out and wasn't guaranteed to be on a red. So yeah, he's putting himself under a little bit of pressure with this pot now. Got those Jake's yellows are all out in the open.
Yeah, electing to try and move that red. He was never guaranteed a great position, was he, on his next ball? Certainly didn't think he'd be under the cushion, obviously. But this was a real opportunity to level the match up. So this is a massive pot. There you see it. Out of the pocket.
Yes, that well.
Still work to do. Position on his final red. Paramount in this clearance. So the ball into middle. The cue ball's running the wrong way for him, really, for ideal. And that was a well-played shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. I think has he got a tiny bit of angle again that he can run the white through. Similar to the last frame, but a slightly different pocket. Might be a little bit too straight.
He doesn't want to be straight here, does he?
No. He's queuing down on the ball, so it looks like he's stunning the white back a touch.
Well, he was straight by the look of it. So once again, it's a bit longer than he wanted, is this?
This is the biggest shot of the match so far. Ross Fernie to tie things up at 4 frames apiece after being 4-1 down.
Didn't touch the sides.
Absolutely played that perfectly. Absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, he's a fantastic single ball potter, isn't he? You know, you put him under pressure, those sorts of shots. He didn't seem to touch the sides.
See, Scottish contingent in the background. Liam Dunster, he must be pleased with his day's work yesterday, or 2 days' work. What a performance in the final against Gazzy, but he's back with a bang. Here's the Duster. I think we need to work on his nickname.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
It's up there with Crowe.
The Duster.
So it's as you were when we started the match, even Stevens, but now each player requires 3 frames to take the place in the next round.
Yeah, and Ross Fernie will be by far the happier of the two, having been 4-1 behind. Although, as I say that, it's a dry break.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Pros and cons for both colours here. But look at the black next to that yellow. Could that be a skill shot to finish the frame? The reds look the better of the two. It's where's his opening yellow? It's all a little bit.
It's tricky.
They try to play the plant and
move the black. Yeah, I
put
think
the
that might be the shot. I think that might be the shot.
There he goes. Will it nudge the yellow in? No, but he's got the black out.
Yeah, he'd like that yellow to drop, I think, wouldn't he?
Yep.
So, terrible cue ball now. But at least he's moved the black.
It's double time.
A big double to middle. Yeah, great shot.
It's always about the pace with those type of shots, isn't it, Andy?
Yeah. Definitely. The pace alters the angle. The harder you hit it, the shorter it is. So this shot here is playing the plant, red to yellow, and it's about the yellow. It needs to come away from that red. And that's exactly how he played it. Well executed. Needed that yellow to travel, as it did. And all of a sudden, because of that great double into middle, He's got the table at his mercy.
Yeah. I expect him to finish the job off here.
The fact that he moved that black ball early. And as we said, he would have loved that yellow to drop, wouldn't he? That yellow that hung, forcing him into the double.
Slightly overhit that one.
He has. So, does he reroute?
I think he's still taking top left. He's just going to have to judge the screw off the right cushion.
Does he run 2 cushions? Does he run bottom, side and out through the gap? Is he going to draw it, screw across? Looks like he's screwing it.
I think it's right hand side off the side cushion. Doesn't
Yeah.
want to hit yellow.
Well, that'll do, but he wants an angle here.
If he's straight, he's in trouble.
If he's straight, it'll be another double, I think.
Has he got? Can he manufacture a tiny bit of angle just to get that white on the right hand side of the table?
Is he screwing this?
It's not too bad. He's got the double or the clip into the middle. I think he's going clip into the middle.
Yeah, it's as you feel, isn't it?
Be nothing more than pocket weight, this one.
Yeah, I think I'd be cutting this. And as you say, pocket speed. No, is it hard enough? Yes. Great shot.
Last turn of the black. Just had enough energy on it to drop, and with clearance there from Jake in the end.
Yeah, tough black to middle. Tough cut. Could have doubled it, but I fancied the cut. As you say, Kevin, pocket speed. Mark Farnsworth is 5-4 behind in the match with Lee Shepherd. So what was he, 5-1 at one point?
4-0, 5-1.
5-1. It's a good comeback.
Yeah.
Pretty similar to the match we're watching now.
Yeah, it's going to be nip and tuck to the end. So big moments for Jake Newell in this match. If he can break and dish, he's going to be 2 up with 3 to play. The last 64 latest, Nicky Griffiths, one of the top amateur players. Oh, Adam Griffiths. Oh, there's too many Griffithses. Yeah, Battle of the Pros. Adam Griffiths against Matty Rowland.
Well, it's another dry break.
Yep. Split well, timed it well, but nothing really threatened.
Yeah, you've got to say that's
Nothing really near about.
slightly unfortunate there. He struck those really well. You really can't afford too many dry breaks at this level.
No, not at this point in the match as well.
Just got his head back in front. Led 4-1. Just got back in front, 5-4, and then leaves these. With that first shot, look at yellows. Just needs to be careful.
Another of the pros, Robert Stephen, 3-1 up. Last 32 match, so he's not messing about. Great player, Robert Stephen.
Yeah, I love watching him play. One of my favourite players to watch. Great talent. Now you see, leaves this ball to middle. He can run through here if he chooses.
He just wants to leave himself straight on the yellow that's on the line, on the white line.
Does it go to corner?
I think that goes to corner.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it did. Or maybe it didn't because he ran through anyway, didn't he?
Yeah.
So. It's not clear whether the yellow on the line goes to either corner, to be fair.
Yeah, I think that could be his last pot into the middle. To the left centre.
Struck that well.
Yeah, but has he got the right angle?
And is he straight? Ideally, would like to be slightly low on this ball. Be able to just screw it back to the side cushion. Right, so we've gone a little further.
Yeah, just either bounce the white off the cushion or just stun it. 8 inches to the right hand side. Little stun.
Yeah, and he's made short work of these yellows. So that dry break from Jake Newlove. Oof. I thought we were going to stay out then for a second.
Yeah, certainly. I'd have been dollying that in dead weight. There'd have been no punching in. But yeah, he's looking a bit between his teeth there as Ross. 5-all. It's down to a best of 3.
Been a good match as this. Full of drama. Great fight back. 4-1 down. Things were looking grim. Very grim. Interesting to note that both these players don't show much emotion, do they, in general? Jake Newlove, you never know whether he's winning or losing.
You wouldn't know if he'd won the lottery,
No,
Jake.
you really wouldn't.
We can see a result there. Adam Griffiths against Matty Rowland. And Adam will be watching this match with keen interest because he does play the winner. We'll find out over the next 5-10 minutes who we'll be playing.
Well, once again, he did lose the white slightly there, didn't he?
Did lose the white, and look at the reds. With just the black as the issue. First thoughts on that, this frame, Andy?
Yeah, well, the saving grace was the fact that the black is hampered by the 2 yellows. Now he could elect, obviously, to try and release that black. He could leave an angle here, so he could play this red and leave an angle on his next red. But he's slightly worried punching into those 2 yellows and knocking the black down towards the pocket. It's always a... It doesn't look like it would be a problem, but he's not got the angle there anyway, so...
He's not doing it from
nowhere near anyway.
A little bit short there as well.
Yeah, under hit that one as well.
Is Jake Newlove just starting to feel the pressure?
Could elect to try and remove that black with the red that's bottom left of your screen. If he gets low on it, that would be another option.
Yeah, and I think he would have liked to have left the one over the centre to play that shot to almost guarantee himself a pot. Not sure where he's going with these, Andy. He seems to be a bit.
It just keeps landing slightly out, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The time's running out to move that black. Now, if he floats this into the middle, try and leave the angle I was talking about.
Which he has.
So, doesn't really want to hit this full ball and hit it straight into the yellows. If you could catch it half ball, it'll spring out, but you're losing the cue ball. That's the problem. It's about control of the cue ball. Desperately wants the black out, but he obviously needs position on his next red.
More drama in the Farnsworth Shepherd match. 6-5 to Lee Shepherd, 1 frame away from keeping his fine run going. It's Farnsworth to break in that match. We'll keep you posted. So I'm not sure what he's played there, but he's in absolute no man's land.
I feel he must have tried to hit the black there. Did he try and hit cushion first and flick it out? I don't.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Seemed a little delicate for that, but I'm sure he didn't play what he's played anyway. So is he running round the angles here?
Just going to screw across.
No, run.
He's put it
Yeah,
in.
felt he might run that.
It's a nice shot.
So after all that, probably end up doubling the black in a corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
We spent all the frame explaining how he's going to get this black out. He's going to double it in the corner.
Yeah, probably just wants to bring the white down somewhere near the sort of centre pocket line.
Yeah, great perspective there.
Yeah, that in the middle.
No.
But
He's got to screw this in, hasn't he?
yeah, he looks to have a good angle.
He certainly has. Sure I don't get a double kiss.
But no.
Yeah, he sort of had to screw it in, but the fact that he screws it in changes the angle. Shortens up, as I said earlier. So well, Kevin, what do you do here? Do you pop the old yellow out?
I think I'm tucking
Leave
up
him
somewhere.
hampered. Yep, that's all mine.
Tucking up.
No danger. Just release this yellow. So it's a 2-in-1 shot. Obviously defensive, but he promotes one of his own balls. And in doing so, potentially gives him a ball to remove that bad ball on the rail should he get an opportunity.
He'd love to go 2 rails, wouldn't he? Top rail, side rail with right hand side. But no, he's got to go this way. Expect him to hit it. It's just how. What's he going to leave? Well, you see, I would have hit that dead weight just to reach it.
Yeah, but that's what we do, Kevin, don't we? That's the old days.
But he wouldn't
defensive.
He
I agree.
He
I
could
agree.
potentially have not left anything. He might have even snooking him back.
Whereas Jake's mindset is that if he puts it in motion,
Yep.
he's always got a chance. But yeah, the cue ball. You'd have left the cue ball down there, wouldn't you?
He was trying to get one for the highlights reel. Unfortunately, he's just going to have to sit and watch now.
The thing is, the tough yellow that's on the left-hand side of your screen could be his last ball for black if he needed to.
Yeah. Just going to dolly that in.
It's short, is it? No. So many ways you can go here. Taking his time.
Using his 30-second extension that the players have. 1 extension per frame. He's going for the difficult one. If you're feeling the pressure rate, you can hit these a bit thick. It was a little bit thick, but the pocket took it. Like you referred to earlier, Andy, he's going to be putting this one into the left middle, one into the bottom right corner, left centre, and then just drop the one down the rail for the black into the right middle.
Yeah. So straight ball to corner. Nothing to do with the cue ball, you would feel, or very little. So second to last yellow in middle, which hopefully will leave him the cue ball close to the ball on the cushion.
Clock was ticking there.
Played that well. Just screws over a couple of inches. Now he just runs this into the middle. Straight as possible. On this last yellow. That'll do him.
A little bit of a kick. It was a bit of an edgy shot. He was
Yeah, he maybe felt that he was running away from the yellow.
He was up on the shot.
So he sacrificed the line to keep himself nearer the yellow. Yeah, he was a little bit up on it, wasn't he? Now he's been making these all match, hasn't he?
Well, have you put the commentator's curse on
This
him?
is the thing.
No.
No. Once again, didn't touch the sides.
He's hit that very, very sweet. In goes the black. Ross Fernie from being 4-1 down now leads 6-5 in a race to 7 for a place in the last 32.
Yeah, it's been some performance this to come back from a 4-1 deficit.
Meanwhile,
well, look at this.
Meanwhile, it looks like Lee Shepherd is on the red.
So 6-5. He's on the hill.
Can he pull out a fantastic pot and take out the pro number 1? Here we go.
That's in.
It's in.
That's a great shot.
Where's the black going? Oh my goodness. Does it go?
Does
it goes.
Go? Does
it
it
goes.
just catch the jaw and drop?
It goes. It goes. It was a great pot. Deserved a bit of luck.
It's not a nice shot, this though, is it?
It flies in.
Flies in.
It flies in.
Right.
He's milking it.
It's a great red. It really was. Yeah, you were right.
In it goes.
Fantastic
In it
performance.
Goes. Lee Shepherd's run continues. He's taken out the pro number 1, Mark Farnsworth. Well played, Lee Shepherd.
Yeah, he's on fire. On fire this weekend. International amateur champion. There you see, taken out the number 1 seed in the Open. And this time, it's Ross who's gone for a comfort break. Left Jake Newlove to stew there.
Yeah.
6-5 behind.
And I think the rules are you're only allowed 1 comfort break per match. Referees have been a little bit generous. I'm pretty certain it's 1.
Is there a forfeit if you were to go twice? I mean, serious question. So somebody feels they absolutely have to go for a comfort break. Do they forfeit something, or is it
I'm not
a
quite
time
sure
foul? Or
I'm not quite sure of the rules, what they state. It could be a lifetime ban. Here we go, frame 12. It's a good break. But, yellow's crept in. It's an opportunity.
so where's the yellow that's touching the red behind the black go? Good break. Punched them. Thankfully, a ball down this time. So he's looking at yellows. A little bit of traffic here.
Yeah, it's not straightforward. Not straightforward. Can he hold himself together? Can he see the pattern that all these great players are able to do?
I mean, you look at the yellows, you could also look at reds. Red to middle. You could split the red and yellow. Drop low table. It's as he sees it.
Well, I think that's done him a favour.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's all about that yellow that's stuck to the red. For me, don't think it passes to middle.
I think he can just leave position on this yellow into the right corner. Try and stun onto it.
Yeah, just move over. So he must have an angle, and that's certainly what he played for.
Yeah, he doesn't need much of an angle. Only got to move that cue ball foot to the left, and he should have at least a yellow into the right corner.
So he didn't have what we thought.
He's fooled us all there.
Unless it goes to middle.
Yeah, it probably flies in the middle.
And that was always the question, does it go to middle? We can't see from here, can we? Even on the overhead, I can't tell, to be honest with you. Your eyes are better than mine, Kevin.
Well, on the overhead, it looks like it doesn't go. Well, I don't think it does go, because I think he would have played it now.
Yeah, of course he would. Very clever shot there.
Has he got to leave a double?
He likes a double. Plenty of doubles in this match.
He's not wasting any time. Maybe it just drops in.
Well, if that drops in, the previous shot was fantastic, wasn't it? Where he played position off the red.
Yeah.
Played the yellow, used the
He's lined it
his
up.
opponent's ball. That was a great shot.
He's asking the question, this black. Should get it. And it duly does. We're down to a final frame thriller.
Yes, so when he had 3 yellows left there, that third last yellow, what a clever shot that was to play with spin.
Yep.
Pots it in the corner. Inventive. Because he needed a good angle, didn't he, there? He didn't really have a big margin for error. Very confidently played. Under massive pressure there as well. So,
Yep.
Hill.
Yep, it'll be Fernie to break.
And his break in general has been very successful. Don't curse him, Andrew.
Yeah, he's not going to forgive
Touch
you.
wood.
Yeah, all he can do is just time it and pray.
You always think about the cue ball, don't you? Please, just the cue ball. Stay up. Time it. Get a ball down. Stay at the table. Simple as that.
Customary shake of hands. Here we go. I think it's our first final frame decider of the weekend.
On stream table, that is obviously. We've had many final frames
There's been
on the
about
outer
200
tables. Yeah.
200 on the outer tables.
Yeah. So it's all about this break. Oh,
Where's the
where's the
white?
cue ball?
Oh, and wow. It was all going off there. What's first? Well, reds at first glance.
Well, he's the good news is if he wants to take reds, he's on the awkward red straight away, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got one that he's probably going to have to double. And the black, he's only got a small area to stick the cue ball in. So hold on tight, folks. This could be an edgy one. We're feeling it in the commentary box.
Yeah, big pressure here. 6 apiece.
You're just praying that you just leave dollies, aren't you? 6 apiece.
You've got to take the initiative, haven't you? Final frame. You just want a chance.
Yeah, he's played that well, so he could probably take this up the rail. His last difficult ball.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. You play it to corner, don't you? And if you leave an angle, you can run the cue ball back across to the cushion.
Yeah.
Put the black in. Whichever way he chooses to take the black, the cue ball will be somewhere near either the bottom or the
2
side
seconds.
cushion. But he's taking it early. He's taking it well.
Yeah, played that well. It was a good shot, the one before, really, to get good position on it. He only had a small area to put the cue ball, but put it in, he did. I won't say it's a great chance, but it's a good chance, because that black still looks a little bit tricky to me.
Yeah.
It obviously goes, but he's got to make sure he gets the route right so that he can get on it.
Yeah, he just needs to get near a cushion, doesn't he, to get the black in. Good shot.
Yeah, played that well.
So checked it up there. Changes the angle as it rebounds from the cushion. All these top players, masters of spin with the cue ball.
So I'm assuming this red goes left centre. He's not looking into the top left, is he?
Must be centre.
Yeah.
Must be.
Yep. Clock's ticking, 2 seconds. And now he hasn't
He runs it close with the shot clock, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
So
He's going to come down to the last positional shot on the black.
yeah,
What drama here in the International Open.
so he's taking the more difficult of the two reds.
It's a bounce off the cushion. He's got that.
Now, yeah, this is the thing. He needs to be near the cushion, doesn't he? So he either goes to top cushion, when he just put his cue,
Yep.
or his other option would have been to go to side cushion to the left of the black. But this is a touch shot, isn't it? This is
Under pressure.
It's not natural angle. Needs to cue this really well, and he has done. That's a great shot. Absolute perfect position. What a fantastic shot that was. And what a comeback in this match. And it's there. A fantastic 7-6 victory for Ross Fernie. 4-1 down early in this match. What a great result. What a fantastic match to watch and commentate on. A privilege. So, finally, show of emotion there. Be over the moon with that victory. Jake didn't do a lot wrong. A few dry breaks. And that's often the difference at this level. Dry breaks are a killer. So, Ross Fernie moves on to last 32 in the International Open. There you can see in the background, ladies. Still a busy arena. Plenty of matches on. Packed house this weekend. You see Scott Anderson coming to the table. He's up next.
Thanks, Andy, and I'm here with Ross in the studio area. Ross, it looked a tough match on paper, and it turned out to be a tough match in reality.
Yeah, it's always a tough match against Jake. Expected a really tough game. Got off to a bit of a slow start, kind of was letting him in. I thought he was going to run away with it at 4-1, but I just tried to dig in, and just delighted to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, you started off breaking dish first frame, settles you into the match straight away, and then, like you said, Jake came back, quality player. All of a sudden you find yourself 4-1 down. What were your sort of thoughts at that point there?
Yeah, you don't want to be going 4-1 down to Jake, or you're sort of up against it. You kind of need a wee bit of luck, actually, to be honest, I think, Ken. And I got a bit of run of the ball and got back into it. But I obviously just really delighted to get over the line, the last one.
Yeah, things seemed to turn around when Becky appeared in your corner. You won a frame, you started smiling, all of a sudden you got into gear again.
I think she was saying the same thing as well when I think she was getting beat 4-1, and I came and watched, and she ended up coming back, but see how it goes.
We're both lucky charms for each other. It's a good sign, isn't it? You must be pleased how you closed the match out in the end. Great break, and that positional shot at the end. It's one of those that you've got to hit well, otherwise you're in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, felt a bit pressure at the end, but it's it's sometimes a good thing. You just sort of focus a bit more, and I was just hoping to just leave myself a shot. I was wanting to play at the other side, but. I just need to make up your mind and just sort of throw your arm at it.
It sort of changed as the clearance went on, because you maybe probably didn't go the exact pattern that you probably set out to start with, but you kept recovering the situation.
Yeah, exactly that. So I was planning on just playing the last one, and you just need to sort of just start again when you're sort of out of position a bit.
But got the job done. Well done. Obviously, first event we've done for a while. We've been look well tanned. You've obviously been away and relaxing and enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I've been just trying to practice as much as I can, really. But just like you say, enjoy myself and just obviously moving in with Becky and that. So, just playing as much as I can, and
seems to be paying off. Yeah. Ross, well played. Congrats, and hope you go deep in the tournament. Maybe catch you later.
Perfect. Cheers, Kev.
Well done.
Magic.
So Ross Fernie takes his place in the next round, and next up we've got another cracking match for you. It's Scott Anderson, the Pigeon, against the Boomerang, Simon Ward. What do you think? How do you call this one, Ross? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it'll be sit on the fence a bit, but no, I think like you say, it's all down to breaks with they two. They're both can run out, but I think I'll maybe just go Wardy just, but see what goes.
Okay, you've called it. You've called it. Scott might not talk to you again. But anyway, let's go to the com box. Andy Richardson.
Cheers.
Cheers, well, thanks a lot.
So, next matchup, Simon Ward, Scott Anderson. Last 32 match. This should be a cracker. Not seen much of Simon play this weekend. We all know what a talent he is. I know Scott has had some close matches. Appears to be playing well. Yeah, I think there'll be fireworks in this match. Neither of these two hang about. There you see Scott rocking away. Very laid back. So, Simon won the lag, elected to break. So here we go. Well, he hit those well, and unfortunately, dry, nothing down. Not the start he would have wanted. So, doesn't hang about, doesn't Scott? Just having a look here, see which colour he wants. First sight, you would think yellows. There's a red hampered by the yellow near the middle. So it is yellows he's going for. Well, he tried to get onto the yellow that's below the black there. But he does have the yellow to middle. Queuing over the black. Makes it more difficult. Had it well though. Off the cushion and using the back of the red there to hold for good position. So you can see there, he's taking this yellow into corner. And then he'll probably want to remove. So we see. So he's screwed across. He's got a couple of options here. He could elect to take this ball below the black, although he could leave it last. Yeah, great potter is Scott. So, takes it into corner. Just leaves this long yellow now. He wants a good angle on his final yellow. There you see, stops it dead. I think it's more of the same for the next shot. There you see, just needs the correct angle. So, second to last yellow corner. Doesn't want to be straight on this final yellow. Little bit more angle than he wanted there. Drops his head a little. So, he'll need to check this. So his right hand side. In effect he's running it, he's not checking it. There you go. Gives him the perfect angle. So it's a black at distance. There we have it. So, no hanging about. Dry break from Simon. Scott Anderson takes the yellows out. Good start. Dream start, really. And it's Scott to break. So once again, race to 7, last 32. Struck them well, did Simon. Fortunately, nothing down. Can't do anything about that. It's the luck element of this wonderful game. All you can do is time them well, control the cue ball, and the rest is in the lap of the gods. So it's got to break. So he'll be breaking head ball. Very few cut breaks so far on this stream table. And that was a crunching break. What a break that was. Just see a rerun here. Smashes straight into the head ball. And I'm joined in comms once again by our chairman, Kevin. How are we doing?
About as good as I was 5 minutes ago.
Good.
Yeah, coming to, I don't know where Pickers has gone. I mean,
disappeared.
Has he gone home? I mean, he's not been
missing list.
He's not been seen in action, so we'll be. He could be in for a disciplinary. Although he's in charge of disciplinaries, so he'll be having a word with himself.
Yeah.
But
On
fast
the missing
start
list.
from Scott. Fast
Oh
start.
yeah. Well, I don't know if you saw the first frame there, Kevin, but Simon broke. Good break, and unfortunately nothing down. And well, I'm just building him up there. Just about to tell you how well he's playing. And he's missed one over the hole.
Yeah, that was a careless one. I get the feeling on that shot he wasn't quite sure what shot he wanted to play, and I think he changed his mind on the shot and ended up doing nothing. So that's a pretty good opportunity that he's just let slip there.
Yeah, he did a good clearance in the previous frame. Ran out of position a little, but kept digging himself out of it.
He's very much a player who plays on instincts, is Scott. He doesn't spend much time thinking about it. I think he just trusts himself to, to play the right shot. Sees the patterns very quickly.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't study, does he? He's not a.
No, he's not a study.
I don't say he's not a thinker, but he really does play on instinct.
Yeah.
To some regards, I think Simon's similar, though. I think he plays on instinct a lot as well. He sees the game very quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Simon Ward has been, top player for, it feels like forever. I remember watching Simon in his Burberry waistcoat when he was about 16 at a tournament, when his mum Bron, who's our TD, used to take him to the events. Burberry waistcoat, I think he had Burberry trousers on as well.
Well, that's not gone to plan, unfortunately. Every time we try and build somebody up, they make a mistake, don't they?
Yeah. World Championship runner-up twice, Simon Ward. First time that memorable match against Ben Davis went down to the final frame. The first ever live televised Blackball World Final 2018. If you've not seen it, it's on our YouTube channel. Check it out. Great match. The drama in that last frame.
Well, it looks like he's trying to spin round this ball. Well, that is some shot.
A shot.
Well, that's shot of the day for me on this stream table. Fantastic. Couldn't see enough of that, could he?
No.
He's had to spin round there, so you lift the back of your cue. It's like a little massé shot. Very difficult to execute, certainly when you're trying to cut a ball in like that. But he's very inventive as a player, is Simon.
Yeah, one of the most creative shot makers there's ever been in the game. I mean, look how he's controlling this cue ball. It's.
He's fearless. I think that's the way you describe him. Relentless as well, out of position. He always seems to find something, doesn't he?
Yep. Yep, so inventive. I mean, look where he's cueing on this white ball. Oh, give over, Simon.
What a clearance this has been. Well, this is a highlight reel on its own. Don't do a push shot now, we've said all this, please. Yeah. So, bit of distance.
He's just going to smash this in.
What a clearance this has been.
Left eye dominant. Bashes it in, no problem. Don't know what all the fuss is about with this game, no problem.
Poetry in motion. Unbelievable clearance that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Ran out of position early on. Swerves round the yellow. Cuts his ball in. Then he cuts that ball along the bottom cushion, and there you can see Scott shaking his head. Can't believe it.
Yeah. Although
How's he cleared them?
I think he'll be more disappointed with the miss that let Simon in. That was a careless one. He can't afford to do that, and if he didn't know before the match, he certainly does now.
Probably one of the things that you struggle with when you play at the pace he does. I suppose now and again there's gonna be a little. You can't say it's careless because obviously he's taking the utmost care, but so dry last time. We don't want to. Well, that's good. Middle, he's okay. So unfortunately, the cue ball's landed low here. The good news is, Reds are on, I think.
Well, he might be looking at yellows as well. I mean,
It's the first yellow, isn't it? That's the problem.
yeah.
It's the first yellow. Does that black pass the yellows into the corner? I think he was looking at that, wasn't he?
Yep. A few little obstacles he might have to overcome. First up, just get the red, spin the white round off 2 or 3 cushions with loads of size, and not sure he's ever hit a plain ball shot. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah. Use the natural angle there. Spun it round. Is he looking at attacking this black, moving the black? I don't know. Don't know if it goes or not.
Well, but he can develop these 2 reds.
That was a clever shot, wasn't it, as well?
And he might even be able to bump into that little black-yellow cluster now off this shot.
Yeah, once again, a very clever shot.
I think it might be a little bit thin for that. Looks to be right in the knuckle, that one. Can he get through to it? There
Clever.
you go. Just a little nudge was all it needed. Still work to do, of course,
yeah.
but at least he's cleared the obstacles. He looks to be in full flow at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of last ball to black. It's undercover, is that black? Obviously goes to both corners. Certainly the right-hand corner as we look. Probably preferable. The thing is, he's got to take the red out that's nearest it now, which would have been a natural ball to get to black. He's going back up table. Taking his time. Yeah, and you say left eye dominant. He really is left eye dominant.
I don't know how people do it like that. It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose you get used to it, don't you?
Yeah, there used to be a snooker player back in the day called Graham Miles, and he used to cue around his ears. I mean, maybe that explains why I didn't win much, but it's bizarre how people all have such different styles. I think Mark Boyle is right eye dominant, I think. There was a player who was on the stream yesterday, I was trying to think who it was. That's similar, but the other eye. We're a bit old school, we're a bit Steve Davis, aren't we? You know, down the middle.
I can't see that by either eye.
On the chin. You don't bother using any.
Right. Well, he's bounced out too far here. That is not what he intended. Has he still got any angle here at all?
Can he just drop it forward a couple of inches and
Cut it.
snick the white in between those 2 yellows that are guarding the black? If not, we're going to see a bit of juice on this white ball.
Cross double it and screw back. Was that for a bit of an exhibition number?
The yellow, green, red, blue, pink and black. Sounds like a song there somewhere. Is he forcing it through? He's forcing it through with lots of side. Can he get through?
Wow. Look at the spin on that
He's
cue
wearing
ball.
the cloth out. We might need. Where's Alan Yates?
Get that.
It's just finished now.
Well, does it double? Doesn't go, does it? Does it double? Or does he get a double kiss? Does it hit the... It's not far up. What a shot that is.
Oh my goodness.
What a
me.
shot.
Well, we're just catching our breath after these clearances from Simon Ward. I mean, the highlights reel is going to be Simon Ward dominant.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely. Brilliant control of the cue ball. So, like we were saying, so inventive, so creative.
Yeah. The side he got on the cue ball. It's a great break there from Scott. Crikey, there's balls flying in everywhere.
What a break. Cruncher. Smashed into these. Get that. To be fair, the cue ball was travelling there, wasn't it, towards the middle, but he didn't half hit them. So, both colours go here. The yellow in the middle of the table needs some attention. Just got to be careful if he's going to take yellows. Wants to try and get on this as soon as he can.
So can he take advantage of that huge break? Obviously it's all about one positional shot now.
Yeah, there you see.
One that is lining up.
That was the ball that I alluded to. The one that could cause him some problems. And he's going to use it to get onto the black. Well, it's not hit that as intended. I can assure you there.
That is not ideal. That is not ideal at all.
Just a bit edgy there, wasn't he? A bit
Tense,
yeah.
I don't think he can play that now. I think he's got to play it last. And he can just use the red at the side of it to cushion the... Well, he's in a whole world of pain now.
The old bacon slicer in the corner.
Again, I think the beep started. I think he changed his mind. He tried to play that with a little touch of side and he's played it with nothing.
Does he drop this in? Pocket speed, or does he run round at pace? Yeah.
Has it got
Good
the
effort.
legs?
Good
Has
effort.
It got the legs? Has it got the legs? It
Wow.
has.
That looked like it was going to hang, didn't it? It's a great recovery shot.
Well, I mean, he's holding his hand up there. I mean, he played a great shot. I don't think he needs to do that. He's a little relieved there, to say the least, but job done. Onto the next frame.
Yeah, just needs to tighten that cue ball up. But that was some cut into the corner. Floats it in. Just drifts off that red. Leaves himself the black into the corner. So a good comeback there. He was in trouble.
Yeah, you can see there. Latest scores. Liam Dunster, last night's international professional winner. Is he on for the double this weekend? He's 4-1 up against Jordan Ebbets and Toby Bolt. Another fantastic player. He is up 3-0 against Sonny Singh. As we move towards the closing stages here of the International Open event These two players will be in the last 16. Wow. 1 yellow and 2 reds.
And once again, the cue ball is up behind the string line, balk line, which is been apparent quite a lot of that in certainly the session today.
Yeah, and he obviously wants yellows, so I think he's going to have to just try and, well, even if he drops this one into the left middle, he's not got a yellow afterwards. And good news, everyone, Mark Pickworth has been found. He is alive and well, and we'll be strapping him back into this commentary seat just as soon as we can get enough Velcro.
So, yellow to middle. But what's he got next?
Just wanted to try and run through a little bit more. Well, he's looking at yellow off black.
Then run the cue ball onto the yellow to kick it in the middle.
I'm not sure what he's been having.
Is he doing a bit of both?
For breakfast, but that black's going to go near the right.
Yeah,
corner.
he's played a bit of both.
Wow.
So, ball into middle. Got one right for a change.
Wow.
What a shot that was once again.
This is shot making of the absolute highest quality.
It really is. When you consider he hasn't even got a lead in this match. Look at that for a shot again.
Yep. It's precision, it's inventive, it's
phenomenal. That's what it is.
Yep.
Phenomenal.
Corey Rees. He's 5-4 up against Carl Clark. A Welsh battle there.
Thought that might have been his last yellow. Oh, I think it may be now, yeah. You take this to middle and then take the yellow long.
I think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. Just wants to leave a touch. Yep, that's right. It's okay. And then he either cuts to middle or does he double to middle?
I think that cuts
Depends
in.
how good he gets on this ball next. It cuts now, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's very easy to hit the near knuckle on those shots. But as we've seen throughout this match so far, this is an absolute masterclass. In goes the black, and wow, this is phenomenal, Paul. I hope you're all enjoying this at home. What we're seeing here, this is some of the finest pull you are ever going to see. These are not straightforward clearances. These are inventive, creative shot making. It's just got everything. So it was the second yellow. That shot we've just seen there on screen, which opened up. There's still work to do. But yeah, it's just so good to watch. Simon Moore's done 3 amazing clearances, yet he's only 3-2 ahead. So still absolutely nothing in this match. Both players have come to play.
Yeah, it's been exhibition pull from Simon Ward so far. Absolutely inspiring to watch.
Just saw a couple of scores come up there. I did have to look twice. It said Barley 5, White 5. I thought it said Barry White at first. Had to look twice. I don't think he'd entered. And Clint Aronson, I think, was 5-0 up in his last 32 match. So he's on course. He's on course for a place in the last 16.
So Reds I think we're looking at here. So he's got a problem the other end of the table. Red hampered by the yellow near the corner pocket. But he's got plenty of balls he can use to move it. And he'll be looking at that as early as possible. Possibly his next shot after this. Take this into the corner, and the ball that's on the balk line, he may well elect to use that to just bump out that difficult red. We'll soon see. I think that's what he's going to play now. And the reason being, he's guaranteed position on the red to corner if he does so. So he doesn't need to hit this hard, he just wants to pop that red out. So his corner, bottom cushion, here you'll see. Right, well, bit of a mistake there, I think. Thought he may have elected to just hit that. If he just bumps that red, 6 inch, it goes into corner, and he would have been in perfect position. So he does look in trouble here, but as we've seen already in this match, he always seems to find something. Yeah, I felt the shot there was to bump the red. I thought he would have bumped it. Must have seen something else, or maybe he did try to and underhit it. Just got the wrong line. So, what's he got here? Is this a plant to middle?
Plant, lots of left-hand side.
At last.
Ladies and gentlemen, Simon Ward is human.
Yeah, we were beginning to think cyborg. But yeah, a very, very rare miss. Very difficult plant. But his success rate is such that he's surprised when he misses one. And here straight away, well, he's decided to land on that ball down the cushion. Could have even run into it if he chose.
Yeah, he could be tempted to put this one into the corner and send the white across to the yellow and black.
Yeah, because that yellow does need moving, doesn't it?
Should be no danger, really. It's a nice angle, nice natural angle.
I suppose the only danger is the white slides off the back of the yellow if you catch the wrong side of it into the corner.
Oh, where's the white?
A little bit like that could have done there. Well,
oh,
stroke of fortune there.
How has that white not gone in? But he's left a chance. He can get through to this red in the centre. Not only that, he's got the white ball off the cushion as well. Didn't just drop it in, dead weight.
No.
He put it in with some conviction. And I think that black must go into the bottom right corner. So this is a great chance for Ward.
Yeah.
And the way he's playing, he just doesn't look like missing.
I think with that black though, he maybe needs to get somewhere near that cushion. It's not clear to us exactly how much of that black he's got.
That looks perfect to me. Side cushion and then just bring the white just below the two yellows that are on the right centre. Or has he got a bit too much angle?
Might have a little bit too much here, and if he does, he'll be checking this cue ball.
Or coming off two cushions with
or
side.
two cushions with side, which is the more inventive of the two options.
And oh, perfect.
We would expect no less. Once again.
In it goes, no mistake. Great control and skill there from Simon Ward.
Yeah, very well played. Two cushions. Once again, fantastic use of side spin.
So what can Scott Anderson reply with? So we can see there Craig Marsh. I've seen a few of those tops this weekend for autism awareness. It's been fantastic to see. I bet there's at least 6 or 7 of them wearing those tops. Very striking. You can See, he's 4-3 up against Steve Wall. Looking like 5-3. Again, we'll keep you posted. So frame 7 underway. The boomerang, Simon Ward. Look at that white ball fizzing and spinning.
Yeah, and for once he didn't intend it to fizz and spin. Not really the order of the day when you break in, but it was a success. So, ball down, or balls down, is it? One of each.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with the way they're breaking with these smart rack breaks. They're not just like potting one, they're potting 2s and 3s.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of clusters, have we? Been really good at. The balls have opened really well.
And straight away attacked the problem yellow. Spun the white round of 2 cushions. As easy as you like, develop the yellow, and all of a sudden now a great chance for 5-2. And really, Scott Anderson can just sit and admire. He can't really do much else.
No.
Well, that's the
as
worst.
soon as you say that, Kevin, as soon as you say something, what happens?
What has he played there? That has got to be one of the worst shots he's ever played in his life, let alone in this match.
It was difficult to find somewhere you could hide the cue ball there. He's managed to land on that spot, hasn't he? Incredible.
Yeah, it was,
but what's he going to invent here?
well, this is the thing about commentating on a Simon Ward match. It's virtually impossible to call the shots because he doesn't play what sane people play. So he's what's he conjuring up here?
Is it a double in the corner?
Side cushion and knock it back into the centre pocket?
Or tie up the ball and sit on the back of the yellow?
Well, safety shot, crikey. I think we all need to lie down after that one.
So Scott needs to make something count here, doesn't he? He's had very little opportunity once Simon's got to the table.
You can see
Very few errors.
You can see their result. Clint Ianson 7-0 against Tony Pitts. And we'll see him on the stream table next. The world champ is in the house. Didn't have the greatest of starts to the weekend in the pro event.
So you can take this red that's next to the yellow side cushion, which would get him onto the red into middle, but he's going to have a double on here, I feel, at some point. If not, he's going to need to leave an angle. So this goes to middle, it goes long as well. It's just the cue ball.
Yeah, it's running away, isn't it?
That's the problem.
It's running.
Middle's certainly the easier of the two shots, but yeah, and it's just drifting.
I think that's the thing when you're not got the greatest amount of confidence. You know, he could have been a bit more adventurous, probably played a shot off maybe 2 cushions. But now,
so he just dragged this into the corner. He's holding for a double, isn't he? Well, he's played it well. He's played it well.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
Now, what does he do with the cue ball? That's the question.
I think he can only just screw it back a couple of feet. Well, he's run it through.
Yeah, it's left a difficult black.
Electric stuff here from Scott Anderson. I'll be fancying this one. A little clip back into the bottom right. It's on its way. Oh, he's missed it.
Taps the table there in disgust. He's very disappointed that he missed that.
Yeah, look what he's left.
As you said, Kevin, it was that angle, wasn't it? It was running away, ball into middle. Just made everything awkward. Just chasing.
Yeah, I mean, he started the match off so positively, and it sort of feels like the confidence has just been drained out of him by what's been thrown at him.
I mean, it's so tough to play a player who is performing on the level that Simon Ward is in this match. Every time he's in trouble, he seems to find something, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's tough. Really tough. So this is for a 5-2 lead.
It is, and I'm not sure what Scott Anderson can do at the moment. It's obviously missing the black, not ideal, but he's been really put under the pump over the last 20 minutes or so. You see there, Corey Rees just potting the last black, so he's through to the next round. The match is underway. Now Wade Morley's playing. You can just see him there with a pink and black top. I know he's in a tough match. It was 5-all last time we looked in on that one. Tom Barley 5, Mark White 6. The winner of that plays Clint Ianson on the stream. Next up, it's now a result. Good result there for Mark White, local boy. Been around a while, plays a lot of snooker, very talented left-handed player. So we're going to see him and the current world champ next up. Wow, oh, he's got a ball. Thought he was going to be so unlucky there. But what a fantastic break there from the pigeon, Scott Anderson. Absolutely no idea why he's called the pigeon. It doesn't remind me of a pigeon at all, but we must ask him that one day.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
And the boomerang, he's called the boomerang. He's always coming back. So this is a clearance now that Scott Anderson has to get. They're all there. He's just got to work his route out, give each shot 100%, and just do what we know he can do. And he struck that nice. It was a nice shot.
Yeah, would have liked a little bit more side probably, wouldn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a little straighter, but yeah, he's on that ball. That's his problem ball now. The ball that's in balk.
Yeah,
playing next.
And he's going to need a little bit of left-hand side on this, otherwise he's going to catch the red. Yeah, he played it a little bit tentatively.
He caught it a little thick there. Wanted to drift out further with the cue ball, ideally.
Can he pot this one into the middle?
Sure he can pot it, it's just the cue ball's travelling. That's his worry.
Oh no, he's going to
That's
be
his worry.
good. He's going to
The
be
cue
snooked.
ball's travelling.
Yeah, I think the shot there was to hit it thinner, bring it behind the black, a couple of cushions, get the white, get a bit of energy in the white ball. Again, just a little bit tentative on the shots.
He's just running slightly out of position, isn't he? And then his positional play is so much more difficult.
Yeah, he's not able to recover it in the way that Ward's been able to recover his. But there's a recovery shot of all recovery shots. Great shot.
Yeah, he drops it in the middle. Has he got the angle here? Right, he's down to it, so it must be okay. So he floats this back to the... Well, he's...
What's happened there?
It must be a miscue. Well, he must be devastated. I think he's tried to float this back. Look. He's got to have miscued, hasn't he? Yep, miscued.
Yep, miscued.
He's tried to get the very bottom of the cue ball.
Yep. Fryer, Sean Broad. Last 32 of the Open. Couple of amateur players, although Wayne Fryer, one of the legends of the game. And it's Fryer who has a 3-1 lead. Ward tried to play a little safety there, but it's gone a little bit awry.
First safety of the game, I think that is it for him, I don't know.
He did play one early, didn't he?
Oh, he did. Cycus, I remember.
Yeah,
but the balls have protested there, dropped in protest. How dare you? Well, he's got to be pleased at least back at the table here. Calling all pockets.
Yep. Clip into the left middle. It could have been worse. Wade Morley, who we saw there, and he's 6-5 up against Colin Finn. Colin Finn having a good run in the Open. Somebody who we would have played a long time ago, Andy. Him and his brother Shane.
Was it the Elm Pool Club?
The Elm Pool Club in Scunthorpe. Very famous nightclub there as well that we used to frequent. Got a bit of a shock when we went in it. There was a big 50-foot gorilla in there.
Yeah, was there somebody with a safari hat on as well? I think they had a Henry Africa's.
Henry Africa's, indeed.
Yeah, we spent more time in there than we did in the pool hall. That's for sure.
Yeah, anybody else been to Henry Africa's? Is it still there?
I'll tell you something interesting. I worked with a guy that used to be the DJ.
Really?
That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Simon Ward just keeps on with this relentless potting machine. 6-2. Just one frame away to take his place in the next round. And so Colin Finn there just on the right hand side of your screen, the left-handed player. Looks like he's on reds. Like a bit of work to do. But good to see Colin after many years. Must ask him about Henry Africa's. So there's on our YouTube, our streaming guys have been a bit mischievous there. They've put a poll on: have you been to Henry Africa's? Please click away. I'm sure it'll be about 99.9% no. Can we vote? Are we allowed to vote?
Yeah, I think we might be the only two that do. Oh dear.
Oh.
So straight in off in the middle.
That is an error.
So we've had a couple of loose cue balls on the break, but that's the first one to get punished. And wasting no time there, Scott.
Yep. Come out quite exactly. So he's got the long yellow, bottom left corner. Can't afford to miss, otherwise it will be his last shot of the match. That's the pressure that he's playing under now. So this is about getting the order right, isn't it?
Yeah. Yellow next to the black. He's just checking there, goes to corner by the look of it.
Yep. Play the yellow up into the left corner pocket will be his last. Yellow for the black into the bottom right.
Doesn't want to drift away again though here.
Needs to
Once
bounce.
again, it's the line.
Yeah. Short pace. He's probably going to be forced to play a double.
Yeah, and I had a feeling he was going to try and hold there.
Yeah. He's just not
I
being
think you
able
were
to.
right. He needed to commit to the double. He landed out of position. I think that was more frustration than anything.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to try and dribble them in, you've got to hit it to the fat end of the pocket. No, that's not in.
Nope.
And with lots of right hand side to try and flick the ball in so you can hit the object ball fuller, so the white doesn't travel as far.
Well, he's going to be in a world of pain in a minute.
Yeah. I mean,
Unless he goes for something here.
Simon's got to be a little careful where he leaves the white ball. Clever.
Yes, eliminates the black there, doesn't he? It is a clever shot, that.
Clever. Yep. Thinking, even he's 6-2 ahead, but still thinking clearly.
That was a really clever shot.
Instead of just playing the snooker and leaving Scott a possible one snooker escape, he's, as you can see, he's potted his red and tried to put the black in a safe position. Want the double kiss. So yeah, Scott's in a little bit of bother.
It was a very clever shot, wasn't it, to move the black?
Yep.
I don't know if I'd have seen that, I'll be honest. Big problem here. Should he escape? Big chance that the cue ball will be at the very least hampered, if not snookering him from the black. So, yeah, he was
unlucky.
in trouble.
And we've got a final frame thriller on one of the outer tables. Tamas from Hungary. Tamas Vagvolgi against Daniel Brook. So there'll be some nerves jangling on that table. Have we got the results from the poll yet? Have we seen any poll results?
Has anybody voted?
Has anybody bothered? So, is this the final throws of this match? So the results are in from the vote, and there are some yeses. People have been to Henry Africa's. I wonder if that gorilla's still there.
40-foot gorilla, isn't it? So, look like. Anyway, back at the table. Simon Ward. Four reds and a black. Well, he intended hitting that full in the face, so problem. Hampered for the ball over the corner. He wouldn't really want to be playing it anyway. Tough long pot, too risky. Could even leave him bridging over the red here, I suppose. But then you're giving him a free shot at firing at the black.
I think he might be forced into this red into bottom right corner.
Yeah, might be the only option he has.
I think
he really didn't want to be playing that, did he, at this stage? This is what I thought he might play. But you do risk.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it's a risk. I did think maybe would have played that myself, but you do think if he crashes into this.
Well, hold on tight if that's what he's playing.
If he wasn't bridging over and he could get a very thin edge, he feels he can get cushion, then red, then in. But bridging over as well, this will be amazing. Or is he
Oh, he's miscued again.
Twice.
We're getting ready for the big grandstand finish shot. Unfortunately, just miscued.
Very rare to see that twice in a game.
We've just had some very sad news on the just to finish off the Henry Africa's conversation. Apparently it was demolished 9 years ago.
I hope they rehouse the gorilla.
Just going to say, was the gorilla still in it? And the bulldozers came.
Yeah, just wants to bounce up. So, this simple red. Screw back past the black. Doesn't want to be under the cushion. So, should have been easier, but what a performance this has been from Simon Ward. Oof. Just for a second, thought he was going to hang, but what a performance, as I was saying. Fantastic match to watch. Creative, inventive. And I think the scoreline, fair enough, 7-2, yeah. Scott struggled a little bit, couple of miscues. Just seemed to run out of position here and there. But Simon Ward was outstanding. And he's a danger in this tournament, as he always is. So next matchup, we'll have got Clint Ianson, the reigning world champion. Big race in our screens. Last 16 match. Right.
Thanks, Andy, and I'm here with Simon. Simon, I think, were you just trying to hog all the highlight reel shows for tonight? I mean, some of the shots that you were playing in that match were really inspirational.
Yeah, I was sort of trying my best to miss and then trying to rescue it halfway through. I mean, it could have ended up a lot worse than what it was, to be honest. Yeah.
I mean, you pulled out some fantastic things. Where'd you get those thoughts? Where do those thoughts come from? Because a lot of people wouldn't have seen those shots.
You could also ask how I managed to snook myself on the easy finishes all the time. So I don't know. I'm kind of used to messing easy finishes up. So I kind of have to rescue them every so often.
Well, that aside, you look to be queuing pretty well there. Were you pleased how you played overall?
Yeah, I mean, I played a match on the arena table on Friday night, and I felt really comfortable. And again, yeah, I felt really nice. I mean, the table plays great, so it makes it. As long as if you're not struggling, it makes it feel easy. You know, it's good. Good.
I mean, Scott didn't. I mean, he miscued a couple of times, but early on in the match, he was playing well himself. He started off fast start, but you just sort of seemed to bulldoze him really.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few frames. I mean, at the start where I could easily have lost them. I mean, I messed up, played a few bad shots, and I had to recover them. And I mean, on another day I wouldn't have recovered the finishes. So, but yeah, just pleased to get through.
And overall, the weekend, enjoyed the weekend. I mean, it's been a great atmosphere. Good to be back playing and
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I played. I mean, I was annoyed on Friday because I played really well, and obviously I ended up losing. And to be honest, I'd rather play bad than lose, which is a bit of a strange one. But so yeah, I played well on Friday. I'm playing well today. So see what happens.
Yeah, it was a good match for you and Dave. I watched some of that. I know it wasn't on the stream, but it was pretty good tussle, and obviously Dave's tough cookie as well.
Yeah, he played really well. I mean, I say it was a really good match. I was just obviously annoyed to lose, but that's the way it goes.
That's bowling. Yeah. I don't know if you've got next. I've not seen the draw because everything's going. There's seeds dropping left, right, and centre.
That's good news. Yeah. Have they all fallen out?
There's quite a few gone. Farnsworth's gone. Robinson.
Good.
Oh, Shields, Hibbert. They're all dropping like
still
flies. No. No. But obviously Liam's still there. I think Matt Boyle's still there.
Shock.
So and obviously yourself. So you're obviously one of the favourites to win the title.
Well, hopefully. I mean, it'd be nice. Just keep on playing well. I get every chance.
Okay. Well played, Simon. Great entertainment. That thoroughly enjoyed that
thanks,
match.
Kev. Cheers.
And hopefully see you later on in the tournament. In fact, you can actually preview the next match while you're here because Pickers has decided to have some time off. Okay. So it's Clint, obviously current world champ, who you know very well.
Oh yeah, I know he is. Yeah.
And Mark White. Who is a local player who we all know, been around the circuit a long time, very competent player.
Yeah, interesting match. It's one of those matches where maybe the fact that Clint plays on the TV table a lot will make a difference. Because obviously Clint's favourite, current world champion, but Mark's a really good player. Maybe he probably hasn't had as much experience. Well, he hasn't had as much experience on the TV table as Clint has. So that could be the difference.
And do you think the shot clock will have an impact with Mark? Because again, it's
he could do. I mean, he's a quick player, but I mean, most players play quickly, and it's still. You've still got to be conscious of the shot clock, so it's difficult to sort of, unless the finishes are all there and it's really instinctive, it is difficult to manage that. So I know Mark plays quick, but again, it could be a problem for him. It all depends how the balls go.
Always does.
Yeah.
Well, the players are just getting ready. We're just going to have a quick video of someone you know very well, Curtis Lee. I'm going to hear a few words from him.
What would it mean to win a tour event, and how are you going to get there?
It'd mean a lot to me, because I've always looked at it as like stages. I've won a few Welsh tours now, and other comps, but this is the next level now. So a tour is my goal, definitely. It'd mean a hell of a lot, yeah. I'm open enough to say I'm not one of the more talented people on the tour. For me, it's more of a marathon than a sprint, so I just got to keep doing what I'm doing. I believe I outwork a lot of people, and I think in the long run, I think it'll pay off. I know I'm improving, but I just got to catch up the top boys and just try my best to get there, basically. Just keep grinding away every day. That's what I try and do. When people are having days off, I go to the club. When I'm not well, I still go to the club and hopefully lay a brick every day. That's my goal. And hopefully one day I'll have a wall.
Nice moment there from Curtis Lee. A brick every day, and hopefully he'll build a wall. It's something I'm sure we can all aspire to. To the action in the arena, Mark White, local player from Coventry, taking on the current world champion. There he is in all his glory, Clint Ianson. As we heard from Simon Ward, he believes that Clint is a favourite for this match, and I don't think that's unfair. But Mark is an experienced player, quick player. Will be looking to take the champ all the way and maybe spring a surprise of his own. Referee for this match, the man in the middle, is Rick Lloyd. He will be taking charge of proceedings, and the players have lagged. The stage is set. This open last 16 match can get underway. It'll be Mark to break first. Looking forward to this one. Early sign of intent there from Mark. Hasn't held anything back on the break. Hit that centre ball nice and firmly. He's come out. It's a bit sticky, this. Doesn't have a clear sight of a yellow to pot at all. Which means he's forced... Well, he's going to take this cannon. He can get through to pot the yellow that way, and actually that has opened up the frame rather beautifully. Might just have one tough positional shot after this in getting the cue ball over to the left-hand side of the table. Top of the table from this overhead camera. For what you would expect to be his last yellow. Tight on that rail. Result at the top of your screen. Tamas Volgi through to the last 32. So, plenty of action still to go in this tournament. Daniel Brook falling to the Hungarian.
gentleman from Budapest. I'm fairly sure he's the only one of those in this tournament. Mark White then chose a different route to me, and he's slightly struggling here, queuing over this 8 ball. This is awkward. I don't really think that's much of a big pocket because that red's tight on the rail, so got to nail this, and he hasn't. And it's disaster because that yellow is absolutely tied up. It's just down to Clint Jansen whether he decides to stick or twist here. If he does decide to have a go at these, he's obviously got to move that yellow. Here we go, just a little safety shot. Clever that from Clint. Hasn't left a total snooker on purpose, because Mark obviously has to make a hit on the yellow, but he now has to hit it harder because there has to be a cushion after contact, and actually if he hits it too hard, Clint's red could fly in, so Mark is in worlds of pain here. Has done well to get a little thin contact, but to be honest, I think he's going to be in almost the same position in a couple of seconds' time. This time it is a total snooker. Hard to see any way that Mark can make anything happen, so he's just going to be trying to maintain a level of control by keeping the yellow in that area, just in the hope that he can force a mistake out of Clint.
Total snooker, time running.
On table 1, please, and the parry winners, Robert Stephen. And the parry winners, Robert Stephen, table 1.
Again.
Foul. 1 free shot, 1 visit.
Latest score there at the top of your screen. Mark Boyle looking to get through to the same stage as Clint, and indeed Mark. Leads Ian Whitehorn from Eastbourne by 3 frames to 2. And Clint has finally forced the mistake from Mark here. And now it's just a question of mopping up. Possible upset as well. Top of your screen, Craig Marsh in a final frame decider with Steve Wall. And Marshy, who had been finding a bit of form recently, certainly been making his way back to more semis and finals than we've expected over the, or than we've seen rather, over the last couple of years. Is the current state of affairs in that game. Steve Wall at the table. It looks like he's got work to do. He's just trying to keep Craig away from those yellows. He's got a 2-cushion escape. If he can find that and pot the yellow in the middle, you would imagine it would be game over. Big moment here for Craig Marsh. Oh, and he's missed everything. Oh, it looks like he was going for the yellow in the centre of the table, but what an opportunity that could be for Steve Wall. Then breaking from the side. That's come out very nicely. Likely to be 2-0 from here, you would suspect. A fairly natural route around the table. And be looking to, you would think, remove the 3 reds in the bottom half before going upstairs, but looked like that previous shot was a mite too straight, so it could be a reroute here. Would be a little bit of a big shot to take on that cut back to the bottom left. So yeah, it's good win there for Welshman Evan Parry Williams in the last 32, knocking out Lee Shepherd. Lee's had a fantastic weekend, amateur champion of course, and the big scalp of the number 1, Mark Farnsworth, in the previous round. As Clint Jansen finds himself in a spot of bother. Made a mess of these. Forced into a hit and hope on that final red after he snookered himself. And now a gilt-edged opportunity for Mark White to get his name on the scoreboard and level the scores at 1 apiece. Really too many problems here for Mark. This cutback should bring the most difficult yellow out into the centre of the table. Wants that to bounce, and it has. The question is, no, he can play that now. Looked like they might have blocked each other off, those 2 yellows, but easily get through. And now just 3 simple shots, but position on the 8 ball paramount. Wants to get nicely into the left-hand side of that balk area. Make that 8 ball as easy as possible. Mark White just dicing with death slightly there. Slightly full of contact on that red, and could have made things tricky. Still needs a nice shot here to leave himself the requisite angle on the final yellow. And that could not be better. rolls in the 8-ball. And that will be his frame on the board. One apiece after 2 breaks. Both players winning off their opponent's split. A bigger chance, you feel, falling to Clint. And there is Steve Wall. A happy man after knocking out another of the big seeds, Craig Marsh, going the way of Mark Farnsworth as well, in what you'd have to say is an early exit in the last 32 stage. Good work there by Steve. And a fantastic World Championships did Steve. He is looking like he's continuing his love for this venue here in Coventry. And another man who I'm sure loves this venue, Andy Richardson, is back in the commentary box. You will not hear, you'll hear a lot of his voice today, I suspect.
Yeah, long shift for me, I think. Yeah, I'm back. So, have I missed one apiece?
Yep, one apiece. Arguably, both missed a chance, but Clint's were easier in respective frames. Do you know Mark at all?
Yeah, I know of him. Obviously, I've been off the scene for a while, haven't I, playing wise, so I'm not familiar with current form for a lot of people, but I know he's a great player. I know he's a good player. Yeah, that was a good shot. Inventive. Just pumped out that red, but there's a lot of work to do here. Both colour sets after the break were messy. Not too sure what his plans are with the red next to the yellow nearest the black. It may well go into the corner from the overhead, I think it does. But we'll see. Oh, defensive, just playing a safety. Just developing that little cluster of reds. Can't blame him for that.
No, it's awkward, isn't it? I don't know if he's left Clint any shot at all here at a straight pot, but yeah, cushion first here. Really, Clint wants to cover the pocket. That might be a foul, you know.
Yeah, I think it is a foul. Did it get called? I thought there was a foul as well at first sight, I must be honest.
It is possible that the cue ball hit the red and then the cushion again.
Let's don't see. Let's have a look. Over. Yeah, it's a did it double? The referee's got a better vision of it than we have.
Yeah,
for definite.
I genuinely can't tell having watched that. So.
No.
It's a good shot from Mark though, developing those reds nicely. Haven't really left Clint anything. There's a back double, or even a straight double. But neither you would argue are particularly helpful options.
I think the back double's the shot, isn't it? In or over. Over blocks the red if it does pass the yellow. Oh, it's popped back out though.
Is it?
And the thing is here, red to middle. He can move, yeah, he's looking at it now. It looks like he can run into the yellow. Yellow behind that red. Trusting to look somewhat with the cue ball low for position. Well, that's... So, does it pass?
I don't think
that is the question.
Yeah, I don't think it does, to be honest.
Not now, I don't, certainly.
I don't think that shot's hurt Mark, but I don't think it's helped him that much either, to be honest.
Well, he's got an opportunity to try and land behind it at some point, hasn't he?
It's nice for a double now, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
it's all your eggs in one basket sort of thing, isn't it? That's the thing.
Oh, huge shot. But if it doesn't go, are you going to land nicer on it than that? You've got a ball to the centre,
I know what you're saying. Well, what's he got here for?
I mean, you could potentially try and move the red, try and land in behind it. There's lots of options here.
You could run onto it, but you've got to hit it perfect, haven't you?
Yeah.
Sort of run onto it soft, just push it past the line of the yellow, so it passes to corner, would leave you a long red, but you're chancing, and you don't want to be chancing against world champions.
Nope.
But he's running out of options to get back to that difficult red, so Dan, you might have had a point, the double, if you fancied it.
Well, I mean, either way, at this point, all of his eggs are in that basket, aren't they? So, whether you choose to do it early or late doesn't really necessarily matter.
Yeah, because here I think he's a little bit too much angle, hasn't he? He can't hold for the red into the same middle. He'll be running away from it, I feel. We'll soon see.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I think he can hold for the angle he wants. So
No, he couldn't.
Up and down, but this is this is really tough now. Queuing off the rail, can't get to the bottom of the cue ball. I don't know if he can get back up for that red mark.
No, I don't think he can. Can't play it long, I don't think, can he? The cue ball, so he's got to go. Oh, it's a good effort. To be fair, he's got a shot, hasn't he?
Terrific shot.
Yeah, he's got a fine cut.
I was concerned about the in-off there, playing it that way, to be honest. Or at least the jaws and just getting stuck down there.
Yeah, getting stuck down there I thought was the bigger issue, but is he trying to...
Trying to cut it.
No, he did try.
Hasn't made it.
So if he keeps running, it's not a bad shot.
It needed another foot of pace, didn't it, to get him out of trouble.
He's not left anything easy. The saving grace for Clint is that red is stuck on that cushion, so it's not difficult to hide from it.
Massive area of the table to get the cue ball in to hide.
Yeah. He wants that off the cushion. So he's bumped the ball off the cushion. So it's a safety, but he's promoting one of his own. That's the key. Try and develop your own balls at the same time as you hamper your opponents. Well, we don't see many of these.
How's this for a shot? I'll tell you what an effort that is.
Highlight
what
reel.
What a shot. What an escape.
Yeah, that was some shot, wasn't it? Any harder.
I mean, it wasn't far from making this.
If he'd have had the other side spin on it, would have gone in with that.
Yep. Tremendous effort from Mark White.
Well, an unexpected miss. And you fancy him to hit this? So you just screw this into the cushion, you can alter the angle. Yeah, I fancied him to hit that. Good shot. Didn't drop though. So is it another safe?
Sort of running out of options for that now, really, Clint. That's pretty good.
Well, you say that, but he's tied up his yellow. And for me, he's a guarantee to hit the red here, isn't he?
Yeah.
If he catches it right, if he comes off the side cushion, hits the red and drops the white, the cue ball onto the bottom rail, he's Clint's... He's in trouble, really. He's certainly... He could have a problem.
Yeah, I wonder if Clint could have found a better way to play that last shot. Could have even maybe played a double up to that pocket, because the chances are it was going to go in or over. Big pocket.
Well, he's going for another masse.
That's insane.
No, that one was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's... I'm sorry, that was silly. I mean...
Evidently, he couldn't come off the side rail as easily as I thought he may have been able to. So he felt that was his only option.
No, but even... I mean, he could have gone the short side. Behind the yellows and just tried to drop on it. There had to have been a better option than that, you feel.
It's not a shot I would have played. But there again, I wouldn't have played the previous one, and it was a fantastic...
True.
Fantastic shot, wasn't it? So...
I think that was in fairness, more down to the shot clock than
Yeah, I think it was
anything
a desperation shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I felt if he could have played the side cushion and then dropped onto the red, he kept the pressure on Clint.
Yeah.
He was trying to make the ball. I'd been more concerned with keeping a good cue ball, I think.
I mean, with the way that the two yellows run together, actually, just not fouling kept the pressure.
That's what I mean. So just drop,
any contact really.
And if he'd have hit that red and dropped onto the bottom cushion, the red would have lifted away, and obviously been near the pocket, wouldn't it? So
yeah,
put a lot of pressure on. Well, it's gone now.
There's a little poll on YouTube, and I'm quite surprised with the results of that, to be honest. 75% of you think that Clint's going to win, and 25% think Mark. And there must be some local support online, I
think there's a lot of local support online, yeah.
With no disrespect, but it's surely hard to back against the world champion, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a good player.
Oh, I don't doubt it. But
yeah, but I think you're right. I think there's a lot of home. Well, there is a lot of home support. Look at the crowds we've had this weekend.
Yeah, of course. Fantastic atmosphere.
Yeah, brilliant.
In throughout.
You see, he just used the red to create the angle that he wanted.
Nice shot that. Perhaps a touch fortunate not to have pushed the red in front of the pocket, where you suspect it's likely that the black is going to end up.
Well, we've just been told that Mark White has had a 147 in his local snooker league, so that gives you some indication of how good he is.
Yeah, that's a curist.
No mean feat. And in a local league, you've got to remember, on a normal table, you're not on a TV sort of heated table, or you probably not. Not guaranteed, but a 147 on any table.
A bit like Paul, really, isn't it? That, let's be honest, we all know it. These
the
TV
conditions.
tables here play more generously than a club table. You know, the break dish percentage that you get on these tables is definitely higher than if we played these tournaments in clubs.
Well, without a doubt. I mean, look at that again, once again. So the spin. Left-hand spin. If he'd have had the other side on that cue ball, he'd have probably kicked it in.
Yeah. Terrific effort from Mark White to get out of that snooker. But the trap set by Clint Jansen eventually yielded fruit. And Clint leads by 2 frames to 1 going into frame 4. Of scrappy frames really to open up this match. Clint with his first break missed a pretty, you'd have to say, routine chance. Will he take this one? It's very nearly a re-rack.
It is.
I'm not quite sure how that 8 ball's there. If you, when we look at the overhead, watch this 8 ball land. How's that not dropped?
Yeah. It's hanging on for dear life. And there's an argument here for both colour sets. To be fair, that red that's nearest the middle pocket there, slightly awkward. And that black, look at that black. So, going for yellows.
I don't think those two in the centre of the table will plant to the middle, so...
Either corner, isn't it? Long or short.
Yeah, so I think Clint might be looking at clearing these two here first.
Trying to get on it now, I think.
Oh, that's not far enough.
Not really.
Is he on the centre?
He is, yeah. I think it will drop centre, but it wasn't the planned route, I feel.
If you were looking at the table from that bottom left pocket, I don't think the middle one would go. Oh, no, he's on this.
Yeah, he's just not on it as he wanted.
That was jaw. That was always far jaw.
Yeah. So, Reds have an opportunity at table, but not an easy one. Two reds hampered now by that yellow that Clint's just missed. They will pass to the middle. You'd have to be right behind it, wouldn't you, to get a good angle to get any decent position.
Yes.
So
Tough.
this goes to middle. Is he trying to drop behind him now? Is he trying to run over? No, it's kept it short.
I think if he'd hit that much harder, he probably couldn't have made the pot.
Yeah, I agree. So there'll be these last two balls at this rate, won't there?
Yep. And again, because that is quite an acute angle into the middle, you've got to take the right of those two reds first.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to hit it with that much pace.
That's
so
what I was saying. You need really good shape position, don't you?
Yeah, big time. Very. So a couple of key shots coming up. This one arguably is the first. Can't be too straight on that red, and he's caught it on the way past.
It's a big mistake, isn't it? Big mistake.
It certainly looks like it.
Didn't mean to glance that red, obviously. He was looking to land. He was looking for good cue ball position. Just nicked it.
Really tough to see a way out here. Tough to see any kind of shot, to be honest.
He tries to double the red back to the pocket where the white is now. The white's travelling. Could well hit that yellow. Yeah, he didn't really have any aggressive option there.
Nope. Just put the pressure on Clint. Wonder whether it might be worth... Can Clint cut that yellow into the left centre now? The one that Mark's just tied up.
Taking too much of a risk though, aren't you? Anything to run over?
Yeah. I don't know if he can see enough of it. I think he might have looked at it if he could.
Yeah, I mean, he just bumps this out.
Well, Mark is looking at a shot here, and I think it might come off.
Yeah, it's a double or a treble, but it's cushion first to the back of the plant.
Cushion first. Yeah, I mean...
It's worth a go.
Hold on to your hats.
So it's maybe a treble. Depends out.
Got to hit it hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
So if it hit it harder, it would have been shorter. He may well have got the treble, but...
Yeah. Equally, hitting it that hard directly into the cushion in front of you is a recipe for disaster if you're not very, very careful. So, don't think he could have done much more with that, Mark, to be honest. It was a fine effort and good vision as well to see it.
A little bit of a tactical frame.
Yeah, I think Clint might just lay him in here. Doesn't want that to drop. Oh, it's like a golf ball hanging on the edge of the pocket. It's gone.
I was just about to say that balls have been dropping a lot in that pocket, and I was surprised it held up.
Now, was it there for 5 seconds or not? That is the question.
Is that the parameter, 5 seconds?
It certainly is.
So over 5 seconds, it comes back up.
It looks very much like it wasn't. It's over 5 seconds, I believe, from all the balls on the table stopping moving.
Right.
But it may just be that ball. Well, we're being told, based on the replays we have, it was 4.5 seconds. So I have to say that is an impressive bit of refereeing, because they don't have a stopwatch in the arena. Well, actually they do, but not for that purpose. Either way, what it's led to is Mark being back at the table. He tried to play that off the yellow.
Yeah, I fancied him for that as well. It was a good attempt. Cushion first, off the yellow into the corner.
Possibly just the slide of the TV table, just throwing his angles out slightly.
A scrappy frame, this one.
To be honest, they all have been actually.
Yeah.
We haven't seen either of these players really achieve any sort of fluency so far.
It's a relatively short race, 7. You need to get in gear quick, don't you?
Yeah, and you'd have to. Now leads by the 2 frames. And that might make that sip of water a little sweeter, because he's not been at his best so far in this match. There is the state of play on the outer tables. Evan Parry-Williams, fresh off beating amateur champion Lee Shepherd in the last 32, straight back into the action against Rob Stephen. Rob, amateur number 1 from a couple of years ago, has made good strides on the tour, but if I'm honest, I expected to be seeing him in semis and quarters and finals quite regularly, the way that he hits the ball, and hasn't entirely delivered on that promise yet.
Yeah, but it's tough, isn't it? It's a tough school. Vast talents on this IPA tour.
Beautiful crunch of the break there from Mark White, and that is devastating because nothing has found its way in. He really hit those sweet. You can see from the amount of balls that have ended up in the top half of the table and the explosion that came out of the middle of the pack. He really timed that.
Very aggressive opening shot. Went straight for his difficult ball. Perfect execution.
Now does that yellow in the middle of the ball carrier pass the other yellow to the top right? Because
I believe it does.
to land on that now.
Yeah, I think it does.
Would make life a lot easier. Couldn't quite manage it, but it definitely will after this shot. For me, Clint's biggest danger here is getting back out from the yellow over the pocket in the top left.
Yeah, could be an issue. Depends how much of the yellow he can actually see, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because if he screws straight off it and he hasn't got it full enough, he's screwing into the reds, isn't he?
Yeah, this is tight. A little flick off the red to probably be okay. Just like that. It's actually very well judged.
Very well judged and clever not to leave it till last.
Yeah.
For the reason you alluded to. So yeah, this is more like it.
Bit straight on this, so needs to screw on and off the side rail.
If he's just off straight and come off the side cushion, that's what he's chosen to do. Played that really well.
Yeah, this is going to be a body blow for Mark, because it's so frustrating when you're down in the match, you come to break, you hit them as well as you can, and you leave your opponent a glorious chance. There's not many worse feelings in the game, to be honest.
No, and that's the thing, isn't it? The break, I was saying this earlier. All you can do, control the cue ball, time it well.
Yep.
And it's the pool gods who decide where the balls are going when you bray them.
And as is often the case, the gods favour that man there, Clint Jansen. I think he completes his prayer rituals quite a lot. The god of the practice table and the god of the arena as well. Corey Rees taking on Toby Bolt in the last 16. Toby, former professional. Corey, of course, now a multiple tour winner, Champions Cup winner. One of the real leading lights on the IPA, but Toby is certainly no mug, and that is no walkover, that game. 1-1 on table 2. Of course, Corey just winning that frame, so that goes 2-1 in favour of the Welshman as we return to the arena. Keep an eye on Clint Jansen. Bit of a sucker punch that as well, because he's not hit that nearly as well as Mark hit his, and yet 2 or 3 balls have flown in.
Yeah.
Still not a bad break, don't get me wrong, but you know what I'm saying.
I do, yeah. He sort of jumped, didn't he, when he hit it?
Yeah, very nearly sent the cue ball careering in as well. And just look at these yellows.
Yeah, the work is in this first shot, isn't it? If he gets onto that plant middle.
Which he has.
Yeah.
About as ideally as possible, to be honest. It's
Yeah.
Should be frame over.
Just drift through for the yellow to corner. And it will be frame over, you'd think. And that's going to hurt, isn't it, if that's the case. Previous dry break. Then watch your opponent mop up 2 frames on the bounce in no time.
Yeah, got a certain amount of sympathy for Mark here. He hasn't done a lot wrong in this match at all. But it looks like he's going to be on the wrong end of a 5-1 scoreline.
Has he run far enough there?
Yes, a little under hit, isn't it, from Clint? He might have to cut this into the right centre now. Thin snick. Careful of the cue ball.
Must be thin.
Bottom left to control it. Doesn't want to end up behind the 8. Well, this is reminiscent of the second frame where Clint had a great chance, ran out of position and ended up making a mess of things.
So, cut to middle. Cue ball will be flying.
Yeah, the chance is still here. Clint really needs the cue ball to come back through one of those 2 gaps between the reds, sort of on the right-hand side. Can he control it well enough to do that?
Could catch a jaw here even. He'll lose his...
Oh, this is a touch.
That'll do.
It's a good shot, but let's be fair. Coming off that red, that cue ball could have ended far worse than that.
I think he controlled it as much as he could do, didn't he?
Yep.
So, after that error, pulled out a good shot to middle. It's 5-1.
Often the difference between the good and the great is those that can recover from their errors that well. And Clint certainly in the pantheon of greats.
Of that there is no doubt.
Looks quite well, I mean he always does, but I would say he looks particularly well trimmed today and well groomed. He's not quite sure what's different. I think it's a haircut. Yeah, a bit of a fade going on.
Not my specialist subject, Dan, as you might guess.
You don't fancy having some tattooed on?
No, I'm all right, thank you. No transplant for me.
Just the eyebrows. Rick Lloyd again, setting the balls up for the 7th time in this match.
And Mark White hit them well last time. No reward. Desperately needs a ball here. Desperately. He's just screwed straight enough corner. That happens so often.
Cruel game. It's a cruel game.
Just put that extra little bit in there.
Yeah.
And you've got to say it's player error when you screw straight back into a pocket. Just didn't quite catch the head ball as he wanted.
I don't know about you, and I might be very wrong on this, but I always think it's a bit harsher screwing into a corner than a centre.
Well, it certainly is, yeah, I agree, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can control the path of the cue ball. It's one of the few things when you break that you can control the pace and the path, can't you?
Yeah, that's
so,
very true.
You know, if you're going to be sort of critical, you've got to say that if you go straight into any pocket, but I am with you, the middle is the bigger error.
Yeah. I think it depends what table you're playing on as well, to be honest, because I think it's more or less forgivable then of an error on the TV tables and on the tour tables, because you don't have to hit the break as hard because the cloths are so reactive. The tables play so big, they play so nice. I think it's less of an error when you're on a club table
where you've got to break
and you've got to hit them.
Yeah.
You know. And then plant down the rail. really the last shot you can see where anything could go wrong, and it hasn't. And even then, that was clutching at straws. You've been to a few of these events now, Andy. Is there a player that's impressed you more than Clint Ianson over your time in the commentary box?
Obviously there's loads of class players on this tour, but I think Clint, especially with him winning World Championships this year, you know, so impressive, so graceful around the table as well. It's the way he floats around the table, makes everything look so easy.
Of course, immediately followed up his World Championship win with a tour title as well.
Which is a rarity, isn't it?
Something nobody's done since Gareth Hibbert way back in 2017 would have been his World Championship year. So, yeah, even the great Liam Dunster wasn't able to do that, and that says it all. And Clint would love to add to his collection of titles here in Coventry today, and he's well on the way to doing it. He is one frame away from an open quarter-final. Mark White needs all 6 potential remaining frames to stay in the hunt.
Yeah, and he's not done a lot wrong, has he, Mark?
6-1.
Yeah, I mean, that we say he went for that sort of wild mass 8, but he went for 2 of them, got 1 of them, so...
Yeah.
You know. But in general, cruel break. The dry break, didn't he, where he hit them really well. And Clint broke and cleared. It's just he's not getting the opportunity. So let's see how he hits these. He didn't quite hit them right last time. Second ball down and screwing into the side cushion.
Oh,
and again the black towards that corner.
Yeah. Well, we'll start again. Clint will get an opportunity. Usually we talk about how everyone always goes dry after the black's gone in off, but at 6-1 up, I don't think Clint's going to be quite so worried about that as normal.
No, we haven't seen too many dry breaks on this stream table. Certainly not while I've been here today. He's breaking really well in general. Getting plenty of movement. We've seen a lot of the racks where they break and all the balls go up the other end of the table. So they're getting good splits in most of the time. I say most of the time, that is the problem. You've no control over how often it goes dry, have you?
Nope.
Let's see if this black tracks back up there again. You'd think it'd be a rarity, but that's twice, isn't it? Right over that. Once in and once over.
Not this time. Oh, it's messy.
It is messy.
It's messy, but there's a clear split in the colours, and there's nothing actually. Well, every red's got a pocket. The 8 ball's difficult to get on, but every red's got a pocket. Can't go yellows.
Yeah, and if you don't want to go, there's such a great safety after. I mean, look at this. You can lock your opponent straight up.
Yep. Oh, played to perfection that as well. This is it even possible?
Well,
it's not going to be a re-rack because it's physically possible, but is it actually possible to get out of this? Is there a gap behind that red?
The argument would be Massey out of it, wouldn't he?
I'm not
No,
suggesting
I know. We know it's not
a
illegal. We know it's not a legal re-rack. I understand what you're saying, though. What is the probability of you being able to get out of this?
If there's a gap behind that red, then I mean 50-50. But if not, 10%.
I think he's asking
maybe?
a question there. You know.
It can't be a re-rack.
No.
We know for certain it's not a re-rack.
The reason being that there's a space between those 2 reds that's wider than the width of the cue ball. So physically, it is possible. There's a track out of there.
Yeah, he has to make an attempt. Well, hello.
Well, what happened there?
I think he got out, didn't he?
Did he go straight out?
Yeah.
It didn't look like that on the camera, did it?
It did not, did it?
Well,
It didn't look like Mark thought it was like that either, to be honest.
he was asking the question about a re-rack, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, Mark White, with that escape, has just kept his hopes alive that they are hanging by a thread, and Clint Jansen is not in the mood to let him out of trouble. Back in the snooker.
He's got total control of this bottom end of the table.
I think Mark's got a pot out of this, to be honest.
Well, he may well just try and defend the black, and that's what I think he was doing.
Yep.
Just try and keep that black defended. There's no clearance opportunity for him, so he's going to make it as difficult as possible for Clint. But Clint, he can just take his time here. Bide his time.
Just the way that that yellow has now sidled up to the black. Well, it's just above. Oh, I was just about to say.
I know.
That made that shot going into it very risky, because that was a hair's breadth from catching the yellow and flying the black in.
So he's played the plant in the corner. This is not as easy as you think. So he's got 3 reds left here. This is not simple. The ball on the bottom cushion. Oh, and he's not where he wanted to be there either.
No, I mean, can he actually screw into that red now and just catch it? If he really digs into the cue ball, he might just be able to do that. I don't think he can hold anywhere near the bottom cushion to be able to play it. So I think he's almost got to banana the cue ball
Well, he's
round.
running this. He's going forward, so he's looking at running distance here. No, that's not what he wanted.
Might have had half a chance had he not caught the knuckles. But, well, time for a big double, Clint. No, that's not bad, but not there. His opponent lives to fight another day.
Well, he may find himself snookered here. And there, top of your screen, we can see Liam Dunster, Wayne Fryer, last 16 match coming up.
That's that'll be an interesting one. Wayne, obviously, I mean, technically an amateur, but has been absolutely ripping it up on the amateur circuit now for a couple of years, and I'm sure will turn professional next time around. Former professional as well. Is he a player you know well? Or?
Yeah, I played him a lot of times back in the day, yeah. Some right battles. With a different rule set, obviously.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He's sort of a member of the old school, if you like, isn't he? And actually, him versus Liam is an interesting clash of tactical minds. And if those frames do go tactical rather than being the dish fest that it may well turn out to be on this table, I would expect some really interesting and creative shots from both of those two.
Oh, he's played. Well, he's just overrun slightly there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This is much more difficult than it needed to be.
I think the saving grace here is that you can play it with a little bit of running side and just pop out behind it rather than having to worry too much.
You could even run into the black, it's not really an issue, but
Could
just
do.
make sure you pop the ball.
I like the way he played that, because if it did hang over the bag, Clint had a difficult pot.
Yeah, he didn't leave him an easy pot.
Yeah. And here we go, 6-2, comeback's on.
Yeah, he's hanging on in there.
Like a limpet. Clinging to the championship chances. Mark. Looking quite calm and collected. I mean, he knows he's 6-2 down, but he also knows that it's not really his fault that he's 6-2 down. So all you can do from this point is play your best and hope you get the chances.
Yeah, he was underdog in that frame, wasn't he, for a long time. Looked like the writing was on the wall. But a little error there at the end from Clint. Gave Mark the opportunity. And he's still there, 6-2 down. But he's still alive. Oh dear. Well done. We were talking about it off in the middle. We haven't seen many of them. Can't remember the last one I saw in the middle, to be honest with you, but this isn't the time for one, is it?
No, that's an error.
Yeah.
You can see there how... I mean, he's caught the pack 3/4 at best, and as soon as you catch it that thin and you don't get that full contact, it's always going to be going close. Clint has played a nice shot there, but one that could have gone wrong.
Yeah, I think the red still passes the yellow to corner.
Yeah, I think so too. Extra inch of pace on that red, and Clint might have been wishing he hadn't played that particular shot. Just about taking these four in the right order now. Making sure you have a nice last red to get that cue ball over to the right cushion.
Yeah, it's the ball that's on the bottom cushion that he needs to be aware of more than any of the others.
Yeah, it would also be a much easier finish if that yellow wasn't there, because it's the red nearest the black spot that was causing him a slight problem, but he's worked that out now.
So he's just trying to drop on this one. Leaves a slight angle.
Not too bad.
That'll do him.
Wow.
He didn't play that, did he?
I expected him to just run it in the middle.
Yeah, before he played it, before he queued up, I thought middle I was looking at middle. But I mean, if he was going to play it that way, he should never have run into that red, should he? No. Uncharacteristic, it has to be said.
Yeah.
So he's going to double this back into the middle.
Not as far, Joel. Another lifeline for Mark White, and off a foul break as well. That's a bit of a shocker from Clint. And that's 2 or 3 times in this match now where you've seen Clint have first visit with a table that you expect him to run out on, and he's failed to do it.
I'll be happy with that. He may well elect to play this into the corner, and he could run into the yellow on the left hand side of your screen, develop it, because he knows he'd have position on the yellow that's over the corner. Let's have a see. Yeah, that's what he's done. So just needs to work out what he's going to do with the ball that's closest to the balk rail. Set them in the right order. Yeah, so it'll be second to last ball probably.
Yeah, options now. Right, probably will. He could drop on it now.
Yeah, I think you go second last ball, corner, then the other corner, then that ball, which leaves you an angle into the middle, and you can just screw over to the black. Well, did he play it that way? So he's landed a little bit.
Yeah, he's now running away from it, and that's going to make that yellow just that hint trickier. In fact, he may have to leave that to this last ball now.
I think he's okay, but it was a little high, wasn't it? He didn't want to be there.
Yeah.
Now, Can he drop this in and leave the angle required, or is he running? He has more angle than he wanted.
It's one of those, isn't it, where you almost have to catch it slightly thick to kill the cue ball.
Gotta make sure it drops more than anything. Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
And here you just screw over to the side cushion behind the black, or you can run forward and run out. I'd screw this over. There you go.
Just like that.
So, he's clawed another one back. Couple of errors now from Clint. Clint with the break. But if he does break dry, can you imagine?
Yeah, from 6-1 to 6-3. Clint Jansen has missed 2 golden chances to put this match to bed and give himself some well-needed breathing room and rest time in those last 2 frames. Can he continue making balls off the break? Can he continue getting first visit to the table? As we take a look into the outer arena. Those 3 pro tables, of course, all hosting open matches today. Rob Stephen closest to your screen, 5-4 up. Could be 6-4 if he takes these reds out. In the centre match, Corey Rees taking the lead. It's 3-2, that may have been 4-2, just so pressing his tablet there. No, it is 3-2 to Corey after that black dropped in. Clint Jansen yet again making a ball off the break, but this time, Andy, they're not quite so nice.
No, there you see. Rex from the side. Yeah.
Red tracking next to the red next to the 8 ball has made things difficult, so that's probably going to force him into yellows. But I don't think that the yellow on the side rail near the bottom left corner goes.
No.
I'm pretty convinced that it doesn't, to be honest, so that's going to need some moving.
Yeah, and we can see the overhead, and it doesn't look like it does it?
No, so, I mean, he does have the yellow next to it. You can play that off the red, but there's no guarantee. You've got to play that hard to get that yellow out.
It must go.
Well, he thinks it goes.
He didn't hang about, so he must be convinced it definitely goes.
Exceptionally tight. It might be one of those that goes on this table, but I'm not convinced it'd go on every table.
There you go.
Well, proven wrong. Now this is the stage where a couple of times Clint Jansen's come unstuck so far.
So he's running through, spins the ball.
It's not great. It's not great.
He's okay. He can run off the side cushion and back out, but yeah, he would have liked it easier.
You can see he's frustrated though, and he's straight down onto this shot.
Trace the left-hand side to come back over.
Fine. That's fine. This for the match. At the 3rd time of asking, is Clint Jansen going to take this match? Of course he is. The world champion safely through to the quarterfinals. A spirited effort from Coventry man, local hero Mark White. But it wasn't enough in the end. Mark didn't do a lot wrong, but Clint, his class prevailed. And it will be he who moves through to the next stage. Now we already know our next 2 matches on the stream table. Liam Dunster versus Wayne Fryer. We've spoken about that. That's coming up next. And then Simon Ward versus Mark Boyle. A real clash of the titans coming up for you in a couple of matches' time as well. Plenty of action still to come here from the Hilton in Coventry. That was a supreme performance in the end from Clint Jansen. Not necessarily his most fluent best, but you can't play well the entire tournament. Sometimes you have to scrap your way through a match, and that is exactly what he's done there. And he can tell us all about it now. He is in the studio.
Cheers, Dan, and I'm here with the world champ, Clint Hansen. Clint, we've not seen much of you this week. It's nice to see you. Welcome to the studio.
Oh, cheers, mate. No, I had an early exit on Friday in the professional event against Tom Barley. He played really well, to be fair. I mean, I struggled at the start, getting used to the table because it's really reactive. It's not quite as reactive as it was on Friday as it is now, but it's still playing really nice.
Yeah, how do you feel where your game's at? 'Cause I know you've kept quite busy in the off season. You know, a couple of big matches. So, did we expectations quite high coming into this weekend?
Well, there was until I pulled my shoulder. I've done something to my shoulder and it's the top of my arm and the back of my shoulder blade. I've been on the left side. I've been in agony, to be honest. So, like, I couldn't play Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. No, I did play Wednesday. Sorry, I couldn't play Thursday or Friday at all because it was just hurting that bad. So, to be honest, and to be fair, previous to that, I was putting a lot of time on the table. So, a bit of a shame really, because I would have felt like I could do some damage this weekend, but just plod along and see how I can do in the Open.
Yeah, certainly when Sean does his pre-tournament reviews, I know your name was mentioned as, I think, for the Open. It was certainly the Open or the Pro, of course, but he, I think a lot of people thought, that you were going to be the man to beat this week.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think if I hadn't have pulled my shoulder and stuff, I think, well, I'm not saying I was going to win it, but I'd have had a good chance if I played well how I was playing. It's just a shame I've hurt my arm, but it feels a lot better today than it did on Friday. So, and you could probably tell by the way I played. I played a lot better than I did Friday. So
yeah. So you feel as if you've got used to the conditions, and you're now in the quarters.
Yeah, it's quarters now. Yeah, obviously it's competition starts now. So yeah, I feel like I've played my way into this one. As before in the pro event, obviously that was my first game against Tom, and I made a few silly mistakes early doors, and then I didn't really get much of a chance. I think I was 4-2 down, then I didn't get a shot. A couple of dry breaks, and he dished off his dry breaks, and that was it.
As usual with the Open, we see all the pro casualties. The Mark Farnsworth, the Dean Shields, but yeah, the likes of yourself, Mark Boyle, Liam Dunster, Ross Fernie. So it's building up nicely towards tonight's final.
Yeah, there's some great players left in. I'm not sure. Is any who's through to the quarters? I'm not sure. I know, obviously, like you say, I know Boyle was in the last 16 and Dunster was in the last 16. I'm not sure if they're played now actually, but.
Well, you can actually preview the next match for us that's coming up, because it does feature Liam Dunster.
Okay.
And he's playing Wayne Fryer. So it's a bit of a sort of clash of the ages, isn't it?
Yeah, old school Wayne, but still very, very good player. He's had some really good results on the tour this year and last year.
Yeah, so Wayne, for anyone who doesn't know, sort of 20, 25 years ago, back when I had hair.
Probably longer, probably 30 years, isn't it?
Could well be, yeah.
Like early 90s, I think.
Yeah, crikey, that was 30 years ago, isn't it now? When I was back playing in tournaments, Wayne was the number one, and obviously the rules were completely different in them days. So he was playing a style of bull that scared people to death. I mean, you imagine Wayne in his prime now, whilst he's still a very good player. He would have been a threat for number one positions and titles every tournament.
100%, yeah, 100%. There was back in the early 90s some great players. Terry Hunt. Obviously, you've got like Mick Hill and Mellin and Potts. Was a little bit later in the 90s, weren't they? But who was the other one? He was from Nottingham as well. He won the World Championships. Greg Farron.
Oh yeah, Greg. Yeah,
he was. I didn't really see much of him play, but I've heard lots of good things about him, how good he was and stuff.
Yeah. So, as I say, clash of the ages. Liam Dunster obviously announced his return pretty emphatically last night. It was obviously going to be a matter of when and not if, of course, against Wayne. So, how do you see this one panning out in the arena with the shot clock?
Well, obviously, I'm going to have to go with Dunster. I think probably 7-3, 7-4 Liam. But Wayne could turn him over. It wouldn't be a complete shock, to be honest, but Liam's rock steady, so I'll go with Liam.
Okay, well, you've heard it there from the world champ. He's predicting Liam, but obviously not to win the title. So before we get this match underway, we've got a bit of fun that we did with the players a while back, and this is one of the episodes of Guess Who.
Has your player won an IPA title?
Yes, I think he has. Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
Pickworth, no.
Definitely no.
All right. Well, this is my board, not yours. Robinson, no. Swaffield, no. Lee, no. McKee, no. Barton. Oh God, it's going back a million years, isn't it? You'll have to leave him up.
See, I'm tempted to ask, does this player look like they've had a spray tan? And then I could get it in one.
Anybody you know?
But I'm not going to ask that because it's just a bit too early for that. So, would you say this guy is funny?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think. Oh God. Maybe. Yes. Go on then.
Yes.
Yes.
This
You're
guy's funny.
probably going to knock down one person. That's
So
probably me.
that takes you out.
Yeah.
Got to take Ben Davis out because he looks miserable.
Oh, come on. Poor Ben.
I'm funny, so I've got to stay up. Craig Brown doesn't look very happy. Sorry, Craig, I have to take you out.
Is your player Scottish?
No.
No. I've had a nightmare here then. Boyle, gone. Was that it? Oh my God, why have I said that?
Is your player English?
Just.
That's a yes then?
Yes, it was.
JJ, he's gone. Curtis has gone. Boyle's gone. Gav Robinson, I'm not sure which category he comes in. I'll leave him up. Ward's gone, that's it. Oh, Adinal's gone.
So would you say your player has a big break?
Ooh. If you're saying is he in the top 5 breakers
Yes.
on the IPA, I would say no.
No. Brilliant. So Ryan Clark, he's gone. Dan Davies got a good break. Farnsey's got to go. Definitely got to go. JJ's got to go. Barton's got to go. Donkin, he's gone. Brown, he's also gone. Hill, not a chance of him being in a big breakers like category. Dean Shields. Ooh, it's tricky. It's tricky. Clint, oh no, I'm happy.
Okay. Would you say your player is in the top 5 of the quickest players on tour?
Absolutely not.
He's not. So
Absolutely
that gets
not a quick
right.
player.
Well, that's Barley gone. Croasdale gone. Hibbert, he's pretty quick, so he's gone. Right. Okay.
Does your player have a fiery temper?
No.
Doesn't have a fiery temper.
No.
Marsh, gone. Hibbert, gone. Reese, I've seen him jabbing away. Yeah, leave him up.
Would you enjoy having a conversation with your player?
No.
You wouldn't enjoy it. That is interesting. So, Swaffy's gone. Shields has gone. Clint's gone. Rob Donkin's gone.
That's fair now, isn't
Some
it?
borderline
I've
ones
got
there.
5 each
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
So I think I could have this.
You've been cheating.
I haven't been cheating. And why would you even accuse me of cheating? Is your player Dean Shields?
No.
You're lying.
It's not Dean Shields.
Dean, you're out of here.
Right, well, if you're guessing, I'm guessing. Have you got the Lancashire lip?
I haven't, no.
Sorry, Jason, you've gone.
Corey Reese, is that correct?
That is not correct.
Ugh.
Has your player ever made an IPA final?
No. So is your player Ben Davis?
It's a good guess, but it's wrong.
Oh.
Is your player Gav Robinson?
No.
No?
No. You've always
Is it, are we playing a best of 3 then?
There is no best of 3s. I've got Dan Davey left.
Oh, you had me. I wondered if it was a stitch up.
Draw it is.
Draw
I
it
knew
is.
you wouldn't beat me.
Well, hope you enjoyed that. It was a complete stitch up there, and can just confirm that shirt has been washed since that recording was made. Anyway, that's enough of the fun. It's time for the serious stuff. It's Wayne Fry and Liam Dunster. Let's get over to the commentary box with Mark Pickworth. But first of all, Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Kev. Yep. From one man playing Guess Who to another man playing Guess Who. The man who watched it happen and winced the entire way through, because that was me. But Mark Pickworth's back in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon. Yeah, bad result the draw was at Guess Who. You know, I expected to get the win against Kev Barton, but...
Do you know what I don't understand? It's at the very end of the video, Kev's still got his card up.
Yeah.
And he asked you the question, has he made an IPA final? And you said yes. And he put his card down.
Well, I should have won that by default then.
Yeah, but then you put his... Yeah. No, you were both terrible at that game and we're never playing it again. Moving on. A game that people are good at is Blackball Pool. And Liam Dunster taking on Wayne Fryer in the last 16 of the Open. I asked Andy for his score prediction before the match started.
For this one?
Yep. He reckons 7-4.
7-2 Dunster.
Oh, Mark's going 7-2 Dunster.
Quite harsh, but I've just said it.
I said I have to say I said 7-3. So
are you gone in between, have you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean that wasn't that was before you said 7-2. So
But Wayne Fryer, more than capable of causing an upset. Very well established player. Former like professional #1 player as well. It was a few years back, but
genuine question, and I don't want to make anyone feel old, but what rule set would the IPA have been playing at that point?
you're asking something that's just a little bit before my time as well, Dan.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. It's
I
a long time
think
ago.
he was in the organisation, the 3PO, I think it was. Might be wrong, but you know.
Either way.
Ben Davis was amongst them players as well.
Yeah.
You know, a very young Ben Davis as well.
They say class is permanent, and Wayne is certainly showing that with his recent form. He's what, is it 2 amateur titles he's won since his return to the IPA?
Was it one and lost in the finals in the other? I think it was. Is that right?
We'll have to go back through the history.
We'll have to go
books in a
through the
second.
history books, yeah. I'm not 100% sure on that, but he's no stranger to making a final, so, you know, he's battling away here against former world champion, former #1 professional player, Liam Dunster.
Well, he's got a visit to the table in this frame, and let's see if he can use it. Very awkward looking layout, this. Not the best of opening breaks. Wayne going for a big shot. That thin double on the yellow, not quite finding the pocket. And it leaves a really rather nice looking chance here for Liam now.
Yeah, and you feel like if he does get opening red, he's going to have a chance of these. We're just waiting for Liam to make that decision. There's a latest score on the top of your screen there. Evan Palmery Williams, 6. Robert Stephen, 6.
Yeah, 2 professional players, both new to the professional ranks, although Rob was new last season, whereas Evan is new this season.
Probably get a true reflection of Robert Stevens' ranking after this season comes to the end.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier when we were talking about his game with Evan, and I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, Mark, but I'm slightly disappointed that Rob hasn't made more quarters, semis, finals. he came through the amateur ranks as number 1 and was a revelation that season, quite frankly. And I just feel like he perhaps hasn't kicked on as much as I expected him to, and I don't know whether that's my fault for expecting too much or whether he hasn't quite shown the promise yet.
Yeah, because he got to a semi-final up in Newcastle, didn't he? And everybody thinking, wow, what a great first season this is. And as you said, never really punched on to go a little bit further or be a bit more consistency. Show a bit more consistency around the latter stages of the tournaments. For whatever that reason is, he's definitely not been thereabouts.
Terrific shot that from Wayne. Only had half a pocket for that yellow, but he hasn't been able to follow it up with anything better. With that said, it might be a good thing that he didn't pot there, because Liam's going to struggle to find safety from here, isn't he? I mean, this is just going to have to be a little containing shot.
Yeah, he's only just going to have to, I don't know, just not do anything with it. A bit of a nothing shot.
Yeah, that's all he
Something
can
like
do.
that.
So Rob Stephen has seen his tournament come to an end here this weekend. Yeah. Bows out 7-6 to Evan Parry-Williams. So that will be an open quarter-final for the Welshman.
Yeah, good result there for Evan.
Yep. Yeah, he stays in the draw. Wayne just trying to tie Liam up again. Obviously couldn't cover every pot on the table because Liam's got a all over the top left corner. You have to say it might be time to go here for Liam, or at the very least the worst he could do is pot that ball and play safe with the other red if he doesn't fancy the finish. Obviously the two reds to the left of the sort of racking line are a little bit of a problem because Wayne's got yellows covering those. So a little bit of cat and mouse to start us off in this match. Ooh, that's a foul.
Yeah, it is.
And that will surely be frame over. Liam really doesn't have too much work to do, and any work he has got to do, well, he can do that with this shot here. A free shot followed by his visit. Mentioned him earlier, the Hungarian hero Tamás Vagvolgi. He is still battling away. Jamie Ringham, his opponent in the last 32, and that's to be honest, a good run for both of those players. But one of them will make it through to the last 16 mark.
Yeah, amateur, number 1 in the last 16. And they probably won't. Let's have a look. Who are they expecting to play? That's interesting. Yeah, Steve Wall, I think they're waiting to the winner of that one play, so there will be an amateur into the quarter-finals. They're all amateur players, so very interesting. It's we lost a lot of professionals in the 128. Lost a few more in the 64, and that's what's opened the draws up, and it gives these amateur players, because they've obviously been battling away and beating the professional player, they deserve the run, a good run in the open event, and that's what's happening. Yep. Opportunities.
And the honest answer, to be honest, is as well, is what that gives us is, I would argue, it being more likely that perhaps Liam Dunster and Clint Ianson are probably moving into real heavy contention for this now. Liam obviously has some work to do here against Wayne. But if he makes it to the quarters with all the big names we've dropped out, those two are looking pretty heavy, aren't they?
Yep, they are. I mean, the winner of this match will play the winner of the Simon Ward Mark Boyle match. So
of course, yeah, those two
it's
as well.
a pretty tough quarter final, whichever way that turns out. Looking like Liam, he's going to get off to the start he wanted. Another amateur player there on your latest scores. Toby Bolt, he's trailing Corey Reese by 4 frames to 2.
Yeah, mentioned that game earlier. Toby certainly no mug. Former professional, of course. Gave up his professional status, what, a couple of years ago now?
Yeah.
Didn't really make the waves I think he wanted or perhaps expected to on the professional circuit, and decided to have another go. But one of those players that I wouldn't be surprised to see back in the professional ranks at some point.
Yeah, and the runner-up of the amateur event, Matt Peel, he had to play him after that final this morning and played Toby Bolt and got turned over 7 frames to 1. So
it's got to be tough losing a final and then coming straight out and playing.
And I said that, but whoever, whether you won the final or lost the final, but yeah, it must be a little bit more tougher losing one.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Shepherd came out and did quite well, by all accounts.
Beat Mark Farnsworth. But then lost to, I think it was Evan, wasn't it, he's lost to?
Yes.
Yeah, lost 7-2. So just one match too much for Lee Shepherd, but had a brilliant run, really. Some very useful ranking points for him.
Yeah, looking all the way down the draws. Of course, it's not just the Open that's left. There's plenty of ladies action going on as well. I believe those are the last 2 tournaments running now, aren't they, Mark?
They certainly are, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had 2 titles last night, 2 titles already this morning. Now we've got 2 remaining, both Opens, men's and ladies, who is going to be picking up them very useful ranking points. A couple of quid maybe, I think it is. A couple of quid each.
Yeah, just a few, yeah.
Yeah, and that glorious trophy. Is it going to be one of these 2 players?
And in the ladies' event, Deb Birchall recovering well from a disappointing day yesterday. She lost in the first round of the Elite Ladies to Ashbird, but she's into the semi-finals. She will face the winner of Ashbird and Marianne Ward. Ash leading 2-0 in that one. And Alice Paler, Open winner from the last time we were here in Coventry, I believe.
Yep.
In the ladies, is still battling away. She's in the semi-finals as well, and she will play the winner of Yvonne Ewing and Rhiannon Graham. Rhiannon putting the disappointment of yesterday's elite final behind her and moving safely through to the quarterfinals. But
Rhiannon just collecting some nice ranking points as well.
yeah, she certainly is.
I was talking about the ranking points for the elite ladies. When next year when the new elite ladies are announced, and because now the elite ladies have gone on to a 2-year ranking list, it is so important that they are accumulating enough points, because that'll help with the obviously situation with the position of the draws, etc.
So these initial 8 then will have a big advantage for the next year or 2.
Exactly that.
Yeah, Rhiannon, Deb, and of course Rachel have all made lots of ranking points so far. Wayne Fryer not quite getting to grips the table just yet and has finished in a spot of bother here. Has got a way out of it, and oh, if you can see that, then it makes things much easier. I didn't think he could see enough of that yellow. Very nice shot.
Yeah, played into an area. Shot choice of pretty much all three, I think.
Yeah. Possibly would like to be low on this yellow he's going to take now, but can come on and off the top cushion or screw on and off the side rail. But that yellow over the right centre, he really wants that last, because it's the nicest ball to drop on the 8 ball. I would say that's pretty much plumb.
Yeah, you don't have to do a lot with his cue ball now. It's about navigating it. Making sure he's not going to leave himself in the hampered cueing. Feel if he leaves himself on the side of the one on the side cushion, the one nearest the middle pocket, he can just cue over the middle pocket. Decided just to get on it a bit straighter. Nothing wrong with that. Obviously had a bit more angle than we could see.
Yeah, might have liked a slightly bigger bounce off the cushion, but it's hard to see him not getting this, to be honest. And so it comes to pass with perhaps a flick of the near jaw, but it makes its way in safely. And nice exhalation there from Wayne Fryer as he sits down to take a sip of water as he levels the scores at 1 each. Now the results of the poll are in. Who do we think is going to win? Mark suggested the score line would be 7-2, and it would appear that most of you agree with his assessment of that, because it's a 90% for Liam and 10% for Wayne.
Yeah, I mean, it's only down to probably obviously Liam winning last night. He's been pretty consistent at the moment. And I think against the Wayne Fryer, all his fans at home, just how we see this match going. Liam Dunster very established here in the IPA. Moves out to win pretty well in these tournaments. Didn't pot the one in the middle. You don't see him miss that one in the middle often.
No, not at all. No, just off the near jaw. So it's a dry break, an opportunity for Wayne to take the lead. If the red closest to the top left corner passes to that top left corner, you'd have to say, Mark, it's a pretty good chance. Can't really see any other major issues on the table.
Yeah, and it looks like it does pass.
Nice shot.
He had a little bit of a skid on that as well, but again, it's just like he knew that was going to happen, so that's why I just give it a little bit extra.
Yeah, I think he's played that on purpose.
Yeah.
Now the question, what sort of angles he got, because he's quite close to that. He might have to run into that red. Well, he's going to go middle first, which I think is sensible, actually. Yeah, didn't cue that very well at all, to be honest. I was surprised he didn't just top that through. He almost overhit it a little bit.
Yeah, they'd love the one on the cushion first.
Maybe I feel like it was quite easy to get there. Just a bit of top would have seen him through, and he ended up sort of playing a stun run through rather than just running it in.
He's wiped in there. Wiped its feet. Yeah, you always talk about that. I mean, he's not in bad position now, so whatever happened on that previous shot into the centre, whether it was a kick or heavy contact, whatever it was.
Yeah, it could have been that. Just felt like he hit it quite hard.
Yeah, not in prime position here. You just know that red that's on the left-hand cushion here. You'd want to be directly behind it.
Yeah, cannot afford to flick that yellow on the way through. Probably a little bit of check side here, just to bring the cue ball back down the table afterwards. Oh wow! Again, it was. I mean, it's a miss. It's a big miss, but it's miles too hard, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's hit it thick, so we haven't got the true reflection of where the cue balls come off at that angle. You know, if it hit it thinner, it would have been a bit more the other side of the black. So.
Yeah.
And that's why he's probably hit it at that pace, trying to come across the table twice.
Yeah, perhaps he felt that he couldn't hold the cue ball on the left-hand side of the table.
Oh, let's give the opportunity and the table back over to Liam Dunster.
Spoke to Mark Boyle last night, and he reckons that when I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this, because I would have thought that a player not feeling that confident would hit the ball softer, but he reckons you hit the ball harder when you're not confident on a shot. And perhaps that was the case with Wayne there.
Yeah, because I think Mark's got a valid point there. You know, you can be a bit more jabby, so maybe you are obviously you're going a bit more through, but you're jabbing it, so it does generate a bit more pace. So yeah, maybe just thinking about obviously his views on that. That's probably correct.
Yeah, he said if you've got the choice to roll one in or punch one in, he reckoned that rolling one in was the more confident way to play the shot. And yeah, it's an interesting point of view, because not one that I would have thought of, to be honest. Liam's played a safety there. How's it come out? Looks like it's pretty good. Don't think. I just wonder if Wayne can see a fine edge of the red closest to the top left pocket. If he can, he might be able to pop that.
We feel that would be the shot even if it's on. That would be the shot to take. Not quite, I don't think.
No, it looks like he's going for the middle of the three reds. Oh, what a shot that is! What a shot that is! Wayne Fryer, take a bow. Still lots of work to do in this frame, but that is terrific. Absolutely as planned, that one.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously like the red just to hang over that, but he'll take that. Double away.
Treble.
Oh.
Cue ball's come a bit far.
Seeing it all, he's potting them off the lampshades now.
I'd argue he's going for the treble there.
How close was it to getting the double kiss? It's near enough moved together, didn't they? The white and the red.
Well, one more red remains, plus the 8 ball. If he takes these out, it'll be up there. Double again. Cocked hat, perhaps. Cocked hat. This is not close. Close-ish. was getting all excited there, Mark.
Yeah, nice vision. Yeah, didn't really have much option.
It's always, to be honest, it's always nice to see someone push the boat out, because that's where you get exciting pull. And Wayne was forced into pushing the boat out there by a decent safety shot from Liam. No real issues here. For the Scotsmen, 2 yellows that are together in the bottom half of the table. Well, you'd have to take them in the order. You need to take the bottom one first, but other than that, he's going to try and move them anyway, is he? Made no odds. Good job. Liam going along nicely here. Obviously this is the most important sporting action of the weekend, Mark, but I know that you are a very keen golfer, as we see sometimes from your tan. Have you been keeping up with or watching any of the Ryder Cup?
Absolutely. Every time I try and just sneak back upstairs just to go and watch either on my phone or wherever I can, just to see what's going on. But yeah, I've been keeping a close eye on the scores, and yeah, they've won it, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, congratulations to the European team, of course. Ryder Cup winners out in Rome. But obviously we'd rather be here in Coventry, Mark.
Yeah, we don't
rather than in the Italian capital in the blistering sunshine watching the golf.
Yeah, I was going to say, the weather looks spectacular out there.
Yeah, terrific win. I've got to say, been keeping up with it, and fair play to the Americans today. They got it closer than I expected, to be honest, after the first couple of days.
Yeah, they really did. They did well, especially yesterday afternoon. Got them under pressure, but all the damage was done in the first 2 sessions.
Yeah. Terrific for European sports fans, European golf fans at least.
Yeah, very well watched sport.
Yeah, plenty of pool players who get out on the links from time to time.
Yep, certainly
Not
is.
just yourself.
Yeah, I had quite a few of my friends. I'll say quite a few. There was a good few friends that went up to watch the Ryder Cup in Italy. So
nice.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want, don't you? In that heat and.
Were you not invited, or did you have prior engagements?
I had a commitment, so. Unfortunately.
It's not that. If I'd had a chance to go there, you wouldn't be seeing me this weekend. Nice break that from Wayne Fryer. Possibly a little fortunate not to see the cue ball find either of those top 2 corner pockets, because it certainly found the jaws of both of them. But in the end, cue ball's in a nice position. I wonder if the yellow that's sort of directly below the black spot passes the red into the bottom right. If it does, then these are reasonably easy as the finish goes. If not, just a bit of working out required there.
Yeah, it looks like it goes. Obviously then it's just about just making sure you navigate well enough to get on the 8 ball. Don't want to be...
Overhit that a bit.
Yeah, he's having to do a bit of travelling now with a cue ball.
He could reroute here. He could take the yellow he's closest to first. That would have been his next yellow. But he's the wrong side of the one near the blue spot. So, yeah, needs to screw back out of this and leave a nicer angle to go down table now. Wants to be away from the cushion. That's not great.
Yeah, looks like the angle after he's potted the yellow into the centre is going to drift that cue ball close to the 8 ball. So,
yeah, I mean, if he can get through the gap between 8 and yellow, it's not too bad, and just sort of nestle on that red on the rail. You take that. If he flicks the black, this could go wrong. That's the one.
Any flick on that yellow and the clearance wouldn't have been on. But he didn't. No. Still not easy. It's not straightforward.
No, I think he's on the one to the centre. I mean, if you look at the overhead, it looks like the red might just be covering the potting angle, but no. This is there, so this also makes life a little easier.
Yeah, it was nice that he was on that. For him.
But this yellow is a trace thin, I would say. So there's plenty of ways to play this, but if he decides to go past, he's going to need to hold the cue ball on the bottom of those 3 reds that are lined up in the middle of the table. If not, he must be playing into the black, you would think. Gone past it and held on the red. Good shot.
Yeah, played that quite nicely. Quite a tall chap, Wayne, so that's what made that shot. You know, I think a lot of players would have been overreaching on that one.
Yep, so slightly awkward, hampered by the red. Bridging over, can't just roll this in either. Corner pockets in play.
Very good indeed.
Yeah, it was a tricky finish, and he perhaps relied a little on luck at times. But he certainly made the most of it, and he deserved it when he got it. It was a good finish, that, from Wayne.
Yeah, that's the way to take frames off Liam, and it is just keep him firmly stuck to his chair.
It's quite a good idea, actually. If you get some super glue, you might beat him.
Yeah, there you go.
Stick that down on the seat before the match.
Yeah, if you can't get out, you can't play a shot, can you? Oh, not sat down for long, because he's going to be breaking in frame number 5. It's not been a bad standard so far. See, we've seen, what was it, the first frame that was a little bit scrappy.
Yeah, it's been a decent match so far. So far, so good. Your prediction's in danger, Mark, because Wayne only needs one more frame to take him past the 2 that you said he was going to get. Liam's dry again here.
It's 2 in a row.
It's 2 in a row. And what an opportunity this could turn out to be for Wayne Fryer. And what a time it could be for him as well, for Liam's break to dry up.
Yeah, that in a race to 7, you don't want too many dry breaks, and especially if your opponent does go on to capitalise on them, you can find yourself in a little bit of trouble.
realistically, it's just that one yellow on the left-hand side, near the left centre. And to be honest, you'd argue if you move the other yellow that's to the right of it, it's a 9 out of 10 double, isn't it? Equally, he could move it now, giving himself the angle.
Yeah, you say it's a double. I don't think it would be.
Well, not if you moved. Not you'd have to take the other yellow out of the way first.
Oh, right, okay.
But
no, I meant, is the red in the way? That's what I'm...
I don't think the red's in the way.
Looking at the overhead. No, but he's cannon into it. You know what can happen when you cannon into balls? Things can go wrong.
It's gone all... I mean, it's still a double.
I think, can he just drop that one in? But even if he does, he's not on another ball, is he? So
I think that's the problem, yeah, because I think you could drop that in, but the two reds around the black spot really make that not work. So, okay, he's going this way now. He's underdone that.
yeah, probably right about 6 inches or so.
Yeah, because you were right. If he could drop that in, he could still leave himself a shot to the opposite centre by leaving that yellow there in the middle of the table. What now? If he plays this yellow, can he play it off the other yellow? I think he tried.
Yeah, I do think he tried.
I think he tried to just flick it, just make it that little bit easier. Well, this clearance now is anything but easy.
Yeah, because that yellow is still there in that problem area.
Is it worth taking it on as a double now? I feel like the natural angle would probably bring the cue ball round to the other yellow that's on the rail. Well, I'm not sure what this is, to be honest, Mark. Does he feel like he can just drop it in and maybe double the black, or even cut the black up to the top right? Does he feel he can cut it in from here and get the cue ball back to roughly where it is now?
Yeah, I think that's the shot. If it does cut, he's got to take it now.
So tight on the rail, this.
Yeah, it looks tight. Maybe we're bigging it up a bit.
What an effort. What a shot. Little unlucky with the cue ball, perhaps. But had to be so precise, particularly with that pace. Okay. Just get to the bottom of the cue ball here, which makes life easier.
Oh. Wow. Just tried to give it a lot of extra power.
Yeah, you feel like it might have been better just to take your medicine there and roll it in and leave a tough black.
Yeah.
But hindsight's 20/20.
Well, gotta say he's not had no chances. Because he's definitely getting them.
Could have been an easier finish, that. I suppose you could argue that it was a little unlucky to push that yellow so close to the side rail when he tried to develop it, but equally, could he have left it as a double? You'd have backed him to make it if he'd landed nicely on it.
Yeah. Cushion escape. Oh, he's come off a little bit wide.
Yeah, just that extra slide back from the TV table. Liam surely be thinking about 3-2 up. Thomas Vugvolgi 6-3 up now on Jamie Ringham, not Stuart Bingham.
Yeah, looks like that's a typo error.
It's either that or very famous snooker players just decided to enter the tournament at the last moment. Oh, there we go. Lovely job.
Spell checks just worked.
I've never been called that before.
Yeah.
The winner of those two, which looks like it'll be the Hungarian. Steve Wall is awaiting the winner of that match.
Yeah, Rob Donkin had a good win. He was 4-3 down in that match and come back to win 7-4 against Curtis Lee. But he has been rewarded now with a difficult task of Ross Fernie.
Yeah, it's a good-looking last 16. This, isn't it? Actually, you know, we talked about how many of the seeds have fallen by the wayside, but that just shows the strength in depth, because you've got Evan Parry Williams. Looks like he's going to be taking on Corey Reese. Corey leading Toby Bolt by 6 frames to 4. Wade Morley and Andy Croasdale, they're at 5-all, and the winner of that will take on Clint Jansen. So that'll be an all-professional affair as well. The winner of this one between Liam and Wayne taking on the winner of Simon Ward and Mark Boyle. What a match that promises to be. And then you have the bottom quarter of the draw, which I would probably argue is the most open. Ross Fernie being the favourite. But he will take on Rob Donkin, with the winner of that taking on Steve Wall and Tamas or Jamie that we just mentioned. So, a couple of outsiders upsetting the apple cart in there, but generally still the big boys looking like they're coming through to the semis. Yes, that bottom quarter of the draw that I will find really interesting to see which one of those currently 5 players makes it through.
It's a big bounce off that top cushion. A bit more angle on this one than he wanted. Very nicely, well judged. No. So, his 8 ball regained the lead. And it safely goes 3-2 now, he leads. Tense affair, isn't there? Seems to be.
Yeah, it is. It's.
I don't know, I don't know something about that this match, isn't there?
Just wonder if Wayne might live to regret that frame.
Yeah.
Because that really was a golden chance to go 3-2 up, and he now finds himself 3-2 down. Here's Corey Reese at the table and looking like he's mopping up. Looks like it's going to be a 7-4 victory for the Welshman over Toby Bolt. I haven't seen too much Corey this weekend, Mark.
No, we saw him on the TV table, didn't we? And then go 2-ball for him on that. Then we're just seeing him now looking like he's going to see that match out. Just got one red remaining. And getting position on the black, and he will be into the quarterfinals. Cue ball. But gotta say that's unlucky. I mean, we'll probably have a look at that again. Just as the cue ball's coming down, you know, it's not going in any direction of a pocket. Just have a look at this, Dan. You can see the cue ball on and off the cushion coming down, no direction of anywhere near the pocket, and gets kicked into there. That's unlucky. That one will hurt as well.
Yeah, certainly. Well, isn't it always the way after you've missed a chance that you then get that bit of bad luck as well? News from the ladies' game. Rhiannon Graham continuing her fine form, moving into a semi-final with Alice Paler. Well, it'll be her second semi-final of the weekend. She'll be hoping to convert that into another final. And Deb Birchall still awaiting the winner of Marianne Ward and Ash Bird in the top half of the draw.
These yellows, I mean, the one that's above the black spot, that's I think it goes bottom left, definitely goes in both middles.
I think Liam might choose to move that red here.
100%, that's got to go.
And that will open up the pocket for that, because I don't think it goes bottom right.
The only problem is he's opening up.
I think it probably goes in the middle, actually, off the red.
Yeah, he's controlled that nicely.
Well, if this yellow does go past the black, and you can see him taking a little look there, I think now is the time to get rid of it, or perhaps in a shot's time you could go middle first, or bottom left corner. But
Yeah.
I'd be moving that sooner rather than later.
Definitely don't have all the pocket. That clock ticking down.
Yeah, Liam just uses it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's a master of the shot clock, to be honest. Yellow must pass the black, you would think. I do think, I mean, if it doesn't, I do still think it would go in the centre pocket. I'm pretty sure there's enough room past the red, but taking a good long look at this.
Yeah, he's looked at this, what, 3 or 4 times?
Yeah, must be close.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah, possibly just in that far side of the pocket.
Key shot, wasn't it? And looking like Liam, he's going to punish that. You've got to say a very unfortunate in-off from Wayne Fryer. And he will be breaking in frame number 7 as well.
Keeps your score prediction alive, Mark.
It does keep it alive, but got a feel for Wayne there. That was unlucky.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. The latest scores. Well, Tamas Vagvolgi has made the last 16. He is taking on Steve Wall now. That's in the arena out on table 2. And Rob Donkin and Ross Fernie has just kicked off as well. So all of the last 16 draw complete now. Quarter final. We have 3 matches, or 3 players through, I should say. Evan Parry Williams and Corey Rees will take each other on in the top of the draw. And Clint Hansen is waiting for Wade Morley or Andy Croasdale.
On that top table there, look, Andy Croasdale 6-5 ahead at the table. I'm assuming, only assuming, he's possibly on reds.
Yeah. Well, knowing the speed of Andy's play,
yeah.
If he was on yellows, he'd be down and playing at this point. So,
yeah, you watch, he'll just roll the yellow in now.
I mean, if he is on yellows, he's probably working how to get the 8 ball.
Yeah, that's there is
the key.
Challenges on both colour sets. Oh, he's leading and he's at the table, so advantage Andy Croasdale. Just like the advantage on this one is to Liam Dunster. He's breaking.
Breaking from the other side.
Yeah, just about to mention that, Dan. And I haven't seen him move this all weekend.
No. He's now had 2 breaks, 2 failures in a row, and maybe that's the key for Liam.
Time to change, he says. Good contact.
I don't think the change has worked.
But same result. But look how untidy this is.
Yeah.
Either colour set, not easy. Gonna need work.
Just wonder if there's a gap between the black and the red closest to it for that yellow to the right. Because if there is, I know there's still problems on yellows, but you've also got the yellow in the middle of the balk area, which you could flick off the red over the top right. If you could play those 2 shots first off, which if that goes is, I would argue, possible, then I think the yellows could be there. He found that gap, but he couldn't. Obviously had a fraction more angle, so couldn't top past. But I think this clearance could be on, Mark.
He's obviously seen the route.
Yeah, now I think he's slightly out of position now because I think he wants the cue ball. If it was a couple of inches further left, I think it would make this easier. It would be nice to be able to go up for that one I mentioned in balk now. He looks fairly straight on this one to the left centre. So perhaps it's a different plan, because there's an opportunity to go off the top rail and into the back of the yellows here. From the yellow to the right centre. That's the shot. How's it come out?
Got some great reaction with that cue ball, didn't he?
Yeah, he almost air kicked in frustration there, but actually, well, there's still options here. He's on that yellow in balk. The one on the right hand side will double. He could still play yellow off the red to open the pocket up. If he does that, he's got to play it hard to get the cue ball right down the other end of the table.
Yeah, I like your shot, Dan. You know, try and clip it off the red, move the red away from the cushion, and that'll leave a window for that yellow to go up the corner. And then obviously the cue ball will be travelling down table for maybe that yellow into the centre.
Yeah.
But he's decided against it.
But now, this is a tough double, and that yellow doesn't look like it goes down to the bottom right to me.
Oh, but it goes top left, and that's the
Yeah, that's a long way off on the double though. In the end, that was he's played a treble at double pace there almost, hasn't he? He's nowhere near getting back across. So he's missed it by quite a long way. Liam Duxton then. Measured as always. That's a little bit of a slack positional shot. We mentioned earlier, Mark, how open that bottom quarter of the draw was looking, and I mentioned that I suspected that Ross Fernie was a fairly heavy favourite in that out of those 4 players. Well, he's 2-0 down to Rob Donkin.
Not be the first time Ross Fernie's been behind today. I think he was 4-1 behind against Jake Dillanula, weren't he? Come back to win that. 7-6.
Liam Dunster's positional woes continue as well, because he's making really hard work of this, and actually I think he'll probably play safe from this position.
Yep, exactly right. Keeping the pressure firmly on Wayne Fryer.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to see. Wayne is in absolutely no position to stop Liam here. So, and you can see him lining up straight away. He's got to be aggressive. So he's looking here at one cushion, cut the red into the right, the yellow rather, into the right centre.
Oh, he hit it. That is all we could do.
Yeah. Yeah, he got a good contact. Perhaps just a little bit of carelessness with regards to the shot clock there from Wayne, because I think he took a bit too long to line it up, and ended up slightly rushing the shot.
Andy Croasdale over the line, winning that match against Wade Morley, 7 frames to 5.
Now then, containing shot from Liam, but if Wayne can pot this yellow and avoid the jaws of that pocket, I'd argue he's more likely than not to get on this last yellow. But can he avoid it?
Either way, you'd expect him to get down table if he did go for the pot.
Obviously didn't feel like he could avoid the pocket. Not a bad containing shot from Wayne. Sort of puts the pressure back on Liam. Liam choosing to essentially tie up the yellow.
Yeah, just push it into a little bit more of a dangerous area for Wayne. Just well, more protective area, I think the best way of explaining it. Apologies if you couldn't hear me then.
You just forgot where your mic was for a second there.
Yeah, I couldn't even hear myself.
No.
Oof.
Oh, wow. Well, Wayne tried to make something happen, and he succeeded. The yellow found the pocket, and the cue ball found the floor.
That was...
I've often heard tables...
extraordinary if he'd
Yeah.
Got round to positional on his last yellow.
I've often heard tables as described as being played on like a carpet, but that's a bit foul.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to play on that. Oh, now then.
He's played that. Just to get
Yeah,
back
just
to
the way the two reds
ball.
have gone together, but I think the bottom one still goes. So
Yeah. Then he could play it now and it'll still go.
He could play
He
safe
wanted
now
to.
if he doesn't.
Yeah, he's not going to take any risks, is he? I don't think. But, if he does put this in the left centre if he goes for that one.
He's not really known as a daredevil. It's Liam. I think that's fair. Touch that cannon nicely. Any less pace on that, and could have just made it awkward. Liam is not exactly making light work of Wayne in this match. But at this point I'd argue that's more down to Wayne missing chances than Liam.
Probably.
Yeah, he's certainly had his chances, and a couple go begging. And that has led to a 3-frame lead for Liam Dunster, when on the balance of chances I'd probably argue it should be 4-3 in the other direction, Mark.
Yeah, there's definitely had opportunities to make this score a little bit more respectable. But, Donkin latest score, 3-1 ahead now. Ross Fernie, they're flying through the frames, aren't they?
Yeah, that is quick fire. That'll be a dish
Flying
fest.
through.
Rob, neither of them hang about either, but Rob particularly.
Yeah.
As we come to the table and he's standing looking at it, but yeah, he does not mess around. This is a good chance for 4-1 as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a bad little chance there.
Interesting to see if he plays the plant here. Couldn't be much more perfect on it by the looks of things. Difficult to tell from this angle, but here we go.
Steve Wall on the Pro 2 table.
Oh, Rob. Oh, head hits the table. He knows that was a massive, massive opportunity to go 3 frames to the good. Wayne Fryer is back at the stream table, looking to reduce a 3-frame deficit. And that's a good start. Decent break. Those yellows are gorgeous.
They are. He got an easy opener on them though.
Well, I would argue that the plant with the one on the rail to the one just above the middle pocket is not actually that difficult. But if he can see it, then he'll probably take the one over the right centre.
Yep, this is the right shot, and he looks obviously can get through.
Yeah, I think that was the only question mark. I think if he couldn't get through there...
Oh.
Wow, this is a huge opportunity missed now. This is Liam's frame. This should be 6-2.
Yeah, missed out. And another chance gone begging.
Are you beginning to wish you had a tenner with me on that scoreline?
I didn't realise there's a tenner going.
No, I never offered, to be fair.
Did you? Alright.
Yeah, this is the sort of match that champions win, isn't it? You know, the match where realistically Wayne's had the better of the chances. But it's beginning to look like the fat lady is clearing her throat here.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to miss the one in the middle. Really didn't. As you said, these yellows, they were gorgeous.
Oh, it was a great break. It was a slightly awkward opener. You know, he was queuing off the rail, and he obviously couldn't see. It was obviously close to the other yellow as to whether he could actually see the potting angle or not. But I'm surprised he played it at that pace, and it's not the first time I've said that in this match. I think he's overhit a few. Because even that one, if he played that line softly, you'd expect the pocket to take it.
Yep, you would. But, yeah, it's played, as you said, just played him a little bit hard and just didn't look comfortable.
Yeah, it's just a couple of shots where I feel like he's just perhaps tensed up and just put the cue through a bit too much. And the white writing well and truly on the wall now for Wayne Fryer. Needs 5 frames on the spin to keep his hopes alive. Liam, in all likelihood, needs just the one more chance. But with the way that Liam's been breaking, can't necessarily rule out a comeback just yet.
No, you can't.
Rob Donkin missed that plant earlier, we watched that. So it looks like Ross Fernie is about to take advantage of that miss. Ross just struggling slightly here with a decision.
suppose the only problem with this one is he is overreaching a little bit, but
Doesn't look too bad though, does it really?
it's short though, I think. Has he got the wrong angle on this yellow?
I mean, you can drop this in and cut the black in. This is not, I think, for a player of Ross's calibre. Absolutely no drama at all. 3-2 in that one. Rob ruining the opportunity to go 4-1 up, I'm sure. And what looked like Ross's break as well, so Rob strolling to the table there and putting his cue on the table implies that he's breaking off. Liam back over the other side again, Mark.
Yeah, he's obviously not happy with his break, just not really working. This time it's working. Work a treat. 3 yellows off the break, but
almost too well.
The state of the yellows.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he'll probably elect the reds here, but that red in the top half of the table, that's going to be an issue because there's not too many reds around it to help get it out.
It's very aggressive, but you could play a plant here. You could play red onto yellow and swing the cue ball round towards those yellows. It's not the sort of shot I expect Liam to take on, but it is there. It's almost one of those tables where, as an amateur player, you wouldn't mind having the second visit.
Is he going to try and get it out now? Is that what he's looking at? The problem is with this one, if he does clip the yellow, it could cover the black. I'm suspecting he's going to come off the top cushion and come down at it.
Here we go.
I didn't like it. Didn't like it.
I'll clip the yellow, as you said. It's ended up pretty close to that red. I don't think he can pot it. I don't think it'll go down to the bottom right. That's the only pocket where really it was likely to be available. In terms of pots, he's only really got a thin cut down the rail. That red over on the right hand side, or maybe a double. Double it is. Double kiss it is. And the cue ball has made its way in. Another chance arrives for Wayne Fryer.
Very out of character that shot there from Liam. I just, whether he was rushed from the shot block or whatever it was, I just don't think he was. There was no conviction.
Personally, I think every player, even the great Liam Dunster, every now and then will have a moment at the table where they're not quite sure what to do, and I think Liam had one there.
Yeah, you probably hit the nail on the head there.
Because there wasn't really any safety for him with where the cue ball was and that yellow over the top right. Liam couldn't really stop Wayne. Now, he's done the worst possible thing by giving him a free shot to open up these 2 yellows. But, yeah, I just think Liam was in trouble. That's gone pretty well.
Yeah, he's done exactly what he planned to do, just open up that corner.
Yeah, just for a second thought that yellow wasn't going to slow down in time, and would have left this next shot a little thin, but this is fine. Again, he's really caught hold of that one.
Yeah, I think it's a choice of yellows here, then he could have just settled himself down, but he has only got He's got two choices, but you know, you feel that he's got to take the ones in the top half of the table first. Played that well.
Nicely controlled shot, that.
Nicely done.
Yeah, a fraction pacey, but
Have to do a lot with a cue ball though. It's just a little stun up coming off the side cushion, and should just be able to trickle the black into the top left hand corner. So that's one chance really Liam Dunster's missed winning this match. Oh, they just wobbled in, but played at a very good pace. Wayne, 6-3 now, and he'll be breaking in frame number 10, so not quite out of this yet.
no,
He's
a
missed
long
some
way
chances though, hasn't he? He really has. Just a few that I'd have expected him to get.
Oh, big time, yeah.
And he in himself, he'll know, but he doesn't look fazed by it. That's the important thing.
Well, looking around the grounds, in the ladies, we have the first of the semi-finals underway. Alice Paler currently leads Rhiannon Graham by 2 frames to 1. And Deb Birchall is still awaiting the winner of Marianne Ward and Ash Bird. That is at 4-all in a race to 5 on table 6. A final frame decider in that last ladies quarter-final. Back to the action. Wayne has broke well in this match so far. And that is a trend that continues, is it? Oh no.
That actually stopped.
It did.
I'm sure it stopped. I don't know if it had much more momentum, did it? We might be able to see from the overhead a little bit better.
Yeah, it looked like it might just hang on the lip just there. No. That is harsh.
That is harsh.
Very harsh.
I think it still had a little bit of motion, obviously, but wow.
And Liam fall over the line this time. It's not the easiest of leaves, even with the free shot, this.
He's missed one chance already. How much is that playing a part in his head? So we're going to find out here. Because he's got to say, this is another good chance to get over the line here.
It looks like a really good opener, that, but I think he's on the red closest to the bottom left. It's made the black awkward. The only thing you would say is made the black very awkward, actually. There's a really small window that he's going to have to land the cue ball in.
Yeah, you feel like he'd like that shot again. The free shot. See, he didn't really execute it as well as he wanted.
He can't really afford to disturb it here either. He's got the angle on this red, but...
Can if he hits the half ball yellow.
It's a risk though, isn't it?
Oh.
Because if you catch it too thick, you're on nothing.
Yeah, that's if he's got the angle to even contemplate that. But again, under a bit of shot clock pressure. think he'll even touch it. Cue ball. So he's going to have a shot. He's not where he wanted to be, though.
No, a little bit of petulance there. A little swing of the leg in annoyance. Wayne would be chomping at the bit to get back to the table if Liam doesn't take these out, because 6-4, and the way that Liam's breaks have gone could potentially turn to 6-5 quite quickly. Despite the in-off, Wayne has been breaking. I mean, this is a big moment for Liam.
It is, and he's not in prime position again either. He's really struggling to get back into position on this clearance. He's having to come round cushions now, I think. He's porting his cue out. That shot clock seems to be like a even quicker shot clock at the moment. Everything's just not going Liam's way. Got a nice pot here. Has he got the cue ball? Has he got back in prime position yet? The answer isn't quite, is it? He really hasn't.
He's finished just short of the yellow, but that doesn't make a huge amount of difference because he's going to have to take the red in the centre of the table down to the bottom left, you feel. But it's going to be so difficult to get on that 8 ball. It's going to be really tough. Well, it's about as good an angle as I think he could hope for. But if we could draw a triangle on the table of where this cue ball needs to end up, it would not be that big. Those 2 yellows surrounding the 8 ball are not helping Liam's cause here. He's nailed this. This is brilliant.
Oh, it's about the only time he's been in position on this clearance.
Absolutely brilliant shot.
That's exactly what you needed to do.
Yeah. Terrific work in the end by Liam Dunster. Sees off the considerable challenge of Wayne Fryer by 7 frames to 3. It took him a while, Mark, and he didn't make the easiest work of it, but he got over the line.
Yeah, no, you just started to see a little bit of frustration from me, which is not what you normally see, you know, and as you said, just got over the line, and it weren't a bad performance, you know. He did all the damage, getting to 6-2, making some really good clearances, and Wayne Fryer, he'll probably look back on this and think, I had a chance.
Yeah, it was Wayne that did the damage to himself as much as Liam doing the damage to him. But it was a consummate performance in the end from the Scotsman.
Yeah, it was.
Well, after that match, we're going to have a little breather now, or me and Mark are anyway, and we're going to hand back over to the studio. Andy Richardson is going to have a word with Kev Barton.
Thanks, guys, and we're going to be a bit kind to Liam. We're not going to ask him for an interview because the matches are coming through thick and fast on the stream table and on the outer tables as we get to the closing stages of the International Open. I'm delighted to be joined by the man behind the microphone, Andy Richardson. Andy, that was, we built it up as a clash of the ages, that match, and, Wayne had his opportunities.
He did have his opportunities, yeah. He certainly had a fair few there, to be fair, yeah.
But he just couldn't quite, just a couple of little things didn't quite go his way, like a bit of awkward bridging and, just left things a little bit awkward.
Yeah, always just a little bit out of perfect position. And obviously against Liam, that's the last thing you want, isn't it?
Yeah. And we know Wayne from, back in the day, he was like the #1 player back in the early 90s.
He really was, yeah. I mean, he was clinical. He still is clinical, still plays to a fantastic level. But,
And he was playing a different set of rules where
Different rule set.
Nobody wanted to put a ball for at least the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I've played him many times. You'll have played him many times, yeah. Some real battles over the years, but his cue ball was absolutely perfect back in the day. Obviously, time passes, things, you know, but he still plays to a really, really good standard. I thought he put in a good performance there, to be fair.
But it's Liam who continues his march towards potentially a second title of the weekend, and to follow in the footsteps of Mark Boyle, who did the double at the last event.
Yeah, I mean, it would be no surprise to us if he was to do that, but you just felt there that he was frustrated at times, wasn't he? It wasn't quite the Liam that we're used to. I think he needs to up it a little if he's going to push all the way there. I mean, you've got Mark Boyle still, and you've got a fair field left in now. He really does need to just eliminate those little frustrations, I think.
Yeah. As you say, we've seen a lot of carnage in the Open event with the pro number one, Matt Farnsworth, being dumped out by Lee Shepherd, and who won the amateur event, of course. But we've still got Liam Dunster, Mark Boyle, Simon Ward, Clint Jansen, the world champion. Ross Fern is still around. It's bubbling up nicely to a climax.
It really is, yeah. It really is. What a field we've got left in. Yeah, and some pull this weekend, some fantastic matches we've had already. Ross Fernie battling away there still, we can see just the other side of us.
Yeah, and Corey Rees as well, obviously multiple IPA winner as well. He's just giving us a little wave as well.
Andy Croasdale still in there. I mean,
Andy Croasdale, I know. Yeah, it's very, very difficult to predict, but we hope you're going to stay with us and throughout the next 3-4 hours as we find the winner of the International Open event. So just reflecting back, Andy, on the pro event that concluded last night, Liam Dunster, he went away, he's come back, and it was only a matter of when and not if he was going to win the title.
I mean, he's class, absolute class player. I mean, when he's on form, he's so clinical. Probably the most clinical of all the players when you watch him. Absolutely faultless.
What do you think it is that sets him apart from all the other players? Because he's very unique in his style, isn't he?
Very unique, yeah, very determined. He seems to, I don't know, I was talking to somebody not long ago, and I was saying that he almost looks in pain to me until he wins. You know, it doesn't look like he's playing and enjoying the match. It's the total focus is on getting the win. And he's so driven, so just clinical is the word, isn't it? Clinical.
Yeah, clinical and driven. It's a very dangerous combination. Well, our next match coming up is going to be an absolute humdinger. Simon Ward and Mark Boyle. As we said, Mark Boyle did the double at the last tour event. It was a few months ago now, and Simon Ward, who we saw on this table earlier, who put in an absolutely incredible performance.
Well, it was amazing. We both commentated on that. What a match that was. Absolutely superb. Yeah, this could be an absolutely fantastic match, couldn't it?
Well, I think it absolutely will be. It's got all the ingredients, and they're all heading. They all want to head to the final and be picking up that silverware. So I think we can just see from the corner of our eye, our referee Brian Moss is racking the balls up. I think they've done the lag. I think Mark Boyle stood ready, choking his cue, ready to go to war with Simon Ward. So I think it's enough from us. It's time to go over to the commentary box with Mark Pickworth. But first of all, it's Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Kev, and here we are back. First quarter-final action. An absolute classic. The boomerang, Simon Ward. He's going to be playing Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. It's the first time Mark Boyle's been on this table this weekend. This cup break of Mark Boyle. Very good. Very effective. Can he make it effective in frame number one? He's got a ball. The ball's moving, but look at that 8 ball. That red glued to it. Using his extension. Each player gets a 30-second extension and then 30 seconds per shot. Well, Donkin, 1 frame away. Knocking out the number 2 seed. Oh, 2 frames away. Just changed as I've seen it. So it must be 6-3 then. So, wow. That means Ross Fernie's got to take the remaining 4 frames to get himself in the quarterfinals. Work to do for Ross. But Rob Donkin performing very well. So Mark deciding the yellows, the best colour set that seems to clear up here, but got a bit of a challenge here on this side cushion. Probably see him trying and develop him a little bit. That's what he's done. But that 8 ball, feel like he needs to get it out earlier rather than later. I think it passes in the that red. No, definitely not. Looks like he's going to be attacking. Missed that on the far side. Was far from easy. His clearance. So Simon Ward, first opportunity. I say it's not a bad one. Steve Wall, 3-1 up against Thomas Van Goldie. Is he just looking at gluing this cue ball into that cluster? Not a bad job, I don't think. Stopped him from hitting any of the yellows. Can he get across the one near the balk line? I don't think so. We'll have to see from our camera angle what the gap is. We're not the gap that he wants. Coming off the side cushion and bottom cushion for the old big target. Very nicely done. Very nicely indeed. So just as this first frame is still underway, I've been joined in the commentary box by Andy Richardson, who had a few words with Kevin in the studio. Andy, welcome back. Didn't go for too long, mate, did you?
No, didn't want to miss this one. Great matchup.
Yeah, the boomerang against Mr. Magic. I mean, Mark had first opportunity here. It wasn't an easy one on the yellows, especially with that 8 ball just glued to that red. Simon's going to have a similar problem trying to develop that. To just see what options he's got here. He's trying to an angle. He's trying to get an angle just to drop behind it. Or does he go into it? The only problem is you're going into it. It's just hard to control where everything's going. Open up a pocket now, left himself a nice angle, so played that okay. Still going to have the problem.
Would have loved that yellow to move away from the line to the pocket there for his red frozen to the black.
He's come this far. He's just got to get himself into it, trying to get the red ball moving. Made it at a very controlled pace, so...
Well, we know how creative he is. His last match was unbelievable. So, has he spotted something here? Was he looking at playing bottom cushion off the yellow, maybe? Surely. It's a defensive shot. Yeah, it is.
A bad option. Just feel though he's not favourite for this frame now, though. But you never know. As you said, creative Simon Ward is. Mark will be wary of that. Nice pot. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, great control. Almost a shot to nothing there. Felt he could take it on. Wouldn't have been leaving anything.
Result in the top left hand corner of your screen. Rob Donkin has beaten Ross Fernie 7 frames to 3, so he's into the quarterfinals.
So just needs to top this ball through. Left hand side. And there you see it. But it's not quite taken. Oh dear me, look at this.
Dear, dear.
Yeah, the side just didn't take there. You could see as he queued up, he was attempting to play left hand side, spin through, and just didn't get hold of it. So, drama early on in this match. And he was forced to hit that harder than he wanted because he couldn't afford to leave the cue ball where the black was. He'd have left an easy, or I say an easy, a direct route to middle pocket. At least this way. It's not easy on reds. This red will cut back to the corner. But the white will be going all over the shot.
Oh, it's a containing shot. The only problem with that containing shot is he's left the red on the cushion. If he'd have got that over the pocket, Mark Boyle would have been under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mistake, is that. You could even play the double here, long double, and he could leave him on the right-hand side of the table, or vice versa. It doesn't matter, but the fact that that red was on the cushion there changed everything. Is he going to try and pot this? I think he is. Yeah, he was trying. Try to play it with extreme right-hand side. Catch the cushion, and just flick the ball into the corner.
Spectacular if he'd have got that. The chance though for Mark Boyle. And taken this time. Very, very scrappy first frame. You know, the balls didn't fall the kindest, but You know, we expect so much of these players all the time, and but Mark Boyle, he's going to take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, made an error when he played with side, stuck behind the red, and I'm sure he thought that was the end of it for him. But he got another opportunity. Simon Ward just trying to leave the ball near the corner pocket, and putting it on the cushion changed everything. There you can see top of screen Andy Croasdale and Clint Ironson. It's Clint who's 3-2 in front.
Steve Wall 4-1 ahead in at the table. The winner of that match, Steve Wall's Thomas Volgi, will play the winner of not the winner, but we will be playing Rob Donkin.
Well, hit those well. Controlled. Hit them with plenty of power. But unfortunately, nothing down.
Liam Dunster, the winner of this one. Himself a nice little break. Just waiting for these two.
I think Mark there just looking to see whether the plant would pass the red for the yellows. He's decided that reds are the way to go. May take this ball over the corner now. He's got options. A couple of ways to go. Yeah, so he's taking the ball over the corner, and he's played that well. This is the key ball in this clearance. The ball on the bottom balk cushion, and he's on it perfect. We'll be leaving the two reds the other end of the table till last, I'm sure. So a very well controlled shot, that last one. It's always tricky when a ball's over the pocket to control the cue ball. Not ideal on this ball, but he'll take it. I think just play to middle. Yeah, he did a better angle than I thought there, to be fair. So that dry break, very costly. Red into corner. Ideally, doesn't want to be straight on this red. So he didn't have the angle he wanted on that last red. Can double this into the middle. may elect to play it straight into the middle. Yeah, I think he can see enough of it. It's up to him as he sees it. And there you have it. Cuts it into the middle. So made light work of that. Simon Ward, dry break, hit them well, but no reward, unfortunately. And it's 2-0, Mark Boyle. And this is a man you definitely don't want to be taking a lead early on in a match against you. Mark Boyle, he's a machine when he gets going, as are all these top boys. And I'm joined in commentary by Dan. How are you doing, Dan?
Afternoon, back again.
Good man.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't want to give away a lead any
of course not.
time, but if one man can claw them back, it's Simon, the boomerang. Known for his comebacks. More in his younger days, I have to say. I think it's been a while since I've seen a real heavy comeback from Simon Ward, but yeah, an interesting match. Two people I've been in the commentary box with this weekend, actually, Simon and Mark. Both exceptionally entertaining. And both exceptionally entertaining on the pool table as well. Mark Boyle raking off, makes a ball.
Yeah, hit them well, as he always does. Cut break. Huge power for a cut break.
Bad chance on reds this.
No, it's the cue ball's not great. It's just awkward. I mean, red to middle, obviously, but not simple, these.
No, it's confident, but if you got right behind it, playing a plant in a couple of shots' time on the red nearest the corner pocket to the bottom left, if you get right behind the one above that, you fancy him to make that. That might be now.
Yeah, I'm with you. Looks like that was it. That's what he's played. The red that you see up towards the balk line there on the side cushion, or just off the side cushion near the middle, could well be his last ball for black. Depends how he sees it, as we always say.
Yeah, I think it's probably a fair assumption, though. Makes the plant. Might have given himself options here.
Yeah, I think he tried to leave the ball to middle, or he was certainly looking at that, wasn't he, earlier?
Yeah, just because it's slightly awkward being surrounded by yellows, and I think any time you get the chance to get there, you should probably take it.
He just wants an angle, so he wants to be low on this red to middle. Just slightly low.
The second time in 2 days I've seen players go cross-legged on the table to take a shot. And I think it's the first time I've ever seen it this weekend. I don't think I've seen a player do that.
I think I've seen Mark do it before. I think he does it quite a few times, you know. But I've not. I can't say I've seen anybody else. I think I've commentated before where he has. And there you see, he had the slight angle. So he just stuns across. And as we thought, it looks like his last ball for black will be that red, the other half of the table. So he's on this red. The only thing is, he's got a slight angle here, and he doesn't want to be under that cushion if he can help it. Elected to just run through. That brings the cue ball away from the cushion. have it. Another top draw finish from one of the elite.
Yeah, Mark. Well, racing into a 3-0 lead and in a race to 7. You know, this isn't the Pro where it's 8, 9 or 10. This is the Open. Shorter races. Less time to recover bad situations like this. Talking of recovering, it looks like Clint Jansson's sizing up a recovery of sorts. He trails Andy Croasdale there by 4 frames to 3. And on table 2, I'm closest to the camera, Steve Wall, 5-2 to the good against Tamas Vadvolgi. Have you been to Budapest? Have you been to Tamas's hometown,
I've not been
Andy?
to Budapest. No, I've not actually.
Ah, my favourite city in the world.
All right.
Been about 7 times, I think. Possibly more. So, yeah, stunning place. Highly recommend. I thought that was going to go dry for a second, but actually a couple of balls make their way into the pockets, and Simon Ward with a decent looking view of this table.
Yeah, but once again, that cue ball right down the bottom of the table. You really want it sort of central, don't you, if you to give you the most options. But I've seen a lot of that this weekend. Just by chance, the cue ball seems to end up there.
Well, I think that's worked out quite nicely. I think that yellow that looks awkward in the middle of the table actually goes to the right centre.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
So, you know, you go middle, then you go right middle. Probably have to come down for the one near the pocket like that. So there's some distance for the cue ball to travel here, but there's no difficult pots for Simon. Looks like he's absolutely bang straight on this, so he's left himself options. Could run through and take the yellow on the side rail as well.
Yeah, he could leave this yellow that's near the corner pocket till last if he chooses.
Yeah, I think that might be the way now.
It definitely is. So the work is going to be second last yellow to get position on that final yellow near the corner.
I would want that fairly straight and then to try and stun through the gap between the two reds that the cue ball's just gone through. But he could go forward and off the side rail. I just think there's more chance of that going wrong.
Yeah, there were 2 ways to play that. You go low, you go high. He's decided to land low on this. So it looks like, does he have to stun through the gap?
That's the gap I would want. Yeah. I would want to be playing for.
So he's elevating the butt of the cue.
Digs into this. This cue ball is very close to
hold up. Needs to hold up.
I think it's all right, but it might have. It hasn't jawed him, has it? I mean, he's walking round to look at the black, so it can't have done, because he wouldn't be doing that.
The only problem here is he didn't want to be straight. He'd love to get this cue ball away from the cushion. He may be able to. Well, he's twixt and between there.
Oh, I think he might have been better off just dropping that in, to be honest.
Tried to run out to leave it to the corner. So, he's cutting this back. Just watch the cue ball.
Nice shot.
Yeah, solid. Great shot.
Even a bonus red as well. Simon Ward is on the board. Still trails by 2 frames. But, is now reliant on a bad break or a kick-in off or something from Mark Boyle, and that's not something you want to have to rely on.
No, especially when he breaks a cut break as he does. Less chance of losing the cue ball with a cut break. So you've probably got more chance of a dry break than an in-off.
Yep. 4 all. Table 3. That one. Now a best of 5 essentially. Clint is, well, lucky to keep the cue ball on the table there, but I think that might be where his luck ends. It's difficult to see from here how close that cue ball is to that yellow, but if it's as close as it looks and the way his body language is coming across, I think Clint's in a bit of bother there.
So, cut break. He smashes into the side of these normally. Look at that.
That's just monstrous. I think the best chance you got with Mark is sometimes almost that he hits it too well and they cluster back together. But no such luck here for Simon.
You couldn't hit those any better. You really couldn't.
No. Got to go yellows.
Yeah. Yellow in front of the red near the baulk line. The awkward one. I mean, he has an angle here. He's ball to middle if he chooses, but I don't think he's quite got the line there to disturb that red behind the yellow.
No, he's probably just got a little bit too much angle, I think.
Yeah.
Be nice if you could top through off the side cushion and get into the red, wouldn't it?
Yeah, come off the side and hit the back of the red would be nice.
Yeah, don't think that's on.
So what's he got planned for this yellow? The two yellows there to the left of the table.
Could leave himself an angle on the next yellow to play the shot that we sort of talked about where he bumps the red out. Could screw into it now. I think this might be the one. Could also go into it from the one next to the black. There's lots of options here, but he can't choose two of them, if you know what I mean. He's got to go pick the right one at the right time.
He may leave the yellow into the middle if he feels he can get position on that last yellow and cut it. So it will cut.
Yeah, I mean,
He doesn't need to disturb anything if he doesn't want to.
if you don't have to move balls, then don't. But
That's what he's chosen to do.
looks all right, this. I think.
Yeah, just a little bit of a cut into the corner. But the good news is, not really a lot to do with the cue ball to get on the black. He'll have a shot at the black, I'm sure.
I think he'd like the cue ball to have gone maybe another inch further to the left. Just got to be wary of the red now.
There you see it. So, elected to not move the balls, didn't take any risk. Didn't feel the need. Fully expect him to get this yellow. As you can see, he can just run across and he'll be taking the black into the middle, same side of the table. That's his plan. It looks pretty good to me. So we're looking like a 4-1 lead. And this drops in middle.
Yep, 4-1 it is, and it's beginning to look a long way back for Simon Ward now. The Mark Boyle cut break is having the desired effect at the moment, and when you're more than one frame behind and your opponent's breaking like that, it's really hard to see any other winner than that man there this second. But pool is a strange game and strange things happen. What's happening on the outer tables? Tamas Vavogli there, trading by 6 frames to 2. Back against the wall for Tamas. And ball drops in off his break. And immediately afterwards, Andy Croasdale breaking on table 3.
Andy Croasdale there hit them well, but they haven't split well.
Yeah, no such luck for Andy. Clint jumping out of his seat, raring to get to the table.
So this needs to start working, does this break? That'll do.
That'll do nicely. He might have a really nice angle on the middle of those 3 yellows here. If the cue ball gets through there and he's got the angle, then he can just open everything up with this first shot. Oh, well, they could get through to that one too.
Yeah, that was the shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, I didn't think that passed the yellow I was talking about. That's even better.
That was his only issue, the cluster.
Well,
and obviously with that ball going in on the outside, he's in prime position already.
This is exactly what Simon Ward needed. This is an opportunity to just say to Mark, I'm still here, I'm not going away. Just put the pressure back on the Scotsman for his next break.
Yeah, that dry break earlier on for Simon Ward. Critical, really, when you look at the scoreline. Should he clear these?
I missed the first couple of frames, Andy, but has there been a finish in this frame not from the break yet?
I didn't see the first frame myself as it happens, ironically.
Answers on a postcard, then.
I was just aware that Simon did have a dry break when I did come in. And he hit them well. This isn't easy. This is not easy.
Not that you'd know it, that is superb. Big tap of the knee from Mark Boyle. That's so well controlled.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Stretching to screw the ball back. Real touch shot there. He's so good at them. So, this is for 4-2. He's taking his chances. There you see another pat of the knee.
Impressive stuff this from both these players so far. 4-2. Really, it looks like the difference is a dry break at the moment.
Yeah, from what we've seen, Dan, I think that's fair to say, yeah. Well, he's done well here as Clint, because when we looked, they were all on the cushion.
That's the quickest dish I've ever seen. And he leads by 6 frames to 4 now. Steve Wall also on the hill, on the table in front of you.
So, Mark Boyle to break once again. Cut break.
Simon looks quite relaxed, doesn't he? Reclined in his seat there.
He does.
I wouldn't be relaxed if Mark Boyle was breaking.
He may be resigned to the fact
Possibly,
that...
yeah.
I mean, look at that. Just look at that. Just look at that.
Look at the yellows.
What a split.
Absolutely glorious, that.
I've said it many times. What a weapon that is.
Yeah, there's all reds, to be honest, actually. I think the black will go past the yellow to the top right, so... It's just not a problem there for him, is there? There's just
no. Yellows, I would think. But such a weapon being able to hit the balls like that. The power he generates. To say that it's a cut break, it's so easy, as I've said many times, to go airborne with the cue ball.
Yeah, I spoke to him about it last night on commentary.
Right.
I asked him, I just said, how do you do that? And his answer was basically keep the cue as parallel as possible.
Which is logic.
Yeah, it is, of course.
Because if you strike down on the ball, it leaves the bed of the table.
Precisely.
It's like a minute jump shot.
Yep.
So you've got a cue parallel.
If you want to break like Mark Boyle, then A, good luck, and B, that's how you do it. But I think you'll need more luck. Cause
Nobody breaks like he does with that cut break. Nobody.
Real class act on and off the table. And he's certainly proving his class on the table here. This is just perfection at the moment from Mark.
Yeah, he would have loved that red not to be there, wouldn't he? Just to the right of this yellow. Just slightly hampers him, but you don't expect it to be any problem. Just there you see. That's okay. He doesn't mind that little bit of angle. He can take this into the corner, stun off the side. And that last yellow near the black, it's there for the taking.
I think these are the shots where you'll see an amateur mess it up. They'll get a little bit too much into it and come back between the reds or catch the red. These are the shots that really make the difference. It's just a beautiful touch.
There you go. You'd never seen it before, and he's done it twice in one.
Yep.
One match.
3 times in a weekend. Look at that. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's a really strange. I mean, it clearly works, but it looks like a contortionist. Well, it's 5-2. There's no point waiting for him to pop the black before we tell you the score, because that's not going to get missed. And it pops. 5 frames to 2. Mark Boyle continues the pattern, extending his lead to 3 frames every other frame.
Yeah, relentless. A master at work.
Oh, Tamas at the table here. Is that red a big pocket? Can he keep his hopes alive? It's been a fantastic run for him so far.
Is he screwing into it? Right.
Ooh, not sure about this. Playing the double, must be.
Barney Rubble.
Six-2 it is. This is death or glory now.
Could play it pocket speed. Yeah, I'd have played it that speed as well, just in case.
That's a tremendous
Great
shot.
Yeah. Fantastic shot.
Well done, Tamas. Under all the world's pressures.
Keeps him
man
alive.
Who is under more pressure than that is Simon Ward as the cue ball flies off in the centre pocket. Just ripped.
Player error, I've got to say.
I mean, he needs 2 frames, but I'm thinking it's curtains now.
Yeah. It's looking ominous. 2 visits here, look at this.
Well, there are moments in this game where you just have to hold your hand up and applaud great performances. I think Simon Ward's hands may have to be held up. You just can't see him missing.
No, there's a little bit of work to do here. It's not an obvious position, this.
I think if he could just pop this one in near the pocket and bring the cue ball back to where it is now, he'd be reasonably happy. A little firmer pace-wise than perhaps he wanted. I don't know about you, Andy. Personally, I'd be playing on the black from the yellow closest to it.
I would think that's his plan. That was how I was seeing it. So plays this to middle.
Little under, perhaps. Be nice to take the middle one now, wouldn't it? But
yeah, he may be forced to use the yellow near the black.
Yeah.
It's up to him. He could play it now. Depends what angle he has on this yellow.
ooh. Oh, this has gone. It's gone badly. It hasn't gone fatally wrong. Because he is on the yellow next to the black.
Yeah, if he can just drop this in. If he doesn't run away with the cue ball, just drop it in. I think he'll be okay.
I'd say that's the first real misjudgment I've seen him make in the match.
Well, he wasn't happy with that, was he? So he's cutting this back. Doesn't want to be on the cushion.
He's going to flick off the red a bit thinner than that. Well, this is going to be a tough 8-ball. It's going to be really hard to get in a position where it's nice. You can just get as nice as it can be, which is probably somewhere near the red that's below the balk line in the middle of the table.
Yeah, would have wanted an easier black than this. But as you say, Danny, just a miscalculation. But he's still at the table. You fancy him for this, don't you? Such a great potter. And as I say
It looked wide.
What does he do? He misses.
And it is wide. The barest hint of an opportunity perhaps for a comeback. Mark Boyle finally misses a ball. Simon Ward has a really tricky table to have a go at. It's not often a table's this tough when you're the only colour set on it, but
it's a good opening shot.
There's tons of drag on that one.
So the problem ball being the red to the left of your screens, near the cushion. You could use the lowest red, potentially pot that and move it maybe. It's a little bit low for a double.
He does like a double side.
Yeah.
I think it depends where you get the cue ball, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him leave it. It looks like he's going to clear these three at the top, so if you are going to move it, you'd rather have another ball available.
Agreed.
But I don't think he's going to, so... I think he's going to leave it for the double.
I think he's got to now. There's no point trying to move it if the ball you're trying to land on.
Well,
yes, he does it now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good shot.
It's a bit tougher than he wanted, though, is this, I'm sure.
It's like that's the option. See all the check side he's playing. Nice weight. How's it come out? It's pretty good. Not perfect.
Yeah, it goes to middle.
Can't hit this too hard though. He's cueing off the cushion and the cue ball's going up towards the top pocket, so managed to play it quite thin. Again, that's about as bad as that could have come out.
Yeah, played it to middle. Shorter or run a bit further, it would have been perfect.
No matter.
Well, he's still in there.
Yep, he is hanging in there for the Simon Ward, despite the in-off from the break. Has managed to take the 8th frame. He still trails by 2, but perhaps has planted a seed of doubt in the mind of Mark Boyle. And that must be Steve Wall winning that match. Shakes the hand of Tamas Fagwolgi, and Tamas was 6-3 down, so unless there's been 3 of the quickest frames in history, I think it's Steve Wall who will go through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, great run for Steve.
Oh, Vint there with a rather uncharacteristic miss into the centre pocket. And that game is still going on, so got to be, what, 6-5? Vint, perhaps? Yep. Here we go. And that is the quarter-final. And it looks like it's going to be 6-all. Decider on table 3, you would suspect.
You can see Simon, hands together, praying for a dry break.
Tell you what, he's got one. He's got a foul break. It might be dry as well. Mark did not catch that right. Called it thin. Cue ball came flying round rather than into the side cushion.
Well, his prayers were answered there, weren't they? Look at that.
It's harsh. He is unlucky, though. But the cue ball doesn't normally end up that far down the table. It normally comes straight across back into the pack. So just the slightest of misjudgments for Mark, and he's punished brutally for it.
So he could move the black here if he chooses. And that's what he's done. Half ball. Takes it out to middle area of the table. These yellows are looking nice. Just the one problem ball. I say problem ball. It's not a problem once he moves the ball near the corner. The bottom of the screen. He'll open it up for that one that's in the middle of the 3-ball cluster. As always, just needs to take his time, plan his route. They're all there, that's for certain. If he could get to within one, he'd be breaking.
Now we have a result in the ladies' semi-final there at the top of your screen. Alice Paler, winner of the Open title last time we were here in the ladies' events, is through to her second final in a row. 6-3 victor over elite ladies runner-up from yesterday, Rhiannon Graham. Good tournaments for both of those two.
So Dan, you can see this ball over the corner I was talking about. That opens up the pathway for the yellow in the midst of those 3 reds. And it's about this shot for me. So he's just going to... He wants to bounce out. He looks pretty good. Like to be straight. If he is, or just off straight, he'll probably be okay.
Yeah, I think he's straight enough. Drag the
Yeah,
cue ball back.
look at that. This has been a fine clearance.
It has, and of course Simon to break next as well. That really would ramp up the pressure on Mark's next break.
There you see, just pushes it through. So just slightly low, which is what he wants. Pushes through. It's a simple black to middle. This puts him one behind, but as you say, Dan, he's got the break.
Yeah, back to 1 for, I imagine, the first time since the second frame. So, Simon Ward, the boomerang is on the comeback trail. And there's another man on the trail to victory, perhaps, Croasdale.
So, what's he on here?
6-all. Deciding frame in the quarter-final to beat the world champion. Only Croasdale's got yellows. The key shot looks like this one, Andy.
We've got to see this one out, haven't we? Got to see this. Yep, from here. Well, he's on it. He's on this yellow. Can he get back out for the final yellow?
Can, you know. He can.
He's done it, I think.
Yep, I think this is Andy Croasdale through to a semi-final, and that would have to rank as a bit of a shock. With no disrespect at all to Andy, Clint was a heavy favourite for that game. But it is Andy Croasdale. Makes it through to the Open semi-final here at the international event in Coventry. And apologies if you were waiting to see what was happening in this one, but Simon's made a ball off the break and he's going nicely. But you have to see the end of the final frame decider, don't you, Andy? It's the law, I think.
Yeah, it's the law. Definitely.
Big shot here for Simon.
Right, so he's on yellows here. This is the shot.
Needs to run. That'll do. That'll do nicely.
Yeah, that was the key shot, wasn't it?
Yep. Trusted to luck slightly with the cannon off the red. Couldn't avoid it.
That'll do.
Same with that one, to be honest. But yeah, that's absolutely peachy.
Just kicks the red to the side. So, gets rid of a bit of traffic. Should he miss, which is highly unlikely, at least it gives him something to think about with it being on the rail as opposed to open table. But this for me is looking, to all intents and purposes, like parity. It'd be a great comeback, wouldn't it? 5-all from where he was earlier in this match.
Yeah, it would. I mean, it's only a great comeback if you complete it, don't you? But this has been exceptional from Simon. Has taken advantage of just the odd bit of slack play there from Mark. You know, one bad shot a couple of frames ago, and then the in-off from the break, which was unlucky rather than poor. And Simon Ward has taken absolute full advantage. We're gonna go to a best of 3. And this is a last 16 match. I mean, just the quality on show is just extraordinary.
There you see, that was the break we missed.
Struck him well. Got the ball. Deserved it. Is the Boyle break going to let him down again? Can it find its usual magnificent groove? There's the other ladies' semi-final. Of course, the winner of this play, Alice Paler. Deb Birchall looks like she is getting revenge on her England teammate. Knocked out in the quarter-final of the Elite Ladies Trophy by Ashbird was Deb on Friday rather. Now it looks like Deb may be getting her just desserts.
So, once again, cut break.
Once again, magnificent. Black's in. Oh, well now, the pool gods have spoken, haven't they? The next one's going to go wrong, surely.
Yeah, he just took a little extra time there, didn't he, to compose himself. Much better control of the cue ball.
Look at that split too.
Yeah.
Well, if there was ever going to be just a sliver of doubt in that man's mind, it might be after that. Penny for their thoughts.
Yeah, hit those so well.
Is he going to be able to do it again? The head says yes, but
yeah, timed those to perfection, didn't he? It really did.
It was a beauty, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
it really
Previous, the previous frame when he broke and he went in off, it was unlucky, but he didn't quite hit them as he does.
You could see in that one there the way the cue ball came back into the pack, which didn't happen on the in-off. Oh, he slammed it. That's great. Cue ball is close, but not in. He's got a slightly awkward yellow to start with. Has he got anything else?
And the black's tied up at first sight.
Can he go reds? Can he see the red up to the top left? Not sure. Doesn't look like it, does it? Oh, this is a little awkward table.
Yeah, the red doesn't pass to corner, does it, where the black is?
Don't think so.
Yellow in front of him, obviously. Cut back to corner pocket, but...
It's hard to see that he's got anything else.
Yeah.
Well, this is a big shot, and as you said, the black's tied up. The thing is, he's forced to yellows here, but actually, you don't really want to be yellows. A big finish from here. That's part one completed. Good shot. Tough cut back, that.
From the overhead, it looks potentially as if that black will go if he can get on the right position. When you look there, it looks tied up, doesn't it?
So where do you think it
So
will?
the black in the corner with the red behind it, is it possible when you look at the overhead that he may be able to cut it in?
If I'm honest, I don't think so, but...
Not from looking at this, but when you look above?
I don't think so either.
No, don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it's very... I can see what you're saying. It's very tight, but I think if you're going to get in that sort of position, you probably play the black to the top left.
Does he play this off the red?
I don't think he's got much choice. Has it come far enough? I think it might have done, you know. I think he can top this through and take the black to the top left. Requires some good cueing, but the angle looks good. Played it off the red. Oh, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. What a shot.
Yeah, made it look easy.
Yep.
But pinpoint.
I'd have panicked so much there that I was going to slide off one side or the other of that red.
Yeah, very good shot that, where he played off the red into middle. Just ran through to leave great position on his last yellow. Very accurate cannon onto the red behind the black. So he did develop it, he needed developing.
Now the pressure back on the Ward side.
Yeah, you feel he can't afford to go dry here. Let's watch this cue ball.
So many balls came off those middle jaws.
Yeah, great break.
It's
Powerful, controlled, and rewarded.
reasonably rewarded. There's work to be done. That cluster around the 8 ball. That's going to need some sorting out.
Is he going to take yellows?
Ain't yellow near the 8. What does he do with that?
Does it go
Oh, it
to
might,
the corner.
You know. It might just. It's tight. I don't think it gets past the red.
Yeah, if it does, that would be one option, wouldn't it?
Yeah, certainly. Feel like he's not quite in position here. Taking that one on.
Does this run through? If he takes this to middle?
I feel like it's a little harder to map the finish out when you're watching Simon because he's so creative.
Yeah, agreed as well, yeah. Can he play this to middle and run on to the black here? He'd be very unfortunate not to be on another ball if he did so. That's what he's played.
Terrific. Terrific shot.
Yeah, he knew he'd be on a yellow there to middle.
And he's on the ideal one as well, because if he clears the middle of those 3 yellows, it opens up every possibility going. I think we're going to a decider. I love a decider.
Touch short there of where he wanted to be. Just
Yeah,
a tad.
He could take the one nearest the black now if he wanted to.
Yeah, he could have chosen to do that. Anyway, but he just ran slightly out of position, but he's okay.
Yeah, this is great. Just drop this in. Perfect angle. Ran a little further than I expected it to. Don't know whether it was a heart-in-mouth moment or not, but felt like it might have been. Well, he doesn't mess about, Simon, does he? I mean, those 3 shots were probably taken in about 10 seconds. But when they're there, they're there. And Simon, he does not mess about. Chalks his cue and awaits the final frame. These two have battled it out superbly so far.
Yeah, a fitting end. 6 apiece. Hill. 2 warriors of the game.
In many ways, you wish this was the final because it's been that good.
Yeah. Superb standard.
The biggest break of the match, and it's Mark Boyle to take it. Has only failed once so far.
And once again, Simon praying.
Kind of hope they both
goes
get a
wrong.
chance. Kind of hope they both get a go.
Yeah.
No, it's the break dish in a decider is, I mean, phenomenal, but in some ways disappointing. Well, I might get my wish. They're messy.
Reds.
But the reds are there, aren't
Reds
they?
are there, definitely, yeah.
They're actually all there.
They're all there.
Yep.
Red to middle. Red to corner. The other red that's near the black. You work your way down the table. They're all there, definitely.
At very first glance, you look at that table and think awkward, and then actually you just start to piece it together. And it's not that hard at all.
No, there's a fair few options as well here.
And mostly it's little stun shots, and there's not even, you don't even need a cannon.
No.
So it's just about nerve now for Mark Boyle. And as a general rule, he's got that in spades.
So 2 ways to play this. He could take the red. That's the black pocket there. Take it now, and elect to clear these 2 balls, which he is doing. Or he could have left them till last, but I like taking them now.
Yeah, I think so. such a huge area to put the cue ball in to take the black to the top right. This could be the key shot, to be honest, getting back out of here. Going to be screwing out, jabbing down at it.
Yeah, screw out anywhere around there.
Yeah.
Landing any one of the 4 balls.
Yeah, and I think if you stun the red in now that's between the 2 yellows, I think it's over. Just get that in and hold for the red to the right centre. Well, he can take the lower one first. I'm sure that went past. Even better.
Perfect position. Take the red now between the 2 yellows. Just land low on the red to left of screen. And the red up there near the blue spot will be his final red.
What an absolutely magnificent match this has been.
Yeah, he's a little. Is he a little? Well, I'd say a little straight. You can just draw straight back if he wants to.
I was going to say this.
Yeah, yeah. He could have used the cushion if he.
Just stun it and take it
if
out
he chosen
to the
to,
top right as well.
or he could just bring it back. Either way.
Just no. This has been brilliant from both players.
Yeah, I feel for Simon. 6 apiece. Sat watching somebody clear from the break. Tough. It's a tough school.
I just feel for Simon because I don't think he's had enough chances to win the match. And it's 7-6. Crazy stuff. Brilliant from Boyle. The Scotsman rolls on into the quarterfinals. Nothing the Welshman could do. Simon Ward, a terrific performance from him, but it is Mark Boyle who will go through to face his compatriot, Boyle v Dunster. What a game that promises to be. Okay, so we're going to take a trip over to the studio now. Kev Barton is with Mark Pickworth.
Thanks a lot, guys, and well, what a thriller we've had there. Complete IPA classic. 7-6 Mark Boyle over a gallant Simon Ward. What a match.
Yeah, like you say, last 16, unbelievable, weren't it? And what a great standard and what a great ending to that match. I'm not sure how these players do it. You know, they're actually playing all day long, and to keep that top concentration all the way through and still then get them big clearances at the right times. And credit to the IPA and, well, Mark Boyle into the next round.
Yeah, and, you know, that was a sort of finish where, you know, when he broke, you think, well, yeah, he's got a fantastic chance. But these top players consistently take those type of chances, don't they? And he had a couple of tricky positional shots, certainly one where he had to screw back off it, the third red or yellow, whatever the one, I can't remember. But, yeah, proper pool players.
Yeah, I mean, and they've got to keep that concentration because they know one mistake, one poor positional shot, whatever it is, it's over. And the both was under a lot of pressure there, and it was just an epic finish really towards the end, and everyone just watched it around here, didn't they? And they're just in awe of it all, aren't they? They really are, and just as we was, you know, I watched it just in this studio a bit, just on the telly, and yeah. Great ending.
And Simon Ward is not called the boomerang for no reason. Obviously, he looked like he was down and out in that match, but just doing what he normally does, coming right back at Mark Boyle.
Yeah, I mean, he just seems to, I don't know, pulls these finishes out from nowhere again, and even that finish in that the previous frame to what Mark's just cleared up then, it didn't look on. It really didn't, but he created it, and that's what Simon does, and it's the reason why he's one of the best players in the game, and he's always thereabouts. Simon, he's had a pretty good start to the season, hasn't he? And sooner or later he's going to get one further on, but he's coming up against the Boyles, the Dunsters, etc. And he'd want to go one further sooner or later.
Yeah, I'm sure it's definitely going to happen. Well, our next match coming up, it's only a quarter-final. It is between Mark Boyle, who we've just seen, and Liam Dunster, the winner of last night's international professional event. A real battle of the two finest Scottish players that may have ever played the game.
Yeah, I think they've only played once before. I don't know how many, kidding. They've played absolutely thousands of times, haven't they? And I think recently Mark Boyle's had the edge over Liam, especially this year. Winning the 2 titles as well back in Coventry, and he had the edge over him then. And is he going to get the edge over him now? He just seems to produce it here. But we're on about Liam Dunster here, that he's playing. He's already won last night's title, and he looks in pretty steady form, doesn't he? He seems to be really punishing, taking them chances all the time. He's got all signs of a classic.
It certainly has. So we're going to be bringing you this quarter-final, followed by one of the semi-finals, and then the final to wrap up 3 days of fantastic action here in Coventry. So I can just see on one of the outer tables, Steve Wall and Rob Donkin, they've got their quarter-final underway. The action is still going on the outer tables. The ladies' open event is also coming down to a conclusion, so we'll keep you updated on that as well. So settle back, relax, enjoy what is going to be an absolute classic between 2 of the best players in the world. Over to you, Dan.
Well, it's not Dan, it's Andy. I'll have to do. Yeah, what a match this is going to be. Liam Dunster, Mark Boyle. This could be a world final. Never mind a quarter final. 2 immense talents and winners of the last 3 events. So Liam Dunster, I feel, didn't play absolutely to his best in his previous match against Wayne Fryer. If we're being ultra critical, just didn't quite look at his absolute best, but I'm sure he'll find it in this match. Huge rivalry, great friends off the table, but great rivals on. Yeah, and Mark Boyle, if he gets that break going in this match, well, anybody gets a dry break in this this game here, I think they're going to be struggling. Absolutely critical that they take every chance, every opportunity. And I'm joined in comms now by Mark Pickworth.
Yeah, I don't think there's any worries about them not taking the chances. They've been, absolutely taking pretty much every chance possible so far today. And that last match, what a brilliant finish that was. And they just went blow for blow, didn't they? They just like stood in a boxing ring and just started throwing rights and lefts at each other, didn't they? It's what these players do, these top hitters.
Yeah, as we keep saying, strength in depth. Immense talent on this tour. Some of the matchups that we've had, I mean, we're only in the quarterfinals, Mark. Look at this, Liam Dunster, Mark Boyle, it's incredible.
Yeah, they do seem to meet quite regularly about this quarter-final stage, and as I said in the studio to Kevin, Mark Boyle, he's got the edge over Liam at the moment, especially this year. Is that going to continue, or is the run going to come to an end? Seems to be a bit of a home patch for Mark Boyle. He's had a lot of wins here with tournaments, etc. So don't be surprised if he is picking the trophy up at the end of it. And either way, these two are always at the latter stages of the actual tournaments, or one of them's taking the taking the trophy home to up north of the border. just not sure what we're waiting for. Both players are there ready now. I don't think should only be a few moments away now. There's a referee. Scott McMillan, our senior referee. So, what we always do, we always lag for the break. These race to sevens and this lag is very, very important. Look at these from these two. Wow. I think Mark's just won it. I think.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yep. Yellow, just closer than the red. As you say, that could be a massive thing in this match. That's before they've struck the ball. Big advantage having the break.
I know we talk a lot about Mark's break. I mean, the last two break and run outs he had, it absolutely clattered him in from the side, didn't he?
He did. I don't know how he does it, I really don't. To generate that much power, striking the side of the pack as he does.
Yeah, I think most of the pool world are in absolute awe of Mark Boyle's break because it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and there's no margin for error with a break like that, is there?
There isn't.
There really isn't. You've got to strike that ball absolutely plumb, or the cue ball is off table.
Once again, balls flying in, just giving themselves up. Surrendering, I call it.
Resigned to the fate. Look at this for relief.
These yellows. It's, well, both colour sets are there, aren't they?
Yeah, you take either, but I'm with you. Yellows. I think he goes yellows here. But he could go either.
Yeah, it's just down to his preference, really. I mean, if he takes reds, he's obviously going to take the one he's closest to now, but that's his most difficult one, so this is the way for me. The yellows. Has to be a bit careful. Maybe the one below the balk line on the left-hand side of that left centre. But again, it should be no problem. If he gets on that one on the left centre after this one, it should be over. Get this break. I know we talk about it all the time, but two yellows flew in, that red only just rattled, and the balls just split open like that.
Played that really well. As you can see, the yellow just below the balk line will be the ball he takes to get position on the black to centre.
To do anything with a cue ball here, just draw it back a touch, leave him straight on that yellow, and pretty much just drop it in. And they're called in the pool world, these are called, was it Mary Ploppins, is it? No, drop-ins.
There you see it. Yellow to corner. If he's got a slight angle, he can just drift up slightly towards the 8.
Yeah, just on and off the cushion. Not doing anything. I think he's a little bit straight. Has got a bit of an angle.
Yeah, it just stuns up a little bit. Straight into the centre. So, a colossal break. Weapon of mass destruction. Takes the first frame. And that lag we were talking about could be so important in this match.
Straight away, you just look at Mark Boyle's face and he's in a zone.
Yeah, he knows he has to be against Liam.
Played thousands of times, these two. As I said, I do think Mark's just got the edge a little bit, especially at these events. Recently, though, interesting to have a look at their overall stats, just to see how they compare. Have to get some of them ready for the next talk. They do seem to be meeting each other a lot, especially this season.
So interestingly, Liam has elected to break from the other side.
He's been swapping this throughout today, Andy. He can't get comfortable with one that's working. A lot less power.
So, nothing down. There is a cluster in this corner. But as you look at it, there's an opportunity there if he chooses at some point. He can play a red off the yellow and he'd open that cluster up. Or he could elect to take yellows. He needs some developing, either colour set.
Yeah, there's a lot of each colour set in the way here, so whichever one he takes.
Yeah, yellows.
There could be a problem.
Played that really well. Just brings away that troublesome red.
The only problem yellow has got now is the one below the left centre. Again, I think he can just drop that in. He wants to be directly behind it though, if he does want to just drop that in. He's already made his decision. He knows what he's going to be attempting, and that's why he just put a little bit of run inside on that, just direct the cue ball past that red. Gives himself a little angle here to get close to that yellow. I mean, he can bump it out as well. I'd be surprised if he does.
Yeah, the issue with bumping it out is what do you leave?
Yeah.
You bump it, but you need to land on something, don't you?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he does, unless he plays it with a lot of pace. Oh, okay. He's going to believe in his ability. And the yellow does pass into the bottom corner as well. He's obviously decided on the pattern he's playing here. Skidded a little bit off these new cushions. Obviously new cloth, even though it's been played on all weekend, it's still quite slidey. Big shot. Hard to the pocket. He's in the zone. He really is. He's a man on the mission.
Yep, so that dry break, very costly.
And it looked, you know, pretty a tough clearance, didn't he? But one shot opened them all out. Left it perfect.
Yeah, played that difficult yellow down the cushion. That was a good shot. Oh, yeah, 2-0. Mark Boyle looking strong.
don't know if you knew this stat. I don't think you was here when I did announce it on the stream. Mark Boyle had a 20-match win streak because he won both tours at Coventry.
Right,
then
yep.
won the Scottish Grand Prix.
Yep.
Beating Liam in the final. And they had 20, and then he won one match here, the pro event, and then he lost to Craig Brown, which made 20 matches on the spin. In this standard, with the players that are in it, that is some achievement.
Yeah, it really is.
I was interviewing Mark Farnsworth at the time as well, and he had some really lovely words to say about Mark. And really said it. He's probably the best player in the world right now, especially with the actual cut break that he possesses. And it was nice to hear that from Mark, fellow professional player, been at the top of the game for years. But yeah, Mark Boyle, right up there with the very, very best. 2-0 he leads.
Yeah, 2-0 and he's breaking.
He's got a ball. He's got another little cluster in this corner again though.
Yeah, and he's also got the yellow and the red other end of the table stuck together.
Gave him something to think about. Does like to be attacking. He does not like to let his opponent get back to the table.
Yeah, he's looking at reds here. He's thinking. Obviously needs a plan for the red, the other end of the table I've just mentioned. But first things first, he's looking at taking this red to corner. And the way he was lining up, I thought he was going to go reds, but I'm not certain now. There you see it, he's gone yellows. Well, he was trusting to look somewhat there. And he hasn't had any. Yeah, I think he was weighing up the reds there at one point. He just had a quick look at it and tried to calculate where he could cannon. Well, if he clears these, Mark. Unbelievable.
Everybody better pack up. If he clears these, this will be probably the best clearance of the weekend.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, he's on the ball into the middle. If he runs it in, potentially could release these two bad balls, couldn't he? But it's a tough pot into the middle at pace.
Yeah, he's guaranteed on his next ball, you'd think. One in the left centre. He's trying. He is trying. He's trying to double this. He's doubling it into the corner. Can he? I don't think he double it in the middle, can he? He's trying. He was trying. I think the important thing was to get him out. And he's done exactly that. So he's put a bit of pressure on Liam. But knowing Liam, he'll be finding somewhere to hide this cue ball. He's gluing it next to something. Just making this as hard as possible. Make sure he's got no up or down. I think we're looking at maybe 3 cushions here. Don't know. Might be a 2 cushion escape. Just hard to just see from there.
Can he see the bottom cushion from the overhead? I think he probably... Can he just catch?
Yeah, I think he can only hit this side cushion. Yeah, he was in all sorts of trouble there. Tried to come off the angles. That's all he could see. So a little bit of work to do for Liam.
There is, but the fact that he played the previous shot, I think he's developed that into a plant, hasn't it? Into the corner. I don't know if they were on before. So he's got a free shot here. He can release the red behind the yellow. Does he play off the edge of this red and run into those two balls? A big target. You would think he'd have to be on something. So.
Be on the one of the ones in the top half of the table, guaranteed. The way he's played that, it's not come out well.
No, not as planned.
Not only has he tied the red up his closest to now, he's pushed the other red onto the left-hand cushion. So he's left this pretty difficult. I'm not sure he can get behind his red on this cushion either. Probably just be about covering a pocket.
Well, this yellow goes to middle. And if he could leave some kind of angle on the yellow that goes to corner, and there you see he's looking at that angle now. He's got a good chance of either taking the red out over the pocket or removing that difficult yellow. Just wants to watch the white here. We'll settle for that.
Played it ever so well. Getting close to this yellow, you've got to say, makes the cannon into the red over the pocket a little bit easier. The only problem is cannon into red. If you did too thick, you don't get yourself out for your next ball.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's got to get this cue ball out. Not particularly likely he'll get on the yellow behind the red.
Yeah.
Doesn't want that in. Oh dear me.
I think he had to get the yellow out and not clear the pocket, and coming off the back cushion going up probably would have just half a ball, because then he'd have been guaranteed on the one on the bottom cushion probably. But
so try and cut this in. One rail and cut it in. That's what he's played. There was an easier path from the side cushion to hit the yellow, but he knew it was no good.
a little flick on the red though. William, something to think about again, especially with that red next to the yellow.
Still work to do. Great shot. Great shot.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed.
Now he's got the frame at his mercy. Most difficult ball being the ball on the side cushion, or just off side cushion, up towards the baulk line. Like to get close to it if he can. So this is the shot. Looking to get position on that more difficult of the remaining balls. He's got the angle. Just off straight. There you see. Like to have got a little closer to this. Just a tad further. He could elect to take this ball into the corner and take the white across table. In doing so, he wouldn't leave the yellow should he miss this. But I don't think he's thinking about missing. And there you see. There's the right shot. Confident. Liam in no rush. Methodical as ever.
Gives everything all the care and attention it deserves.
Very measured. So this is simple black to middle. He'll be on the scoreboard, which I think will be a huge relief. Because if that yellow hadn't have dropped in the middle for Mark's previous visit, he could well have been 3-0 behind.
Yeah, he could. I do think, though, if Liam does want to have any chance of winning this match, he's got to get his break working. Because if he doesn't, he can find himself 3, 4, maybe 5 frames behind quite easily. Because that's what Mark can reel off.
Yeah, that's the thing with Mark Boyle's break. So effective. You almost write off his break, don't you? You think, well, he's breaking. More than likely going to run these out.
Yeah, success rate on his break. Well, I hate to work out the figures, but it must be pretty good.
Yeah, very rarely scratches, so very rarely goes in off. And the way he breaks from the side, out to the side cushion and back into the cluster, it is fairly unlikely that you're going off. Whereas when you break head ball, you've got the middle pockets, corner pockets, free running white. It's a higher risk of an in off and handing the table over to your opponent. Yeah, this break, very, very important, as they all are, obviously. And he's staying over at that side mark.
Cue ball, that's okay.
Yeah, and you could see there, he deliberately didn't hit them at full pace. Felt he timed it very well. They've been studying this break. Watching how the table plays. Often starts breaking from the side, from the other side of the table. With varying degrees of power, it has to be said. Whereas Mark Boyle, it's just a thunderous smash into the side of the pack. Full steam ahead. No soft cup breaks for Mark Boyle. So red's looking good here. Wants to be low on this. Cheers. This is a key shot. Already early on in this frame. The red just above where he is now. This is the one he's trying to get on. Yeah, good shot. Maybe like to have run a little bit further up. Maybe just off straight the wrong side here for perfect. If he is, though, he can run into the red if he has to. Nah, he was okay, he was fine. Panic over, Andrew. Now you see, red to middle. And he's the 3 reds other end of the table. Couple of options which way he goes, but the last red was the most difficult one for him in this clearance. Has he left himself hampered? Certainly looks awkward. More awkward than he needed. Yes, he is hampered. So that's a mistake. Still fancying for this. Yeah, no problem. So could take the ball to corner here if he chooses. We've got 2 choices. Ball to corner. He needs an angle on this remaining red. So he wants to come out. Yeah, I think he's fine there. He's okay. And he draws straight back. Just needs to be mindful. This is the middle pocket. On occasion, we have seen the ball jump back out. Usually at pace, to be fair. So, doesn't need a lot of pace here. Just needs to time it well. Screw straight back. And there you see. So, this is to go level. Level we are. Parity 2 apiece. And I think he'll be relieved there. 2-0 down. He was looking, for all intents and purposes, like possibly 3-0 down. Mark Boyle dropped that ball in the middle in that frame that he didn't want, which gave Liam a chance. And there we are, look at this.
It's the Ladies Open final. Deb Birchall hits Alice Paler.
Yeah, the black doesn't look good, does it? It's below middle, stuck on the cushion. Good shot, is that? Puts the red up near the middle. Potentially use that red to move the black at some point. But anyway, back to the match in hand. Once again, Mark Boyle, the break master. And once again, thunderous cut break. See a rerun here. Second ball down, back into the side cushion, back into the cluster. As you can see, yellow and red tied up on the balk line. Could take reds, potentially. Try and dislodge at some point those 2 balls. Obviously, as he is doing, similar position with yellows. Well, if he takes this yellow to middle, that was his problem ball for me, apart from the obvious one that's tied up on the balk line. That was a great shot if he played that. So it's going to be all about those 2 balls tied up on the balk line. Which way does he go? He won't want to break them out from his second to last ball because he'd need to rely on landing on the ball he's breaking out. He'd much rather go into it beforehand and give himself options. Just short of perfect maybe, but you can see there straight away. Goes to middle. In fact, he maybe is perfect. Yellow to middle. Natural path of the cue ball. He's running into those 2. Just doesn't want to slide off this and land on the bottom cushion, which is why he's played it with more pace. Now you see. Great shot. Played in such a way that he would have been unfortunate to have not had a shot on a yellow. So this has been a fine clearance. It really has. The first shot that he played into the corner and screwing back. Got himself onto one of his 2 difficult balls straight away. And then breaking out that bad yellow. Making it look easy, as all the great players do, Mark.
Yeah, they seem to. Like you say, he's had to work hard at this clearance, so it's fully deserved. Fully deserves the 3-2 lead.
Yeah, 3-2 Mark Boyle. And it's Liam to break. So, I'm sure he'll be staying at the same side of the table. Still looking very calm and collected, as always. Shows very little emotion. As you can see here, that black still tied up, but it doubles in the middle. There you see. Alice can drop this in, come back out to where she was just showing you there. Well, it's run too far.
Just make sure that she's tried to knock the back out there.
I think she tried to leave the double from what she was looking at previously, but maybe forced to back heel it in the corner. So Liam stayed at the same side. Didn't put too much power in last time, I recall. So let's see what he does here. Definitely measured and deliberately not putting full power in. It's not paid off there. And as we said before, you really cannot afford to hand the table over to somebody like Mark Boyle, especially with his success rate on his own breaks.
Not an easy opener though.
He's got a yellow to middle if he chooses.
You feel that yellow's the better colour set. Oh, what goes?
Well, the yellow goes to middle, does it? To right middle. I feel that's his shot.
Oh, if it does go, and he gets it, I'm sure it'll be. It's on its way.
Yeah, there you go.
Little big pocket as well, isn't it?
And all of a sudden,
Yellows.
everything's opened up.
Yeah. And Liam will just be thinking, wow. Can't do anything while you just sat there. You just got to sit there, wait, and hope you get a chance. Ooh.
Didn't want to be behind that. Or in front of it, should I say.
This is a bit of a reach. This is not. The pull tails are quite small, but when you're queuing over and trying to queue over and hit a smaller white, which is smaller than the object ball, it's not easy. That's why he's taking this one.
Yeah, it wasn't the ball he wanted.
Tell you what, though, he's played that perfectly, hasn't he? I'm sure. Sure that one of them yellows. Yeah, he's fine, isn't he?
Yeah, perfect as you say.
Just looked at the overhead and can get to that outside one.
The issue here, though, is the ball on the cushion, left-hand side of the table.
Has he got the angle now to drift over there? Oh, probably didn't have the angle he wanted.
Gonna draw across for it now. Does he play middle? Screw over to the other side of the table, but he needs to leave her angle if he does, doesn't he? That's the thing, if that's what he's looking at. Needs an angle on the ball, down the cushion. So he just screws, and he doesn't want to be straight here. Yeah, and that's not what he wanted, that was a problem. Anything but straight.
The clock will be ticking down, so he doesn't have too much time to compose himself, but
There's a very slight angle, but what can he do with it? If he punches it hard, it can come out this. Yeah.
he played it into that area.
If anything, he hit it too well.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. But it drops this in at a very steady pace. He can hold for the black. Makes the pot a little bit more difficult though, just playing it at a steady pace.
It does, and that white's tracking towards that middle. Can't get underneath the cue ball.
And then beeps ticking down in your head. Let me just miss that. Good effort. This is a chance Liam must take. One good positional shot. Will have to be his next shot. As long as he leaves himself on that red. Top right, he'd be able to then just cannon into them two reds that are together. Open them up. I'll be surprised if Liam does, play a snooker anywhere. He'll only have to if he goes out of position, I suppose. He'll be going all out attack for these, won't he?
Well, no. I was with you, I thought he would do. But it looks like he's got designs on gluing him.
It's alright gluing him, but you really need to get your balls out as well, so...
Yeah, and if you hit it hard enough to develop the red, you risk surely the cue ball Yeah, he's not developed it, has he?
No.
That's the thing.
He's got good snooker. I'll give him that. So he's got an angle to play off 2 cushions. So it is pretty tough. So that's all Liam was making sure was pretty much it was virtually impossible. Oh, look at this.
This is a trick shot and a half. Highlight reel, here we come.
I'll tell you something.
Highlight reel, here we come.
What a shot.
Shot of the century. What a shot that was.
I could watch that 100 times. Brilliant shot.
Unbelievable.
Probably shot of the weekend.
Yeah, might be stretching it shot of the century, but what a shot that was.
Hope everyone enjoyed that at home. That's the problem. You cannot allow this man to have any chance at the table. Look at this again. Oh.
Absolutely phenomenal. Not content with making the ball. The spin sends the cue ball back up for the black. Look at that for a shot.
That could give Liam sleepless nights. It really could. (4-2), and guess what? Here's Mark Boyle's break. What's going through that mind there of Liam Dunster? What does he have to do to stop this man? That's what's going through his mind.
Yeah, you couldn't blame him for playing the snooker, but I did feel he maybe would have attacked there. I just thought maybe that, you know, the opportunity was there.
If you had 10 goes at that shot, Andy, how many times would you hit it? None.
You can't blame him for playing the snooker.
No.
The only issue was he doesn't really develop any balls, did he? But
yeah, didn't put any pressure on it. It was a bit of free roller and shot, weren't it?
But you can't account for the masse onto the rail to go 2 cushions,
With
kick a ball in with side to get on the black. Can't believe you left him that, can you?
I was just laughing at that, but you know, that was just the way we explained it both together, didn't we then? But yeah, great shot. And Mark continues to deliver pain to Liam by putting another ball off the break.
Well, you can see yellows. You can see a path for yellows. There's a red hampered up near the balk line. There's a difficult yellow on this bottom cushion, so reds is electing to take. Straight away, looking at that difficult red. Needs to get that difficult red out, develop it as early as possible. This is a clever little shot. We see this. So there you go. Pots it off the ball, but uses it to develop that difficult ball.
Just
great
a
shot.
masterclass at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, great shot.
It really is. Didn't get the run through that he wanted. Got to say, a little bit fortunate to get a nice cannon off that red.
He hasn't got much of an angle here.
No.
So it's not straightforward. Position on his second to last red.
What's he going to produce now?
We know what cue power he has. And there you see.
Just pack it in. When he's in this mood, everyone just needs to pack up. Devastating.
Does he go 2 cushions back out? Yep, 2.
Yes, he does.
And then, yep, it's the 3rd.
He's not perfect again, is he? He's working hard at these clearances.
Yeah, what does he do here?
He just seems to be producing the right shot.
He's going to be running into this black.
Yeah, isn't he? I've got to get the cannon right. Draw the cue ball as well. Control the cue. Oh.
I was about to say he could play it off the yellow, but he beat me to it.
Yeah. Didn't really have a look on the overhead just to see if that was on. But it is superb once again from Mark Boyle. Now leads by 3. 5 frames to 2. Even that shot there, I don't know, he's just got every shot in the book. He's just making it look easy. He's called Mr. Magic for a reason, isn't he? That's the reason. And what looked like a very good snooker has just cost Liam Dunster 2 frames. Birchall, 3-1 ahead now against Alice Paler. Race to 6, that Ladies Open final. Ebbs didn't win a match in the elite section, losing to Ashley Bird. But she's got a chance of picking up some silverware this weekend if she does beat Alice Paler. She's on the way to it, halfway there anyway. Frame number 8. Liam Dunster to break, breaking from the right hand side again. Left hand side as we see it.
Yeah.
He must be demoralised.
Put more pace into that. Most definitely hit those harder. Right.
Right. And he's just gonna go back to his seat and just hope that he's gonna get another chance.
Well, these yellows. One of the easier clearances is being left from the break, to be fair. With a healthy lead, things are looking ominous for Liam. Just not quite got that break working in this match.
No, and he's not getting anything off Mark Boyle's break.
The only thing he's getting is earache.
Yeah.
From the thunderclap.
You just know once he clears the top half of this table, this should be routine as he just drifts back down table. He needs a little bit of an angle on this. Not sure what he's got. It's hard to judge from here. I do think he's got a slight angle. He don't need one.
Yeah, just nudges into the red. And once he removes this yellow, as you say, back up table. Just needs this shot. Just needs good position from this ball now. He's got a huge margin for error.
Is he on it?
Well, I said he's got huge margin for error, and he's maybe landed as bad as he could do. But he is still on something. don't think this passes for the one into the corner, does it?
No, as you said, it's not ideal. He's going to be possibly clattering into balls as well. Could go wrong. Tried to control it as good as he could. It has gone wrong.
Well, he can take this top pocket.
Top left.
Top left. Maybe that red could help him if he's offline.
Yeah, it's a blind pocket. Again, cue ball though. Needs to be controlled. That's all he's got on though, Andy. Don't have any other option.
Well, here we go.
Big pocket, as you said.
He's played it off the red, I
Yes.
think. Yeah. He caught the wrong side of the red. It's a way off. So,
He's human.
Yeah. Rarity. Error of judgment there. Poor positional play. And they had to take a ball and he wasn't really in good position. The result being that he bumped into a ball. Landed awkward. So Liam, seems like a while, doesn't it, since he'd had any real opportunity.
Yes, this red ball. One below the left centre. That's his only issue. You feel like this is Liam's first shot for about an hour.
Yeah, played that snooker, didn't he?
Yeah.
Locked him up. And then we saw one of the greatest shots we've ever seen from Mark Boyle. So it's that ball, left-hand side of the table. May end up being his last red. Play it into the middle. I think he may well be thinking about that. This red at the very bottom of the table, second last. And that to middle or top. Would make sense to me.
He's going to have one chance of getting his red out. Liam knows, probably in the back of his mind, if he doesn't take this chance, could be the end of the match.
So, he needs to screw this back. He's trying to get on this ball right at the bottom of the table.
Does not want to be straight. Does not want to be straight.
No.
He's going to have to take it long, or even drop it in the middle. I don't like the drop in the middle.
No, the drop in the middle was okay if you could have got the cue ball nearer. I don't like it long either, though, do you? Ideally.
Yeah. I don't think he's got any choice. I mean, can he draw it back and get anywhere close to it? He's relying on the right pace. This is the percentage shot.
So, red to middle it is. We called it.
He's got to play it.
He didn't want to be this far away, did he?
Can't play this with any pace. Just got to drop it in. It's got to keep very, very still.
Needs to be quick.
shot. Very good shot.
Yeah, fantastic shot under pressure.
Good clearance from Liam Dunster. He's not out of this yet.
Very, very difficult ball to middle there under massive pressure. Now you see Mark just talking to himself.
Poor positional shot, really.
It was, yeah.
Off the Liam Dunster dry break.
I cursed him. I was busy saying he can land on anything here, blah, blah, blah.
Loads of room for error, like you said. He'll be disappointed that he's not taking that opportunity. He's not missed many opportunities. Well, that is one he has. He's given Liam Dunster his third frame. He's only 2 behind. Who knows? Dry break from Mark here. Not seen many of them from him. Liam Dunster breaks and clears, and all of a sudden it's 5-all, and we're into a best of 3. Steve Wall 2, Rob Donkin 5 in the other quarter-final. Corey Reese on that, playing Evan Perry Williams on that top table. Frame 9. Boyle to break. Slams in another ball. Cue balls. Safe. Look at these reds. 5-2 to Evan Perry Williams against Corey Reese. Six-2 now to Evan Perry Williams. 1 frame away from knocking out Corey Reese, the number 5 seed. Yeah, if this red goes into the centre, I feel like he is going to go 1 frame away. Knocking out last night's international professional winner, Liam Dunster.
Yeah, nothing to do here. Red to corner. As you can see. Plays this straight red, can leave the plant.
You just can't see where he's going wrong, Andy, can you?
No.
Liam has just been sat in his seat, just waiting for an opportunity off the Mark Boyle's break, and it's just never come at all.
Poetry in motion.
Poetry it is. Another break and one out in off the Mark Boyle break. Just means Liam Dunster's got to take the remaining 4 frames if he wants to have any chance of lifting 2 trophies up this year. What a series of dry breaks from Liam is really the reason why he is 3 frames behind. And obviously the devastating break of Mark Boyle. Then Birchall 3, Alice Payless 3. So Alice has pulled back 2 frames. 3 apiece. They're into a best of 5 now.
Good comeback is that. Looks like it's Alice to break. Yeah, she's done well. Trailing 3-1. So, change of side. He's moved over.
Is it too late? And he's not near the baulk line this time.
See, I've talked about this before. When he breaks from this side, he breaks over the pocket. He cues down at a more acute angle when he cut breaks. When he breaks from the other side, he breaks off the rail, not off his hand.
Unfortunately, though, it's still going to be the same result. It's dry. There's not too many clusters. Obviously, just that group of balls in the middle.
Yeah, the break just hasn't been kind to Liam at all in this match.
It's that 3 dry breaks now at least. Maybe 4. That's been the difference though in this match really. At this level, Andy, that's exactly all it can be.
Yeah, you can't afford to break dry on multiple occasions against players of this class, this level. There's not a lot you can do about it sometimes. It's just the lap of the gods.
Wiped its feet a little bit.
So he was looking there, I think, at leaving an angle on the next yellow, which is what he's done. So this awkward ball in the middle of the cluster there, you can see he has an angle. If he chooses, and I think that's what he's going to do, plays this yellow to middle, and he catches the right hand side of that red as we look at it, which means the cue ball deviates to the right. He'd be unlucky not to be on something. There you see, just caught the right of it. And as I say it, again, he'd be unlucky not to be on something.
Commentator's curse, Andy.
It's twice I've done it in this match.
You know, you've only started commentating today.
Cursed them all.
You have. Still got a shot on though.
Yeah, he has a shot on, but he's hampered by the red. It's a nasty cutback. It's very difficult to control the cue ball.
You feel like he's out of his hands a little bit. Again, not a bad cannon, but that yellow now in the top half of the table.
Yeah, that was about all he could do to control that shot. Run into the ball. That's a great recovery.
The middle of the pocket, isn't it?
Would love to have been a little bit lower on this yellow. It's quite straight. Don't know if it passes to corner. Certainly goes in the middle. No, it doesn't pass to corner looking at that angle, does it?
Don't pass to either corner.
No. So, is he too straight to get back up there?
He's got to get to the top half of the table.
No, he could stun it.
Oh, still great cue power. You know, when you do cue it a little bit harder, you can come across the ball.
Well, there is a path out here. Red is hampering him. I think the red maybe is in the way.
Yeah, I think looking at that angle there that we can see,
it looks different, doesn't it?
Way. Down to paces. Oh,
the angle was there.
Have a look at this shot.
It was there.
Have a look at this shot. Wow.
Superb.
It's been a masterclass performance from Mark Boyle.
Yeah,
once
phenomenal.
Again.
So, just careful with the cue ball here. Careful with the cue ball. And there it is. 7-3, Mark Boyle. Convincing victory, it has to be said. It was all about the break. Liam Dunster just struggled with the break. Plenty of dry breaks. Broke from both sides. Kept trying different things. But against Mark Boyle, with that devastating break that he has, and the amount of times that he makes a ball and stays at the table, it's so difficult. Yeah, good friends, as you can see, talking the game through. And I'm sure Liam will be cheering Mark on as he progresses through this. Here we are back at the ladies' final. Well, still 3 apiece. Oh, look at this. Black's not easy on the side cushion. The yellows have got control. Black does double. Well, Alice is committed now anyway. The referee stood in the way. Just our luck. Ryan Moss doing a great job as always. Refereeing. Long weekend for these guys. Well, I think we take it for granted. Yep, pot in the corner. So, yellow to corner. So what does she do here? She can go yellow to corner. She could leave an angle. Or she could drop it and play the double. Play to middle, up table and leave it long. Yeah, she's looking there now, I don't know. I think that's what she may be doing. It's hard to tell from this angle exactly what she has on offer. Right, she wanted to run a little further than that, I would think. This is a very tough cut. Very tough cut. May take it on, thinking that she can take the pocket if it doesn't go. It would double. I think she's going to go for the cut. Unsure. Is it a double? Is it a cut? Well, there's your answer. It's a double. Oh! What a time to get a fluke. What a fluke that was in a final. Massive. Well, apologise straight away. Yeah, that'll hurt. Was way off the double. Ended up a treble going off the opponent's ball. Just panning round here. You can see Great camera work. There are pro tables, Pro 1, 2 and 3. Been a busy weekend. Steve Wall there. Is he on the black? Looking to cut this back, is he? Yeah, Williams is through there. You can see top of the screen. Beats Corey Reese 7-4. Well. Got the pocket. May find himself in trouble on his next visit. There's no easy clearance here, obviously, for Reds. That red down near the black being a big problem. Could play this red to middle and bring out that bad red on the side if he chose. Thinks it's viable, which he has done. It's all about that red near the black. This isn't easy. So, is he committed to a clearance here? Well, skill shot. There you go. Convincing scoreline, 7-3. So, Rob Donkin through to the semi-final. There we are, just panning round, back to the ladies. Our next matchup on the screen, Evan Parry Williams against Andy Croasdale. Another fantastic pairing. Andy Croasdale having a great weekend. Certainly a great tournament. That win over Clint Ianson. Fantastic player. Evan also, obviously, to get this far. Must be playing well. You can see here. 2 yellows. I'm not sure of the score. The last time we saw it, Alice fluked the ball in the corner, I think, to take the lead to go on the hill, so presume this is to go hill. We'll soon find out. Right. Is it a race to 6, this final? I believe it may be 6, actually. Yeah, just been confirmed there. It is 6, so it's not to go hill. It's to go 4 apiece. So, straight black. She's missed it. And that's pressure. It's pressure for you. Can't believe it. And we're going to hand you over to the studio now. Over to Kevin.
Well, welcome back to the final stages of the IPA international event here at Coventry. Mark Pickworth, there's not many players left now, but there's still plenty of action going on.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, the ladies' open final, that's the one that you've just been watching on there. That looks like that could go down to the wire. There's even every opportunity there. We've got 2 semi-finals. One's going to go on the outer table, one's going to go on this table, and then there's going to be the men's open final straight after that.
Yeah, we've just seen a couple of matches, a couple of quarter-final matches finish. Rob Donkin, who we saw there play that fantastic skill shot to beat a very, very gallant Steve Wall. What a great run he's had. But it's Rob Donkin who goes into the semi-finals. As you say, he's playing Mark Boyle, the victor over Liam Dunster in that Scottish classic. And then the semi-final coming up, and you know, tell the audience about this one, because these are 2 names who, you know, if we're honest, and we were looking at the betting at the start of the match, these 2 probably wouldn't be in the top 8. And it's Evan Parry-Williams, who's just disposed of Corey Rees, against Andy Croasdale, who's taken out the world champ.
Yeah, well, Evan is from Wales, and we just know what a hotbed of pool Wales really is. And Evan, he deserves his place in this semi-final, but he's up against Andy Croasdale, who's rolling back the years. He's like he's been playing 80 years. Well, and he doesn't look like he's been playing 80 years, because he still looks pretty trim for his age, to be honest. You probably don't mind me saying that, does he? So, but yeah, you know, he's beat the current world champion Clint Ianson, and you know, pretty convincingly, really. And to 7-6. But he was always in control of the match. You know, Clint really didn't have a chance to beat him, so that's what I meant by that. But then, you know, and he's now. And again, Crowe, as I know you don't like his nickname.
No, it's terrible.
It's horrific, isn't you? But he's been playing some really good stuff. He got to another quarter final, I think, or last 16. You know, he's been pretty consistent this season. So for him to get to this semi-final, it's no surprise. And you know, he's made many finals in his career, won many titles in his career. So don't be surprised if he does want to be picking up this one.
Yeah, well, one of these 2 underdog players is going to be in tonight's final, up against either Rob Donkin or Mark Boyle. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to see how these last few matches unfold. So let's get over to the comms box and Andy Richardson.
Thanks, Kevin. We're back. So, Evan Parry-Williams against Andy Croasdale on the stream table. I'm joined here by Dan once again.
Good evening, all. Evening, Andy.
Evening.
Last match was a bit of a treat, I understand.
Yeah, fantastic, absolute superb standard from Mark Boyle. I don't know if you saw any of it, but
no, I took the opportunity to not watch Paul for an hour.
Liam didn't do a lot wrong, just a break didn't work for him. That was all it needed, because Mark Boyle was ruthless. Really was.
Yeah, I had a quick word with Liam outside then, and he just said he couldn't believe how badly his brakes stopped working. So He'll be back in the audience to support Mark if he makes it to the final, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He'll be supporting him, cheering him on. And I'll tell you what, this was a right break. Andy Croasdale, and he doesn't hang about. He's the polar opposite of Liam Dunster when it comes to taking his time.
Do you know, I reckon you could have asked 1,000 Pool fans who would have been the semi-final in the top half of this draw, and precisely 0 would have guessed this.
It's not to say that these aren't both fantastic players, because they are. Andy Croasdale's been at it forever. He really has. Always played at a very, very high level. Great to watch.
Yeah, plenty of finals in his time, plenty of semi-finals in his time, but this would rank up there. It would be a first in a long while.
Yeah, he's not hanging about here. Motoring through these.
He never does.
And in no time at all, first blood, Andy Croasdale.
Musical chairs in the commentary box. Mark Pickworth has shuffled his way in and shuffled Andy Croasdale, Andy Richardson off to grab a drink.
Yeah, as his musical chairs in here, that was like a session of speed pool on there, wasn't it?
It was fantastic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really, really good.
Not much better than watching Andy when he's in full flow.
No. First look at Evan. No, let's have a look at his break. This could be the whole difference about the outcome of this match.
Yep. Softly spoken Welshman, Evan Parry-Williams, and he makes a ball at the last knockings, that yellow just dropping into the right side corner pocket. And it's a good opportunity, but not a great one.
Yeah, you feel like, you know, he hit them quite well, didn't he? They split well, and he'd been unlucky.
I mean, he's got one problem, yellow, and it's an enormous pocket if he could get on it for a treble. There's nothing down there really to move it with.
Yeah, so as you said, there's the treble, there's also the double, depending on what he wants.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that red is in such a nice position for the treble that it's still a tricky shot, but it's much easier because of that.
Yeah, and he made light work of his clearance. And Evan, he's going to have to work a little bit harder for his. But he's obviously made up his mind. He knows what he's doing. So it's all about how he leaves this angle on this next one. He's going to try and get it out. How's it come out for him?
Not great. Does it go in the middle? If it does, how does he get on the next yellow?
It was very quick to react to the cue action, wasn't it? Oh,
going to have to really pump this, I think. I don't think that yellow passes to the bottom left. That was asking a lot of that middle pocket for me.
Yeah, it was. And the chance I'm missing. I was with you a little bit. Maybe he should have just kept it nice and calm and just leave a double or treble or whatever it was.
I mean, it's easy to say when you're sat here watching the screen.
Yeah, and we've seen the outcome already as well. So
slightly loose safety this from Andy. He had to play one, but
he's got a chance of potting this.
Yeah, there's a really good chance he gets this.
Well, he's still in the open, so still putting a little bit of pressure on Andy, making sure that he can try and hide this cue ball. Because I do believe Andy's probably going to play a safety shot. He's going to try and get behind these reds, or is he going to be attacking?
Are those two reds a plant? Because if they are, then it's worth having a go, isn't it? And it looks like that's what he's doing, but that's not come out well at all.
No. They are a plant looking at that. But the two reds on the baulk line. They're the issue now.
You can just flick off the right-hand side of the first one here and use the second to block it off on its return path. So he should be able to get a reasonably telling safety from this situation. That's the shot, and that's superb.
I was just about to say, if it creates a gap and then the white comes off the cushion and rests in them, that's the best shot.
Yeah, this is
tricky.
That's one way to put it. You can obviously see the way out, but this might be twice across. He might have to sort of play this as a treble, mightn't he?
Yeah, there's only this way out. And he's got enough angle to miss that red. He has got enough angle to miss the red, but didn't have too much scope for making an angle out of it.
Yeah, I think if Andy goes game here, he's going to have to play a plant at some point. So will it be the two on the rail, or will it be the two next to where he's placed the cue ball? It looks like he's going to play the yellow perhaps onto the two reds.
Don't like that because it'll stick to the other one.
Yeah, so he's got to play at half ball, which sort of defeats the object of the shot, really, because the yellow was always going to come out into the open. Having said that, it's still come out all right. I just don't really understand the logic of using the yellow there, because the yellow was never going to go safe anyway.
Well, played that well, so he's now got the chance. You know, the only problem ball now is the 8 ball.
And he's gone to the garden centre in this frame and bought himself some plants. Yeah, I suppose the question here is, do you move the 8 ball?
Don't need to, has he? Yeah, he really hasn't. He's making a little bit hard work of this one.
I think he's going to have to play this as a double, surely.
Yeah, I think all he can do is just drop this in at dead weight. Not play this at any pace, surely. Yeah, reverse double.
Well, is it? Because he might go corner here.
Yeah, he might do now. Looking at that
because it could cover
angle.
the yellows.
Yeah, looking at that angle there he's got.
If you go dead weight corner, if you get the pocket, so you don't leave too much.
It's the reverse double.
Reverse. And a miss. And an opportunity then for Evan Parry-Williams to get a frame on the board.
Race to 8 now. Semi-finals. Final also a race to 8.
Neither of these two hanging about.
No, they're not. This is going to be a quick fire match, isn't it? It's going to be, surely.
Yeah, I mean, have to admit, I know Evan is a pro, but he's not a player that I've watched much of. It's his first season on the professional circuit. I don't think this is his first match on the stream, but I think it's my first match commentating on him.
Yeah. 5-4. Alice Paler. It's Deb Birchall.
Kind of have to love her shirt.
Deb
Alice
has pulled one back. It was 5-3 to Alice. One frame away, Alice is from retaining the title that she won back here in May.
Yeah, although yes, in the same venue, but not the same title, is it? It's the International Ladies Open.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, the Open event. That's where. I mean, you were correct.
I mean,
again?
it's pedantry at its finest, I think. But
yeah, she's into another final.
Another monster that from Andy Croasdale. He is hitting the brake as well as I've seen anyone hit the brake this weekend.
Yeah, and in the company he's in, he's pretty. It'll be pretty well received from Andy.
Look at the control on that cue ball, though. You so rarely see the cue ball stop quite that dead. immediately after the break.
He's not going to waste any time here. Look at him. Has he ordered some food, or is there somebody waiting for him outside?
Let's not start the food talk again. We had enough of that last night.
Flying around. Boyle taking the opening frame against Rob Donkin. I wonder if he broke off and if he won the lag. That's what he's been doing pretty much throughout today. His break has been ridiculous.
Just a bit of a problem now with that yellow and 8 ball, which just stopped him in his tracks. Is he trying to go into it from this? I think he was, but didn't get the requisite side at all. And that little flick off the red is less helpful. I think someone might have walked into the camera there.
It seems like somebody's
Oh,
rocked it.
the cameraman's nodding.
Yeah.
Good recovery pot, this is it.
Is that going to drop? Yes.
Oh,
no.
Wow.
It's still there.
Count to 5, everyone, quickly.
So Evan back to the table. So there's that red on the top cushion. One that he's going to be queuing over. Queuing near. That's the issue. I mean, if he had an angle on that red now into the corner, bottom right corner, he'd have been drifting up there for it. Doesn't mean he can't get an angle. He's trying to develop an angle. How's this?
Well, neither of these two are giving any quarter, are they? They are absolutely going hammer and tongs at this.
For everything. He's got a shot at this. It's more than he had a minute ago.
It's going to be, even if he gets this, it's going to be really difficult to get from his last red to the black unless he finishes low on the next one. Oh, well, good thing he didn't flick the 8 ball there, because it would have made Andy's job easier. I think that yellow will go quite comfortably, to be honest, into the right centre. So I sort of expect him to take the one over the pocket first and come back up to leave himself a nicer angle, but this is a big shot.
Yeah, he can do the same with what you've just mentioned with this ball.
It's just tougher.
Yeah, a bit more distance to go.
He's overdone it. Big way. Might get away with it.
Another shot at it.
Yep, he's got a shot.
Cue ball, drifting towards the knuckles.
It's going to be hard.
Middle pocket.
It's going to be hard to avoid the red, the knuckles, and the middle knuckle. And that's why he tried to pinch that right hand middle pocket so much. Too much in the end.
There's another opportunity missed. Evan. One good positional shot here. Oh, he's missed the red though.
It's so quick, this, isn't it? We're not used to seeing this kind of speed from players on the stream table, if we're honest. I don't think I've seen the clock.
I've not heard it beep.
Well, no, it hasn't. I don't think I've seen it go past 20.
No.
It might do now, but only because Andy's spotted a bit of fluff on the table that he didn't like the look of.
He still doesn't. Still trying to get it off. If we can't get it off, who's next?
Evan going to have a go? Are you going to go and have a go?
No. Staying firmly in my seat. There's Alice. She's at the table. There's a chance she's been waiting for. Looking like she's eyeing that red up. Is that black? Is it potable? Ooh. Is there a gap?
You would think she wouldn't go for the red if there wasn't a gap, but it looks like a vanishingly small one.
Red's on its way. It's on its way. Is she on this black? Brian Moss, our referee, will be looking very tight at this. I think it's very close.
This is a really...
Might not even be on. Alice has looked at it.
A shake of the head
Brian.
from Deb implies that she thinks this goes. See the timer. Everyone's watching this carefully.
Perfect
That's black
shot.
first. That's the game.
Yeah.
That is the final.
And Deb's new. Deb's new. Alice Paler. Another IPA title.
Yep, that's 2 in 2 now.
Not bad,
for
is
Alice.
it?
Not bad at all. It's very, very impressive. And Evan Parry Williams with the first opportunity in frame number 4 on his break, of course.
Yeah, so potted a ball again, so that's the important thing.
Tricky little cut here. Gone full-blooded at it. Hasn't gone great.
Could have been worse.
Could have been better. Now slightly awkward to land on that red near the left centre. You can't, for example, really leave that as your last ball now, because to get out of there you're going to hit the yellow. And he's only really got this to go at, so yeah, he's running into real problems here for me. This is a great effort. Avoid the red.
I tell you something, what a shot that is.
That is absolutely terrific.
And to cue that like that as well. Great shot. Great cueing.
Yep. And I think it's just come far enough that it's pretty comfortable just to screw back to the side rail. Had it landed on the top rail, this might have been a bit trickier. But this is very nicely done. I'm really enjoying the styles of these two, Mark. It's a style we don't see in the latter stages of a tournament that much.
No, we don't.
It's ultra attacking. It's ultra quick.
Easy on the eye.
It's so easy.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a great break. Hit it absolutely flush.
Yeah, they're both hitting that break beautifully at the moment. I mean, let's talk about this final 4, because you've got Evan and Andy here, and then the other semi-final is Mark Boyle and Rob Donkin, and you'd back Boyle, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, he's
You'd
a
have
great
to.
seed, isn't he? So, you know, you'd have to.
But
on pen and paper.
But I mean, with no disrespect to the other 3 players there, it's a little bit of a surprise to see one of them making a semi. It's a big surprise to see all 3 of them here.
Yeah. But they're on merit. They've got the results they've needed to.
Yeah, been fantastic.
They've all had big results. Evan's beaten Corey, Andy's beaten Clint. You know, they deserve it, don't they?
Is that yellow going to drop?
It is. It certainly is.
So, reds or yellows?
2 yellows together.
Yeah, I don't think they plant, so I think it's probably reds.
Yeah. Just looking. Just at that red he's closest to now. That's his problem ball. But when you've got one over the right centre,
yeah,
makes that pot very easy.
Yeah, this is not... I don't think the red above the cue ball now passes to the bottom left. So, I suppose the question is, do you run down and take that to the middle now? Or do you trust that you're going to get on it again later? Taking it now by the looks of things.
Yeah, seems that way.
this just makes things perhaps a touch trickier later in the frame.
They've split nice though, aren't they? They really have.
Yeah, they're splitting nicely for both these two. It's a key shot coming up here. Is he going to just stun it for the one in balk, or try and come back? That's pretty nice. So now needs to make sure he gets far enough down table he can just stun up through for the 8-ball. This is a bit short.
That yellow now comes into play on the side cushion.
And the middle pocket comes into play as well if he flicks off it. So this is tough. Might have to take this the black left middle.
I think he's tried to hit that full ball, the one on the cushion, just to try and hold the cue ball.
I mean, do you know what? He might be able to see enough to cut this, but I think he'll probably go cushion first. Good effort.
Made contact. That was the important thing.
Hasn't left anything easy on either, so I imagine this will be a safety shot from Evan, but he's got to be careful with it.
He's done well not to leave Evan anything. So Evan probably needs to just hide the cue ball a bit. If anything, it's going to slow him down.
So it's another one cushion escape for Andy.
And you just know this black could end up anywhere. He's eyeing it up.
Yeah. Definitely looking for the left centre. What a shot! What a shot! Andy Croasdale. Oh, take the applause. That is wonderful from Andy. And there is another lady who can take the applause. It's Alice Paler showing off her trophy. The International Ladies Open winner. Congratulations, Alice.
Well, we're going to have a bit of musical chairs again, Dan.
Oh, has the music stopped? Is it time for Andy to come back?
Time for Andy to come back.
Well, thanks, Pix.
Thank you all, and good night.
Another first visit for Andy Croasdale as we see the lesser spotted dry break from Evan Parry-Williams. Andy immediately going after yellows. So from one Andy to another. Welcome back to the commentary box, Andy Richardson.
Yeah, good to be back.
What's Andy going to do here? Is he going to play this
Off
yellow
the
down
black.
the rail off the black?
He is. Yeah.
It's borderline whether this actually comes out, isn't it? It's not guaranteed.
I think he's certainly going to remove the black. I think he's good here. I think he's fine.
Pushing the yellow towards the red, perhaps?
Shouldn't do, yeah. I didn't think it. Well, this is the.
Oh,
He doesn't want to do
pushing the
this, though,
black
does he?
towards the red. Just all right.
Yeah. Nearly a disaster. But just okay.
Nearly, but not quite.
The thing is here, it's getting onto that last yellow.
Yeah, because you assume the last yellow will be the one just to the right of his head.
He's missed that.
He had to get the cue ball off the cushion, didn't he? And he couldn't. It's not the worst leave ever, that.
No, because I think where he was playing yellow to middle, I don't think he was guaranteed any sort of position on this last yellow.
No, I think he'd have almost had to jack the cue right up.
But if he can get this in front of the black, it's a different game.
Is it worth having a go at the thin cut down the bottom and perhaps trying to get the black back out now? Is that possible?
Certainly worth trying to cut the yellow in to stay at the table. I caught it on the way back up.
Cue ball's close, hasn't got the legs. Well, that will still do, Andy. I mean, Evans really in trouble here.
Yeah, he can't attack. It's all about the defence at the moment.
Is that good enough? It is.
Yeah, it
Good
is.
shot.
It's a good shot.
Really nice weight there. So now Andy with 2 problems on the table and just 2 open balls to solve them with.
Yeah, and one of them over the corner pocket, so even more difficult to use it. And where's that going? Well, for a second there.
I mean, you might not have been too unhappy if you had to be honest.
So very defensive.
Well, Evan doesn't have much choice, does he?
No.
I think that red's close enough to the yellow that it's covered both the double and the treble. This could be a really interesting frame. Semi-final, latest score at the top of your screen. This being the first semi-final, that being the second. Mark Boyle trails Rob Donkin by 2 frames to 1. Now Evan, is he looking to lay a safety here of high quality? Can he perhaps get behind the black with the cue ball, just thin off the red? Nope, looking at the red on the rail. I feel like Andy might be able to just nudge the yellow over the pocket and almost trap the cue ball in between in the jaws with the yellow. That would really limit Evans' options.
It would. He may be frightened though that Evans able to force him to pot this ball. It's the only issue. Yeah, just trying to kick that yellow away.
Really good
I think
shot.
that's a good shot, yeah.
Really clever.
He would love to have forced him to pot that yellow, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would have done. I thought he had, but he's left the
He's
gap.
just left the gap, yeah.
That's pretty bad luck, you've got to say. To leave that gap is harsh. He's Evan looking at this and thinking, actually, I can have a go from here because he's got the angle on the one over the right centre to stun across into the red and yellow over the top pocket.
Yeah, it's very close to that yellow for a skill shot. Skill shot is on though, I suppose.
The skilly would be on if he didn't get it, but he could go into them now, and the chances are he gets it.
Good cue ball again.
Yeah, perhaps an opportunity for Andy to put his yellow over the bottom left, though.
Yeah,
Nope.
take this one off the side cushion.
Gonna do that first.
Yeah, and drop the cue ball low. So now there is an opportunity here. I'd be very, very tempted to go into these.
Yeah, you got to.
Huge target. Doesn't need to hit the red. Bottom cushion first would do.
Yeah, especially now the 8 ball's away from that red. That's the shot.
Great shot.
Should be the frame, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a big mistake from Andy Croasdale. Just overrun a touch, but he's okay. So ball to middle. Wants to come back something like straight on this red. A little bit more would have been better, I feel, but he's okay. So just screw back up. Trace of right hand side, there you see it. would like to have been able to come away from this cushion slightly. Oh, he's got the perfect angle. Just drops forward. And he's done well in this frame, Dan, for me.
Yeah, I agree. I agree entirely. He never really gave Andy a sniff when it looked like Andy was well in control of the frame.
Yeah, he turned it right round there.
He did.
3 apiece.
3 apiece and 3-2 Donkin in the other semi-final.
Yeah, they're not hanging about on the other table, are they?
No, both of these games are absolutely motoring along. Just one more game of this fantastic weekend of pool to go. And it will, of course, be the winner of the 2 scores you can see on your screen now. The 2 winners will take each other on in the Open final. It's been a really dramatic weekend, and we've seen some amazing stuff played. Evan has just made his way out of the arena for a moment. Let's take another look at that amazing escape from Andy Croasdale. Was beaten all ends up in that frame, really. Got down to the black and missed, and you don't expect to win the frame when you do that, Andy.
No. And the way he kicked at that black there, he was kicking at the 8. It was all or nothing. Had to go. He didn't smash into it. Calculated the angle. So, Andy Croasdale to break.
Flawless so far. From the balk line.
Well, you cursed him. Cursed him. The famous commentator's curse. Flawless so far. Straight in the corner.
Yep.
Usually me that does that, Dan.
Well, I'm honoured to join the club.
Yeah. So what was looking like a 4-2 lead for Andy Croasdale
could quickly turn into a 4-3 deficit. Yeah. Oh,
well.
Wanted to play that off the red. Probably hasn't hurt his cause too much, but he was trying to open up the pocket for the red to the right of the 8 ball there. It still goes bottom left.
Yeah.
It still would go in the right centre if you needed it to. But,
it was a bad miss though, wasn't it, really?
It was a
Not
bit
to
careless,
catch it,
wasn't
yeah.
it?
Just a little bit. But yeah, there's still a pocket for them all. I'm with you there. But that is probably going to be his problem ball now, the ball that he was trying to free up. Both these players play at some pace, Dan.
It's refreshing, to be honest. Yeah, it's really refreshing. Really nice to watch. Evan just taking his time now that he needs to.
Yeah, there's a couple of things he could do here. He could just run through a touch.
Sort of surprised he didn't use his extension there, to be honest. It's,
if he'd have just drifted through a touch, he could have played the red next to the black. Cut to corner, but I don't know what he's doing here. Is he doubling it?
Double. What a... Oh. Thought he'd made it. But I wonder whether that's a bit of lack of experience on the stream table, because a couple of shots ago when he was stood there, he heard the beeps and he got down, but he could have used the 30-second extension.
Maybe.
He has used it in the match, though, so it's not like he's... Yeah, just surprised.
He just landed so far out of position there when he had to play the double. That red next to the black, if he'd have just left himself a cut on that, he could have run into the black, left a ball to middle, and he'd got a finish on. So I think maybe the beeps were the culprit there. Just forcing his hand a little bit.
What can he do here? Can he go for this red? Can he cover the pocket if he doesn't get it? That'll be the plan, I think.
That is a superb shot.
He has made it.
What a great shot that was.
He's on the next red too. That is, yeah. Doesn't want to land right on the cushion. It's okay, but it just makes this a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's much more difficult now because where does the black go? Does it go past the yellow into the corner, the same pocket? Must do.
It must. It looks tight, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, he's getting straight down to it. And yes.
Cool as you like. And, well, that phenomenal shot down the rail.
Yeah, third last down the rail.
Absolutely brilliant.
Phenomenal pot and fantastic cue ball control. Perfect speed.
And for the first time in the match, Evan Parry-Williams is in the lead. He has extended a one-frame lead over Andy Croasdale, but he'll be looking to better that here because it's him to break as well.
Here we see that shot. Difficult pot, but fantastic cue ball control. So let's have a look at this break. Hit them well.
2 in a row.
Yeah, hit them well. Didn't put a lot of force into that, but it still timed it well. Still struck them okay.
Yeah, it goes down as unlucky. Again, plenty of jaws hit. Andy immediately into his work. Just about held that one up. That flick off the yellow was not kind.
Yeah, he's okay though. He's still got a cut to corner.
Long reach though, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's not one of these ambidextrous
No,
players,
I
is
was
it?
gonna say,
You don't see many on the pool table, do you?
Don't think he's got a left-handed.
You don't often need to, do you, I suppose?
No. Played for an area.
I'll tell you what, he'll settle for that, will he? If that passes to corner.
He has just pushed those two reds together, though.
Yeah, the outer one goes into the corner, though. But yeah, it's just made it a little bit awkward, hasn't it?
Just might require for Andy. Wow.
Oh dear. Well, he has the pocket. Suppose he's going to take a positive from it.
Well, yeah.
But it wasn't as planned, I'm sure.
Oh, it's a poor miss. It's a really poor miss. Perhaps the only problem with playing at that pace sometimes is occasionally you'll play a little bit of a silly one. So Evan, well, Evan looks like he's going game here, so is he saving that for a skill shot?
Could be.
He's not too bad on it now, but he could be better.
And it's not really straight over the pocket, is it? It's to one side. It favours the...
Yeah, I mean, it would be all right. I think it would have been a lot nicer if he hadn't just potted the yellow he's just potted, because he could have just played it at a fairly controlled pace then, and he would have had a guaranteed shot on that one over the right centre. Now, he's probably got to screw back past the other yellow. Makes it awkward.
Well, good recovery there. That was far from easy. And with him running through to that bottom cushion, he's left himself an angle.
Yeah, this is a key shot.
So is he looking to try and land behind the yellow? But if he could land somewhere like that, he could pop this into the corner, run, and he could pop the red over the pocket if he chooses to, which would leave him some kind of shot on the last yellow.
Yeah, would still have a dangerous element to it, because if you caught the red full ball, you'd end up in a bit of trouble. Yeah, well, it's a skill shot now, you've got no choice. And he's straight down on it. It's a nice angle, though.
Yeah, but it wasn't taking the full pocket, was it?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't quite as easy as it looked, I don't think, that. It was favouring the left-hand side of the pocket. So he could, even if he hit it full in the face, I don't think he'd have followed it through.
No.
But he did seem to rush it somewhat.
I think it was makeable. Yeah, I don't think they're as difficult as they look on these tables with these cloths and these balls. But I'm with you. It was in the side of the pocket and therefore more difficult. But yeah, he again just rushed it a bit.
So has he got a little angle here? He'd love one. I think he has. Yeah, he has got something, hasn't he?
Just.
Little bit further. Oh, he'd like to have gone a little bit higher up there. Now, looking at the overhead, he actually looks perfect. Just drop through. Yeah, he's okay. Got a better angle than I first thought.
Well, looks like Andy Croasdale is going to get away with that really careless miss earlier in the frame. It looks like we're going 4 apiece.
Yeah, I think this match could go all the way.
Well, it certainly could. 4-all. Andy Croasdale and Evan Parry-Williams are going toe-to-toe here in the International Open semi-final. Which one of them will make it through to the final? It's anyone's game, Andy.
It is. So, best of 5. Or is it first to 8? I apologise. Race to 8.
It's technically a best of 5 now. No. Best of... It's a long day. Best of 9 now.
Yeah.
Not even that, it's best of 7.
Oh dear, it's been a
No,
long
I
day.
got a B in GCSE maths.
That's been a long day. Oh dear me. We got there in the end.
B for excellent.
Great break.
Again, just the control on the cue ball. He's going to be a bit unlucky and end up on the bottom rail.
We've seen a lot of this, haven't we? Bottom rail, it seems to always drift back there.
Just that one yellow in balk, if that was any more open.
Yeah, you can see there it does go into the other corner, but you've got to land on it.
Those yellows around the middle pocket, almost ironically looking like a red arrows formation. How do you get down there?
Yeah, if he'd have been run through further, he maybe would have had an angle for the one in the middle to run back down, but...
He could do that now. He could run into the... Oh no, he's... You can't really talk about Andy shots, can you? Because he just does it too quickly. Yeah. Thinks quicker than us. But I mean, yeah, eggs basket.
Definitely.
He's already gone too far, so he's got to go for these. I don't... Does that yellow... Can he actually pot it from where it is if he lands on top of that red? Sort of 2 balls over to the left. Is that... Does it go from the overhead to my eyes? It doesn't look like it does.
Yeah, I think it goes. He could run onto this yellow here. Yeah. Now, he didn't quite get that as he wanted, but I thought he might play that, run it and knock it down, but he hasn't got the angle he wants here. Now, can he spin this? But this would be a lot of spin to do this.
Yeah, soft and lots of right-hand side.
He's tried it.
He's tried it.
Yeah, I think he was asking too much there. Extremely difficult.
I think it was the shot, but I think he's hit it too hard.
Yeah.
Cushion first.
Well, he needed so much spin there.
He's made 1 cushion first. This could go in the middle, you know. Well, over to you, Evan. No thoughts of defending. All the reds are there for Evan, and he's just going to have a go at taking them out. He should do, to be honest.
Yeah, just the ball on the cushion. Needs to be careful of that.
Yeah. Interesting. Not sure it was entirely necessary to play a shot with that much side, but nicely done.
So, he's got this to corner. Just this trickier one along the rail, along the cushion. He leaves himself an angle. Come back up table. It's about perfect.
ideally like to finish nicely on the right hand of the two reds. Doesn't want too much angle here. I think that's alright.
Yeah, I think he has got a bit too much angle for this ball on the right, hasn't he? I think he's forced to play this one, so he's not quite where he wanted to be. Makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, without that angle, these were just, I mean, basically unmissable, weren't they? Because it was just 3 drop-ins. But now, that doesn't go past that yellow, so only he's underdone this. Or is it just enough that he can cut it in? I think it is.
Yeah, it does cut, there's this.
My word, that was close, though. Well, it was fortunate that the contact on the yellow was so full with the cue ball afterwards, I think, because, yeah, if that was a half ball contact, who knows where the cue ball would have ended up. Oh, there we go. On the second table, out in the main arena. And it's Rob Donkin 5. Mark Boyle 2 now. And Donks to break next as well. So perhaps that Boyle break just isn't quite working on the outer tables as well as it has here in the main arena, Andy.
Yeah, very possibly. We can't say it's a surprise because obviously Rob's a fantastic player.
No, we can.
But
It's
the form that Mark Boyle's been in and the way he played against Liam, you know, he'd have been big favourite in this game.
It's
certainly
a shock.
with the bookies.
It's a shock. It would be a shock if Rob were to beat Mark. Rob is class. Consider Rob a friend as well. Absolutely lovely guy. But he'd tell you he wouldn't be the favourite to beat Mark. He wouldn't be anywhere near.
Well, he's not doing a bad job of trying, is he?
No, absolutely not.
5-2 lead. Back at this table, I think Andy Croasdale's got to make sure that he takes all his opportunities. Because this, for me, has got all the makings of a hill.
Yeah, well, this is another dry break for Evan, and to be honest, were it not for the dry breaks, I'd expect Evan to be 6-3, even 7-2 up potentially. I think Evan's taken his chances just slightly better than Andy has so far in this match, and I think it's probably a deserved lead for the Welshman. Well, that's a good shot. Tricky one in the middle, especially at that pace. But he's left himself an even trickier one into the middle. Blind pocket, cutting it back, very thin. Cue ball's going to be somewhat out of control, you would think.
He must drop this.
Nailed it. Where's the position? It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
No, he's okay there. Ball to middle. His saviour. Ideally, we'd like to just drop this in, hold his line, which is what he's done. So he's taking, let's have a look. Corner. He's just looking there. He did seem to just rush a little bit that last shot.
Yeah. I think he should make these either way, but he's
played that well.
Yeah, spot on. I thought he'd underdone it for a second, but one more roll of the cue ball, and that was nicely in position. So it's going to be 5-all.
Yeah, it is quite funny. I've said he seemed to rush that one. He seems to rush them all, doesn't he? Only got one speed.
Now it is a best of 5. Said it earlier.
Yeah. Well,
now I'm right. I think.
I think I said it was best of 5. You said it was best of 9.
We'll get there in the end. It's 5-all, and it's a first to 8. That's what we know. Let's just read what it says on the screen, and we can't go too far wrong then.
So 5 apiece. Level. And a race to 8 for a place in the final. And I think both these players, it's fair to say, would have been expecting Mark Boyle as an adversary in that final. And at the moment, well, it's looking shaky, to say the least, for Mark Boyle. The score that flashed up a short while ago, showing him behind in that match 5-2 down. And as Dan mentioned, very likely that's due to his break maybe not working as well on the outer tables. They don't play quite the same as this TV table. Still very, very good conditions, obviously, but just a slightly different pace, different reaction.
Well, here's a man whose break is working well. Andy Croasdale. He's hitting them as well as anyone has today, but the first shot is... He's got to come up with a hell of a plant now.
He's just making those little errors.
Boyle pulls one back against Donkin. That's a terrific
Good recovery.
Terrific recovery. Another big shot coming up. There's some distance here. Oh, and the cue ball is just getting away from him, but he's finished up all right. I don't think this is the ball he would have been playing on, but it's worked out okay.
Well, it's perfect.
Yeah.
And with you, it's not what he intended, but what a result. So just needs to be mindful here. Wants the correct angle for this ball to middle.
Yeah, that's nice.
Maybe taking this the 8 ball into the bottom right corner as we look. Just drift down here. Just keep hold of that cue ball.
Nice.
Yeah, much better.
Paced. Well, it's quick fire. It's rapid. It's occasionally seen the odd loose shot, but it's been entertaining, Andy, that's for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. Fantastic break. Poor first shot. And then he pulled one out, didn't he? Great shot into the middle.
Yeah, the plant was superb. Mark Boyle at the table then, trailing 5-3. Big moments here for both Mark Boyle and Rob Donkin. How tied up is that red? Looks like Mark's on the red, so looks like that may need moving. Perhaps not.
Yeah, he looked like he was queued up there to power through. Just drops it in.
Looks tight, doesn't it, from this angle? But
well, it looks impossible from here, doesn't it? But
he's straight down on it, so it must be all right. Back to the arena. And Evan Parry-Williams, 2 dry breaks in his last 2. And I think it's going to be 3 out of 3. Andy Croasdale's up before the balls have even stopped moving to work out his route.
yeah, and he hit those well once again. Deserved better.
I would argue the yellows are the colour here, but he's going reds immediately. I think all the yellows go, but...
Yeah, I think reds myself. When I first looked, I didn't study, but it's an instinct for reds, but there was an argument for both, Dan, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I just... and again, mine was purely on instinct, but looking again, argument for both. I just don't necessarily like the 8 ball so much.
No, but if he runs into this yellow here,
yeah,
he can develop it, changes things. Yeah, a little harder would have been better, but he's okay. So it's all about this shot now. Takes this red into corner. He's now opened up the 8 ball for the other corner.
Do you think?
I think so, yeah, Dio. I think so. I'm sure it goes.
I think so, but I don't think it's a full pocket. I think you want to be behind it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it looks... I think he has got a full pocket, you know, but your eyes are better than mine. There's no doubt about that.
I wouldn't go that far. You need to get a ruler in here so we can...
So, big shot. Big shot here.
.50-50.
Punched it in.
Got the result, got the ball.
Yeah.
Not perfect position just yet.
No. I'm still none the wiser as to how easy that passes that yellow, but I'm pretty certain it does. Needs this to bounce.
Well, that's good enough, and to be fair, we may never find out because he's almost certainly going to play the black into the bottom right now. Good pot. Little under on the pace, but...
Yeah, well short to be fair. This is tougher than it needed to be. I fancy him for it. Nonetheless, there you go.
It was quite a good thing for Andy that he didn't have the cue ball to worry about there. He knew it was going straight into the yellow, so didn't have to worry about any unnecessary spins, or could just concentrate 100% on the pot. And Evan Parry-Williams looks at the ground. He knows those dry breaks have been costing him big time.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him here. He looks dejected there. Hit the balls well. Just nothing down, unfortunately.
Well, this looks, for all the world, like Mark Boyle was going to claw another frame back against Rob Donkin. You cannot see him missing from there.
Leaving 7 frames to 5. Time running.
7-5 Andy Croasdale, and Crowe is at the table.
On the hill.
On the hill, caught the break well again. This time it's Andy's turn for a dry break. As Mark Boyle knocks in a black on the outer tables. Let's have another look at this break. It's the first time he's gone dry.
Yeah, I don't think he hit those quite as well as he has been doing. They didn't seem to split as well either.
This is a real lifeline for Evan, sorry, because you know if he takes these out, he's 6-5. If he can make a ball in his next break and finish them off, then we go hill. He's so nonchalant, isn't he? He reminds me personally of I don't know if he's a player you've seen that much of, but Ben Davis.
I've watched Ben, yeah.
Yeah, and Ben, when the balls are there, he just wanders around the table.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
them.
it's just.
I love the style. I genuinely love it. There's no messing about. It's just bang, bang, bang. This game is easy.
He's taken these well so far. Just needs to be careful. Overrun. I think he has overrun a little.
Marginally, yeah.
Can he hold this without running to bottom cushion? No. Well, he's played that really well.
That's a great shot.
That could easily have gone wrong. And yes, nonchalant, of the highest quality.
7-6, and the curse of the dry break this time affected Andy Croasdale. First time in the match, he's gone dry. Second time in the match, Evans had first visit off his break because he did foul earlier, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, he just didn't hit those quite as well, I don't think, when we saw the rerun. The split, the pack didn't open up too well either.
Well, Rick Lloyd racks up on this table. Over on table 2, Rob Donkin racks up as well. 5-4 now from 5-2. A big frame for Donks, this. Would love to keep that 2-frame advantage going. Of course, we don't know, whether he had a shot in the last frame or not. They could have been 9 dishes from the break for all we know. Back to the semi. Great break. Surely something's got to find it, hasn't it? Oh.
Well, it's very, very unfortunate there not to make a ball once again.
Rob's made one. Rob's made 2. Those yellows look very inviting.
He really isn't having any luck on the break, Evan.
No, it's hard to pinpoint why as well, because to be honest, it doesn't look like they're hitting the break particularly differently, these two. They're both controlling the cue ball pretty well.
It's a random split at the end of the day, Dan.
It is.
You control the cue ball, you can alter the power, but 15 balls touching, you can't really... It's not like 9 ball where you can manipulate the rack.
Yeah.
There's no wing ball flying in. It's a triangle.
So, Andy Croasdale. Is this the final? He's underdone this. That's not gone well. I think he might have just been saved by the cue ball holding up at the last second, because I think he can still pot the red into the right centre.
I think he overran there. Do you think I think he was trying to stop short.
I don't know. I think that he's gone so far that I thought he was trying to get to the bottom
I have a
rail,
feeling he was. I don't think he was.
No. Oh, now then.
Now he's going bottom rail.
I'm surprised he didn't play that off the yellow, though, just to open the pocket up. Why wouldn't you?
The adrenaline running.
It's going to be tough to get on the 8 ball after this, too.
He's trying to spin it, yeah.
This is a shot.
Well, that was a great effort. And you know, he may well be able to run through here.
I think he's fine.
Yeah.
It's just pace. Doesn't want to go too far because he'll go past the yellow. Doesn't
gone
want to
short.
go too short.
It does cut.
It does cut. This for a place in the Open final. Nailed it. Brilliant. Brilliant performance from Andy Croasdale. Commiserations to Evan Parry-Williams, who, well, put up a hell of a fight and, to be fair, had absolutely no luck off the break. That was...
Yeah, it was crucial.
Yeah. I thought we were heaven sent for a 7-all, to be honest.
Yeah. He didn't have the opportunity there. That break, absolutely brutal.
Rob Donkin at the table. This to re-establish a 2-frame lead in the other semi-final. He's finished quite straight on that red.
He didn't want to be straight there.
How easy is that black in the centre pocket? So hard to tell how far away from the cushion that is from this angle.
Well, you could see how disappointed he was when he landed straight. Well, this can't be easy.
Big shot, this. Oh, Rob. Wanted to be right behind it. Oh. And a kick of the cue, he knows.
Yeah, anything but straight on that last red.
But straight on that last red.
Short, little longer. As is so often the case. Anything but straight, you say to yourself as you play it.
Yeah. Mark's still got to take these out.
He has, but look at that yellow right over the middle. Perfect ball to drop onto the 8 ball down the cushion. There's nothing to do here, is there?
No. No, this should be 5-all.
Oh, is he okay there?
Yeah, I think so.
Only just.
The worst.
If
comes
he would
to
have
it,
been
he could
okay
go middle
anyway.
first,
Could have,
yeah.
you know. It's not quite where he wanted to be. That's for certain. Yeah, you can see he's run short, hasn't he?
Yep. Hops up on the table. It's hard to tell the angles from here, isn't it? But
yeah, he's not quite where he wanted to be once again there.
Is he going to be forced into taking the middle one first?
Yeah, I think he may. We'll soon see. We can't really tell what angle he's got, can we? He does like sort of screwing off the side cushion, though, I've noticed a lot. Yeah, he does that a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Relies on that spin. This was the ball to leave. Just drop onto that side cushion. There you are. And what a let-off this has been.
Big time.
Obviously didn't see any of the earlier part of this frame, but anything but straight on that last red, and you do feel that Rob would have been 6-4 up here.
As it turns out, it's 5-all.
5-all, and unfortunately, it's for Rob Donkin, that is. It's Mark Boyle to break by the look of it, and that's never a good thing.
Not if you're Rob Donkin, it's not, no. But having said that, Rob got to a 5-2 lead, so something must have gone awry at some point on this break.
So let's see what's happening here with this break. Well, it's just gone off screen. Don't know if he's nipped to the loo. Might be having a comfort break. We don't know. Right, there we are. He's back. So let's see whether this break is as effective on this table as it has been on the stream table for him. It's fair to say it was a lethal weapon out on the stream table. No, they did not split as well. Definitely did not split as well.
Oh, that last yellow. It just didn't drop.
Yeah, I think you may have called it, you know, Dan, earlier when you said potentially the problem in this match for Mark Boyle may well be that the break hasn't been as effective.
Here's the shot. I think Rob might be taking the skilly on here. If he gets both of these, then reds are lovely. Yep. So still an open table now. And you can't see reds. The first shot is probably a bit of distance, but after that, it's tough to see past them, isn't it?
It was the tougher of the shots, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose when he played the skill shot, he could have drawn back further and maybe made that easier, but
possibly. I
kept it
suspect
together.
he put everything into the skill shot to make sure he got the red, because if he made the plant but ended up on the yellows, he was in trouble. So I think it was probably just making absolutely certain of that skilly was why he took his foot off the pedal a little bit on that shot. And, it's worked out well for him, that's for sure. It's probably the last shot where you feel it might go wrong. Red's a little bit close to the cushion. You occasionally see them rattled.
Yeah. Could have gone either way there, to be fair. Could have left that till last, the one he's just potted. With the black being over the pocket. So...
well, what a tonic this is for Rob Donkin, having missed the black in the previous frame. To get back to the table from a Mark Boyle dry break is not something you expect to happen. It's 6-5 donks.
No, and that black he missed in the previous frame, very difficult. Once he landed straight on his last red, he had to take his meds in. Very tricky ball. He tried into the middle, and he wasn't far off. Just caught the jaw. So, back in front. Desperately needed that frame, I feel. So Mark Boyle there, we've just seen that previous break. Didn't really split well the balls. Does Rob break head ball first usually? Is that his... is he much of a cut breaker?
I think he's got both in his locker.
Yeah, I mean, most players have both,
to be
but
honest, but
they usually favour one or the other, don't they?
you know, I think I've watched Robert County Pool more than I've watched him on the stream. I've watched him a fair few times on the stream, but yeah, we play against each other occasionally. He's an Essex boy. I'm from Sussex. And yeah, I can't say I've ever really noticed the cut break, so I imagine he's front ball generally. I mean, especially to a certain extent, watching Mark break. If Mark's not making a ball off the cut break, then why do you think you would?
I'm with you. So, head ball it is. Let's see if he gets some more movement on this pack. He should do. He'll be hitting these at some pace, I would feel. Well, again, they didn't really open up, did they?
No, but this is a much nicer dry break for Rob than Mark's dry break was for him, because Mark's got a really messy table to have a look at now.
He has. But you can see yellows there. Can you see? Looking at that yellow. He's got potential to move that bad yellow. Stuck next to the red.
Yeah, I think both of those yellows are quite nasty, but if you go into those reds,
You're certainly going to release one of them, aren't you?
yeah, every chance one of them pops out. And you've still got if you go for this, you've still got a yellow over that pocket to perhaps move the other one if they don't both move. That's not great news, I don't think.
No.
I don't know that he's got much on here. Possibility maybe of a double. The yellow sort of closest, it basically in a line with the cue ball and the camera. It looks like the red might be in the way, but he might be able to play that off the red. Now this is safety, surely.
Cutting the corner towards the corner, so he's trying to hamper that red, is it?
Hasn't done it. It's a good white. Don't think that yellow that I mentioned near the middle pocket is close enough that Rob could use it to play this red up into it and into the centre pocket. Rob's made his mind up pretty quickly, so he's seen a shot. It's containing. Good shot.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do. Take control of the table.
Yeah, big tap of the table there from Mark. There's mileage in this frame. It's hard to tell, but I think both players just have the one problem ball. I think Mark may have just made his into two. But I think the two reds that look like they're close together with the yellow in between, close to the camera, I reckon both of those go.
Yeah, I think they do.
So this will be Rob going game, I reckon.
The thing is that Rob's difficult ball, he can easily move that away with the one near the middle. Although I don't know what he's just done there.
I think he's underdone that.
Yeah, he's tried to get on this ball lower. Back end of the table, where he is now.
Might still be on the outside of those two reds. He is. I don't know about
He goes
this.
long now, I think.
Yeah, I think he has to.
Goes long.
He's got to save that red to develop the other one. And I think that might be his next shot.
So he goes long, he comes out 2 cushions, back out, and now if he can keep running here,
Needs to run.
he'd like to be on the 1. If there's a gap there between those 2 yellows, he'd have loved it. At some point he needs to get on that.
I think he's found it.
Yeah, that's what I think he played on, that's what I was saying.
Yep. Terrific shot, that.
And from this, he'll be looking to leave an angle, and he's got it. So he's an angle, red to middle. The only thing here is he can dislodge the red, but he's probably... it's very difficult to guarantee any position.
That cue ball needs to go.
There you see, that's what I'm saying.
He's gritted his teeth.
Thought he may have hit that a little harder, just because the cue ball had to pull this way.
Can he cut that in?
Well, we can't tell
the
from here,
depth
can
is
we?
so hard, isn't it? But yeah. I think he's come just far enough that he can cut that in, but controlling the cue ball from it is going to be exceptionally tough. Almost might play it with a bit of left-hand side maybe and try and use the black. He's got to go for it. We'll know before
I think
he
it
does.
cuts. Oh, he's cut it.
He's cut it. It's in. Where's the 8 ball going? That's finished perfect. That couldn't have finished much better.
Great shot. Great cut. Yeah.
Do you know, I think that there was a hint of a double kiss there somewhere, but... he made the cut. Can he make this red? This red essentially for 7-5. Where's the cue ball?
Surely not.
Is he on it?
Surely not.
He looks to the heavens. He doesn't think he is. Oh, Rob, what have you done? He had a huge amount of gap to that. He could have just rolled that in. Now, has he got to come off the side cushion past the yellow? What a shot, Rob Donkin. Is the cue ball going to stay out? It is. And they're shaking hands, but I think someone needs to explain to Mark Boyle that it's a race to 8 in the semi-final.
Yeah, unless the scoreboard is wrong. But certainly it is a race to 8.
What's happened here? Oh no. Because if Mark, has Mark conceded the match now? It's... So they've been told.
That's an interesting point, Dan. Can you imagine if somebody comes up to you and shakes your hand and says,
I wouldn't.
You could take the victory?
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be sportsmanship, would it? But I wonder what the legality is of that.
Oh.
Put your cue away. I'm off.
I mean, if you take your cue apart, as far as I'm aware, that's a concession. So.
Well, it certainly was in American disciplines back in the day.
Oh, this is a horrible moment, to be honest. If Rob loses this now, I will feel for him in a big way because.
Yeah, and that could play with his psyche a little bit, couldn't it?
Yeah, big time. It would play with mine. Well, Rob's just taken a moment, and I don't blame him. Yeah, I don't know where the line is there. This is a really awkward moment.
If somebody shakes your hand, it depends what they say to you. Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, the chances are they're going to say good game or well played, or... I mean, does it?
Yeah, no, I don't suppose so.
A handshake is a handshake, isn't it? That's... yeah. Well... Mark is still in it. And it'll be Mark to break next. I suppose the interesting thing to note is clearly Mark thought it was a race to 7 because he immediately came over and shook hands. Now, did Rob know it was a race to 8 and therefore was probably quite surprised by the handshake, or did they both think it was a race to 7, in which case that might affect Rob more now?
Yeah. Difficult one, Dan. Difficult one. So, yeah. Mark Boyle thought he was out.
The thing is, arguably, the tablet that they both used to put the scores on says race to 8 on it quite clearly. The Cuescore web page says race to 8 on it for the semi-finals. It's not like this is a sudden change. It's also something that we've done for the last few events, so it's not like it's just happened at this event either.
Can you imagine, should he go on to win this event, that effectively he'd shake hands?
That's,
thought he was out.
Yeah, that's... what a moment.
And it is Mark Boyle to break. So Mark, he always breaks cut break from what I've seen.
Yeah.
He may change the pace, or does
he? He went front ball break for a few events, and actually he was a monster at it as well. And now he's back to the cut break.
He needs to get some action on this. Well, they didn't split it all again.
And yet this time, there's balls flying in all over the place.
If you watch the rerun of this, the balls don't split as well as they should do. But again, look at that, the cue ball, right back on that rail. Back on the cushion.
Yeah, this is a tough start, isn't it, for Mark?
Well, if you can make a red, and it is a tough start. They're all there. Red to middle, you would think. But he has to get this ball.
It's there. This is 7-6. There's nothing on problem side here, is there?
No. That was
Doesn't
the
look
only
like it anyway. It looks like that red next to the 2 yellows goes.
That most definitely must do. Drop this in the middle. He could get onto it now if he wanted to.
Slowly moving towards, well, quite quickly moving towards a conclusion in this game. That at least one person thought was already over. But yeah, what a break that was from Boyle in the end. Like you said, it didn't look like the same contact, and yet, apart from the cue ball going to the rail, it couldn't have been a much easier finish really for Mark, could it? He's overdone that though.
This has created a problem. The wrong side of this red to middle.
Yeah, can he go forward? If he goes forward, does he hit the yellows? It's so difficult from this angle.
Yeah, too much traffic at the bottom of the table to run off the bottom cushion.
Just leaving.
Yeah.
Leaving distance. Big shot, possibly slightly hampered, as in he may not be able to get his hand exactly where he'd want it.
Yeah, this is a tough black. Tough 8.
It's there, just about by the skin of its teeth. And Mark Boyle moves 1 frame behind once again. We saw him level the scores at 5 apiece. And then Rob went dish. Now, can Rob hold it together here? This is his big moment. This is the only chance he has to control this match now. If he doesn't make a ball off this break, he is hoping for a mistake from Mark.
Desperately needs a ball from the break. From what we've seen, the pack isn't opening up too well. That last break when Mark hit them, he made a few balls anyway. So here we go. On the hill, desperately wants a ball. Anything but the white.
He's still at the table.
Yeah, ball down.
Oh, these are awkward.
Yeah, there's a yellow hampered by the red, just near the balk line. That's the problem for him. He's got a yellow here. He can run into these others yellows if he chooses. That's what he's done.
Yeah, might as well. There was no value in not running into them. So the one yellow for Rob Donkin really is that one nearest the balk line.
Yeah, could use that to get position or potentially break out. A difficult yellow. Yeah, I think he may try and land on it, judging by the way he's going.
Big shot.
Yeah. Don't want to be
doesn't
there.
want to be hampered.
Oh dear. That changes everything.
I mean, yeah, it does. This is horrible now. Oh, is he still on that? No, surely not.
No, he's looking at where he wants to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think originally he was looking at playing the second last yellow for position on the bad yellow that's near the red, and here well, you can't tell really from this angle, but
Doesn't look happy.
is he forced to have to try and go into it?
He does not look happy. I assume he can pot it. It looks like he's found the gap, but maybe he hasn't found the angle he wanted to. He's looking at the double. Does he go around the back of the red? It might do.
Is he spinning this ball? Is he having to mass it around? Yeah, he has.
He's made the ball. That's in itself is impressive.
It is, and he has a shot here. He has a shot. It's yellow. Looks like it goes to middle. Yeah, we didn't realise there, did we? Elevated the butt of his cue, so obviously couldn't see.
Terrific shot.
Couldn't see full contact for a pot.
This might be tight for the middle as well. You know, it looks
Yeah.
it looks clear from here. But if you were in line with the middle pocket, that red's going to almost shift round in front of it.
We'll soon see.
What a big shot this
Is he
is.
going for the cut?
What a big moment.
Maybe it doesn't go. Oh, it flies in.
Oh, it's there. It's there. Where's the cue ball? Oh,
no.
Oh, Rob. Can he pot it cushion first?
Very difficult cushion first. I mean,
He's got to. He's got to go cushion first one
does
way
he go
or the
bottom?
other.
Does he go bottom rail? Yeah, and kick up. I think he's got to go that way. Absolutely got to make sure he hits it.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of awkward reds there.
Oh, I thought he'd made it. Well, he's made another red awkward.
Yeah, looks dejected though there. That was awful, wasn't it? Played a great shot into the middle. Was always trusting to look to get on the black. Onto the 8 ball. But there. It's difficult to get out of that and get safe, obviously. Nearly kicked it in the middle. Wasn't a million miles away. And Mark Boyle, as a rule, loves to be aggressive. But this is a very, very, very difficult table. And his back's against the wall. So he could be forgiven for playing defensively. That's a clever shot. If this ball passes of these two reds, get a good snooker here. Release one of those balls.
This can be such a cruel game. I mean, what a last two. The last two yellows from Rob Donkin were absolutely unreal. Okay, you can make the argument that it was his bad positional shot that got him there in the first place, and that wouldn't be unfair.
Is that going
Is
in the
cue
middle?
ball in?
Middle?
Is the cue ball in? Oh.
Well,
I don't think I've spoken that highly since I was about 16.
I'm sure Mark thought it was in there. Big puff of the cheeks. Yeah, and that's... So he's just opened up those two balls. So he can't go straight across. Up and down's awkward.
Up and down's tough, yeah. I think it might be off the side rail with right hand side.
Yeah, loads of side. He should hit this. He's got a chance here, you know, if he catches this. I
He's
told
made
you.
it. Where's the cue ball?
Just a feeling. Just had a feeling there, honestly.
Wow. Rob Donkin, congratulations. I can't tell you how pleased I am for him. Yeah. Because that moment could have been horrible, and actually we can turn it into something quite positive. Commiserations to Mark. It looked like a great game. We saw the last few frames, and it was end-to-end stuff by the looks of things.
It was, yeah. He's kicked the last two 8 balls in. It's full of drama.
Yeah.
There you can see him talking through the game.
Well, he'll be talking about that one for years to come, I'm sure. And our final will be Andy Croasdale against Rob Donkin, and no one would have put money on that. I guarantee it. What a final it will be, because those two are so aggressive and so attacking. I cannot wait to watch that final. This is the most excited I've been about an IPA final for a while, and hopefully everyone else is excited too. Let's hear from Kev Barton in the studio.
Well, thanks a lot and welcome back to the studio. I hope you enjoyed the end of that match that we brought you there on table 2. What an absolute epic end to that semi-final, and it just proves that there is a God after all in pool. I'm delighted to be joined by one of the IPA professionals, Jason Hill, who's here supporting Andy Croasdale, who's in tonight's final. Tell us about Andy's form and where's it all come from for him?
Well, Andy and I both come from Preston. You know, we're from the same town and we've known each other over 30 years, to be honest.
Is that all? Just there?
Yeah, I said over 30, didn't say how long. But it's a bit of a renaissance, I suppose, because certainly back in the day, 25 years ago, he was the #1 professional and he was winning. He was one of the best young players of all time. It would certainly be in that conversation, you know, of the things that he won before he was, say, 21. But you know, family life. He married Pamela Shaw, as she was called, which is basically Jason Shaw's big sister. Who they're now married with 3 kids and everything, and he just stopped playing and. He's come back more from an enjoyment perspective. I do know he's got a pool table at home, but I do know he practices very, very, very little. So it's, I don't know, he's just, I don't think he's put a lot of practice in for this weekend. He's just come and it's a bit of a renaissance, but he is a bit of a buzz player, if you get what I mean. I mean, he used to be called the runaround because he used to run around the tail. He's a little bit older, little bit more weight now, you know, but he's a quick player. He's exciting to watch. And to be honest, his opponent, Rob Donkin, as Mark Boyle's just passed and just said jammy, but he's just potted the black out of a snooker in the 7-6 up to win 8-6 against Mark. So and basically Rob is attack. So it's basically 2 players that are just all out attack. So it should be a great watch. To be fair.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Jason. Well, before that final starts. We've seen some absolutely incredible shots this weekend, and we've got a little compilation of some of the best ones that have happened this week. Take a look at this.
3 cushions to either get the red out. 1, 2, he's trying to drop on it. He's trying to drop on it. Has he got enough pace? Oh, what a shot that is.
Definitely, he's left a big side of the cushion.
Oh, hello. You've called it, and it's absolutely magnificent. What a shot from Rob Donkin.
But he's still now got a problem, and I mean, he has got a double on it.
So he's lining up, punch it in.
Oh, heart of the pocket. What a shot that is. Safety shot there. Just keeping the pressure on Corey Reese, and what a shot this is. Great shot from Corey Reese.
So get him in the frame if he gets this. Shot.
That is a beauty from Dan Davey.
She got a reverse double first shot. Reverse it over the opposite corner. So it will develop both shots in one. This comes off. She'll be favourite for this frame, and it has come off. Great shot.
That is terrific stuff.
Even if it's on, that would be the shot to take. quite, I don't think.
No, it looks like it's going for the middle of the 3 reds. Oh, what a shot that is! What a shot that is! Wayne Fryer take a bow.
Virtually impossible.
Yeah, this is a trick shot and a half. Highlight reel, here we come.
Tell you something.
Highlight reel, here we come.
What a shot!
Shot of the century.
Looking for the left centre. What a shot! What a shot! Andy Croasdale.
Probably not going to go into either of the corner pockets. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Oh, my word.
It's the only way to get the
He
angle.
has butchered that.
Well, as you can see, some incredible pull. Tremendous fluke by Tom Barley there at the end. But out of those, Jason, what caught your eye?
There was a lot of good shots, but I'll probably go for the Mark Boyle swerve, cheer him up a bit. He's just got beat, so it might cheer him up a bit. I've thought of him as the best shot of the weekend. So far, there's still a final to go, so I'm sure there'll be plenty of good shots there.
Absolutely. And then just a word about Andy. Obviously, he's won titles in the past before. What do you think it'll mean to him to, after, such a lean spell and coming back, what would it mean to him to win the title tonight?
He'll be pleased. I mean, it's probably a different way of approaching it now compared with, back when he was winning virtually everything. He's a bit. I don't know whether it's be a bit of a shock, but he's more laid back now than what he was. But he'll be really pleased because I know he said to me, and he's been out with in this. He said, "I think there's another one in there for me," and obviously this is his opportunity.
And just a word about Rob as well. I know you won't be sat in his corner cheering, but he has won an IPA title before. Do you think that'll have any impact on this match at all?
It probably help because sometimes when you're going into your first final and so forth, sometimes it can be a bit daunting. I think both players, because they are in reality, it is a little bit of a shock that it's these two. Probably not the two that people would have picked, although they're obviously both well capable. But I think the fact that he's won an IPA tour before will help. I mean, obviously Andy's got plenty of background, maybe not in the IPA days, but back in the day. So I think the best player will win, and I just think it'll be a great match because both of them are very, very attacking.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic end to a superb 3 days of action here at Coventry. We hope you've enjoyed all the matches that we've brought you. It's been thoroughly entertaining. So the finalists are just about to get ready. The referees are just preparing the table. So I think it's time to get over to the commentary box for the final time tonight. And Dan Fairway.
Well, it's not Dan, it's Andy once again. But Dan just popped out for a comfort break. But yeah, thank you, Kevin. Well, what a final we've got here. As I think we've all said, not the final we might have expected, but they've both earned their place in this International Open final. Rob Donkin there with a victory over Mark Boyle, probably the form player recently. And Andy Croasdale, this could be a great final, both very attacking players. And yeah, can't wait. Andy Croasdale, no stranger to winning titles over the years. So, there you see, referee just removing the trophy. I think it's about getting a good start in this match. As always, the first frame is massive. Not sure whether they've lagged yet for the break. Well, there's your answer. No, they haven't. Rob Donkin, I know, has already won an event before, so he's no stranger to the winner's enclosure, and that always helps psychologically. Andy Croasdale won many events in his time, So both winners. Looks laid back there, does Andy? Just had a quick word with him before he went into the arena.
What a final we have in prospect here. Andy Croasdale won plenty of tournaments in his time, although I think this would be his first IPA Open, certainly since blackball rules came in. Rob Donkin has an Open title to his name.
Well, I think Dan's just going through the stats here.
Yeah, just going through the history books. It's been a while, to be honest, since Rob's made a final.
I'm sure we'll get there in the end.
Yeah, the IPA European Open in 2017, which I think, I'd have to look it up. I think it was it might have been in Coventry. I might have to ask Kev about that one. I haven't got the location on here, but it was Tour 2 of that year. And it was the European Open. Yeah, he beat Andy Lucas in the final.
So, both players have lagged. Rob Donkin has won the lag and obviously elects to break, as you would. So, weren't breaking too well on the outer table, but in general, this stream table have been breaking really well. And there you see, different story. The balls have opened well, but look at the cue ball. Oh dear.
Horrible moment.
Yeah, they opened. Nothing threatened a pocket until the white dropped in the middle.
So, just for the record as well, I feel like we should clear something up. Both Rob and Mark thought it was a race to 7.
Oh, did they both think?
Just had a word with Rob.
Okay.
Yeah, they both thought it was a race to 7. Rob said to me, he sort of couldn't believe it, and he didn't feel like he'd be able to win after that point. So he's done incredibly well. And to be fair, the nerves and the pressure that must have been on him after that.
Yeah, definitely. And we said, didn't we, psychologically, it could have played a big part there.
Yep. In the end, he fell over the line with a couple of cracking shots.
Well, he kicked two 8-balls in, effectively.
Yeah, effectively 2 to win it as well, because he thought he'd won it the first time.
Too low percentage.
Yep.
Certainly the second 8 that he potted. But I fancied him for it, didn't I? That second one, it was funny.
He certainly did.
Yeah, I knew if he hit it, he was hitting the right side of it.
Well, opening opportunity in this one goes to Andy Croasdale. That's tight. Oh, that's very tight. He's fortunate there.
Yeah, he didn't mean to touch the red on the way in there, but it still fell. That's all that counts.
Yeah, when you kiss the red like that, you don't expect necessarily the yellow to continue to drop. What's he done here? Just held up in time, has it?
Yeah. We know how fast Andy plays, but he just needs to. You just want to just maybe slow down a tad.
Yeah, that was...
It's the adrenaline running, the nerves.
That was really close. I mean, millimetres from being in no man's land.
But it's a great start, this, for Andy. His opponent's breaking off. This is what you want. First blood. So, simple enough. 8-ball into the corner. It's Andy Croasdale who opens up his account in this final. It's Andy Croasdale to break. So, very early on in this race to 8. Advantage, Andy Croasdale. Referee just racking the balls up for us. Done a fantastic job this weekend. As I said earlier, they put a lot of hours into this. Long days. So Andy Croasdale, first break in this final. Referee just making sure that. Need all the balls touching. And the players there, total trust in the referee, not checking the racks. So here we go. Head ball. Plenty of power usually. Yeah, look at that. They hit those well. Struck them very well. Just take a look at this. Punches into the front. Head ball. Ball's down, but the thing is, it's first ball really. Potted one of each. It's more about the opening ball here. Just looking there, is it a plant? If it is, I think it's worth playing. So, plant off the side cushion, down to the bottom rail. Yeah, he's made it. He's back out again. That'll do him. Not quite as planned. But to be fair, it's a better result. So, played a good plant. He'd like to get rid of these 2 balls now. Back up table. That'll do him. Once again. Similar path for the cue ball. So when he played the plant. If he chooses. Or he can just stun down. Yeah, it's just stun down, but he's got to be careful here. Yeah, bit of an error, but fortunately, yellow onto yellow, still on. Just doesn't want this yellow to run away to the right. And that's why he nearly missed it. Just tried to make sure he kept the angle for this second yellow. And yeah, he's motoring through these. So, 8-ball to the corner, and in no time at all, 2-0 the lead, Andy Croasdale. Well, Rob's done nothing wrong up to press. Just got to wait his turn, look for his opportunity. He knows he'll get a chance at some point. He's going to be ready. So this break, even more important than the first. 2-0 the deficit. Needs a good break. Ideally needs to stay at the table. Just got to do what he can. Control. Control that cue ball. So here we go. Needs a better result than the first. Deserved better. And once again, that's dry, but he didn't hit those very well. I have to be honest. Didn't hit them with much conviction. Just get the replay here. Wasn't a terrible break, don't get me wrong, but just didn't seem to give it enough power.
Just not quite working for him yet, is it?
Yeah, it's not. I think maybe.
Be interested to see if he maybe changes up to the cut break now. 2 dry breaks in a row. We saw Liam Dunster earlier change his break after 2 dry breaks in a row. I would argue that's as good a point to change what you're doing as any. And Rob definitely needs something to change here, being 2-0 down.
He does, and Andy Croasdale is very much a momentum player, and he's in full stride here. Sees everything very quickly. You can see this shot here into the corner. He could drift up and move that yellow on the side cushion, and that would leave him the yellow to corner, other corner. So if he chooses to, that's one option.
I can understand why he didn't there, because if he didn't make a full contact with the yellow, he could have ended up on nothing.
Very possibly. Agree with you.
Equally, though, he's going to have a tough shot going from penultimate yellow to last yellow, you feel. Because I don't see how he can nicely... Well, he's playing either one of these down the rail now, and this is extremely tough whichever way you go. If he goes on the right-hand side, there's a chance he covers the pocket, at least if he doesn't get it.
That's why he's got to go right-hand side, I feel.
Yeah. And he hasn't got it, and he's not going to cover either, is he? I don't think it's covered. Oh, it's tight.
Yeah, it's not. We're not sure. I think it. I think he might have covered it.
On the overhead, it looks covered.
Yeah, on the overhead, it looks like it's.
I'll tell you what, Rob Donkin loves. He loves a skill shot.
Yeah, well, he does. But also, he's got plenty of balls here that could break something out if he needs to.
Yeah, he's got a nice opportunity now. The only thing, that yellow in the pocket, it's one of those where the red might not get through the gap, but the cue ball could.
Yeah. That wasn't easy to kick that yellow in there.
No. I think he's looking at the skilly.
I think potentially that's the only option now.
It's just what the nicest ball to get on it is. You could play the red below the black and screw back out, or you could play the one in the middle. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, he's perfect on this.
Yep. I think I preferred that because you want to be close to it and you want to be right behind it.
Yeah. You screw this in soft.
Yeah.
So I play it. Yeah, screws it in soft.
That's a perfectly executed skill shot.
I'd like to be just off straight.
I think he can pinch the left-hand side of the pocket here. I think this looks all right. But yeah, it's going to go in close to the jaw.
I mean, he'd be okay even if he was straight, because he can pinch the pocket and the smaller cue ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, plenty there.
Doesn't want to be straight on this one. And actually, he's possibly slightly off angle in the wrong direction.
He is. He'd much prefer to have been low on this red. Is he punching this right round?
Big pace.
Yeah, punches it right round.
Oh, cue ball's in.
Yeah.
Is it?
The thing there, Dan, it's the TV table. So it slides, the angles don't play the same.
It's the slide.
He may well have got round there on the outer, on one of the outer tables.
You can play a pretty telling safety shot here. Just got to nudge into the red, nudge it off. It won't be that easy for Andy to come back to the table and find safety, you wouldn't have thought. But it's delicate. If he gets it wrong, it's probably frame over. I think just a little full ball contact. Make sure you don't get the double kiss.
It has to be the shot down that. He's got to roll onto the shoulder. He's not looking at the cut, is he? Is he?
No, he's not, no. He's looking at the double to middle. Wow, that's bold.
Dan, why didn't he just roll onto the red?
I don't know. I don't know. That's an error. Possibly the only...
It's an error of judgment, maybe, yeah. I don't know.
Maybe a crumb of comfort in that I think he's left Andy very straight on this yellow. Makes it a bit more difficult for position on the one down the rail.
He can just screw out, can it?
Yeah, but...
Oh, he's left a double.
Left a double.
Oh.
Does like a double. No, that's wide.
Yeah, we could see straight away there. No good. And that's a let-off, you have to say.
Big for Rob, yeah. This is the moment that Rob needed to get himself into the match, because just got to judge the pace of this one. Just got to judge the pace of this one, and that's pretty good. That is pretty good.
He'll feel a lot better after that.
Yeah, and he would have felt a lot worse had it gone 3-0. I would argue he was pretty lucky there, Rob, to leave Andy dead straight on that second last yellow, because I'm still surprised Andy didn't screw across.
Yeah, I thought he'd screw across, but I was very surprised that Rob tried to double that into the middle.
Yeah, it just looked like the angle that Andy was leaving. If you wanted to play that double, actually you wanted to be behind the black, which obviously couldn't work.
Sorry guys, we're back. Slight interlude.
How about that for a dry break? He would have been praying for a re-rack, Andy, when he saw that black going towards the corner pocket.
Right, yeah, I didn't see that break. So what's happened there? Dry break. Oh dear.
Oh yeah, and they are everywhere. That is a beauty. That's a really nice shot. Immediately made his bad ball no longer a problem, and well, not a lot left to do here for Rob, really. Drop him in.
Little short.
Possibly got to, yeah, I mean, he's got the one over the pocket at the top right. He's got to be maybe a fraction careful on the two yellows over the top left. And that's why he's played that shot, and that's fine. A slightly risky way of playing it, perhaps, but
it's fine, isn't it?
It's absolutely, yeah, it's plumb, really.
Plays this, then plays the ball to middle, you would think.
Yeah, so just got to leave himself a bit of an angle here so that he can screw out from the one nearest that top left pocket.
He can even leave that till last if he chooses. It's up to him.
Yeah.
Depends what angle has here. He can just drift down for this one at the bottom. I think he might do that.
Don't know if he's quite got enough.
Yeah, I think he has. Yeah, he has. So he just drops this in, and he's got the yellow over corner, black over the other corner. So as you said, that first shot where he got this yellow out was key. Well, you don't want to keep running.
Rob.
Don't keep running there.
Whew. I mean, there was no need for that. Oh, heart in mouth moment in the commentary box.
So, what could have been a 3-0 lead for Andy Croasdale is now parity to a piece.
Yeah, quick as you like, 2-2. Wow.
And Rob Donkin has got to be the happier of the two with that scoreline.
These two are not going to hang about, and to be fair, I'm pretty sure that everyone, both in and out of the arena, is quite happy about that, considering the time it is and the amount of work we have left to do. With that said, I'd still love a hill.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend. Obviously, I only came up yesterday, but I have been watching. Well, I've not been here. And as always, a superb standard. Plenty of drama. And this will be a huge win for either player, should they take victory in this final. Rob Donkin levelled the match, and he has the break, so you would have to say his favourite at the moment. The break always an advantage. Let's see if he hits these a little better than last time. Yeah, much better. Struck them much better. But what's he got? First ball.
Been rewarded with a yellow dropping in, but yeah, there's...
Much better break, much better timing.
I mean, he's got a long red, and Rob is a very accomplished snooker player, so arguably distance is no problem. Told us a great story yesterday, actually, Rob, doing a bit of filming with him. That he's one of the only people that has made a maximum against Stuart Bingham that hasn't made a maximum. That Stuart Bingham hasn't made a maximum against, apparently. So, in terms of practice partners, so yeah, that story says a lot about his ability.
It really does.
And Ronnie O'Sullivan apparently watched him make his first maximum in the club. So, yeah. Essex boy, of course. Not the most helpful little nudge off the knuckle, that.
No, wasn't at all. But does this yellow, does this red, sorry. No, it does, I think it goes. So, it's been alright. We weren't sure if it passed initially.
No, I wasn't either. I wasn't sure if the red passed the black either, and I'm still not. I'm pretty sure it passes the middle, but I just wonder if it passed a corner.
Yeah.
Rob just perhaps asking the referee to...
We've got some wildlife on the table, I think, there, have we? A fly or a... I don't know what's happened there.
I think Scott's just asked him if he wanted to keep it. Nice souvenir. I think he'd rather have the trophy, to be honest. Oh, that's not helpful.
No, it hasn't. Oh,
that's
dear.
Really not helpful.
That is a disaster.
You can only assume that he had to move the black or red, because if that red went anywhere, why would you move it?
So here he'll be releasing this red, and he's looking for a really good cue ball here. His only chance. Well, has he hit? Yeah, he's hidden the one to middle, and that was his main objective. About all he could control.
It's hard not to see Andy potting this yellow to the bottom left, though, or bottom right. Bottom right it is.
Just needs to cue it. Yep, he's okay there.
Just held up in time.
So takes this to middle. Just needs to be mindful of the ball on the racking line there. That's the middle of the three at the bottom. Just needs to take them in the right order. Well, I was just about to say that they both look really comfortable out there, and that is the honest truth. That was my next line. And he's missed a ball that he'd never miss.
You didn't say it, so it's not your fault. Now let's have another look at this one. Yeah, just in the jaws. That's so careless. He did a very similar shot in the semi, didn't he? Where it was an absolute gimme, to be honest, and just missed one. Rob Donkin needs a shot here. Pretty good. But this is a massive let-off.
Could so easily have been 3-0 behind He looks like taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the balance, I think he probably should be, 3 or 4 down, to be honest. Should Rob, and that was far jaw.
Yeah, right-hand jaw there.
But it was always in, really. It wasn't it wasn't one of those where you thought it was never in, but it was definitely not the heart of the pocket. Rob Donkin then leads by 3 frames to 2.
Yeah, bad miss there from Andy, has to be said.
I think one of the strengths of Andy's game is that he can put those errors out of his mind very quickly. I don't think he's the sort to get bogged down in his own head too much.
Yeah, I think the pace that he plays, that helps as well.
Yeah.
Looks at the job in hand. So needs a good break once again. Needs to get back level.
Ooh.
And there you see again, they didn't split, did they? You look at that pack.
I mean, they are really not split.
Let's see the rerun here. Watch this. There you can see.
Yeah,
he's hit them well enough, I think.
It's reasonably well, but you can see that just that front ball was maybe 3/4 and didn't quite.
Yeah, they're just not quite splitting as well as they have been doing. I mean, it is getting on now. It's getting slightly colder. I think that affects things as well sometimes.
It's a fair point. It'll be a lot colder in that room
Yeah.
at the moment because the main back door will be open. So
Yeah,
it's a fair point.
Just change playing conditions slightly.
Ooh, does that yellow go? I think it still goes. But I mean,
So-
Rob's got so much to do here.
He has, but he could, if he checks this in, could he run into those 2 bad yellows? There'd be an argument for it.
I don't think he'd get both of them out. I think he might get one out. I think he'd struggle to get both.
We'll soon find out. Well, I think he played that, did he? Does he think he can play one of the 2 yellows into the corner
Very
and
tight.
release?
I mean, if he does that, the good news is he doesn't have to worry about the 8 ball because the red would be in the way for the centre pocket.
Is he screwing into these?
No, he's playing.
Yeah, he
it
definitely
out.
thinks it goes.
Unless he's playing this into the middle and he's just going to nudge into the 8.
Yeah, has he got the angle though still?
I think he could
is
dig
it
it.
just a little bit past?
No, I think he could dig into this and catch the 8 sort of 3/4 ball. Be unlucky not to be on the left hand of the 2 yellows.
Yep, let's see where he goes. What was that about unlucky down? It does cut this, but the problem
he
is
is still on it, but yeah, it's the other one doesn't go.
Yeah. He's chasing, and that's a very tough ball to get position off the one that's on the rail near the baulk line.
Well, I think if he cuts this in,
Difficult to play.
Oh,
at
hello.
pace.
He's
Is this a
going.
plant?
Cushion first for the plant. Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't. If it wasn't a made plant, I'm surprised he played it, to be honest. But maybe he just thought he had no other option.
So great chance here for Andy to make up for the error in the previous frame. All these reds go. We'll work out the order. No silly mistakes now. He's had his miss. Needs to step it up a gear.
Yeah, he can't afford any of those again, really. In a game like this, between 2 such attacking players as well, I think if you're going to have a break like that, it's probably best that it goes dry. because Rob going game there really has probably handed the frame over to Andy. It was a tough finish to go for. And as I say that...
Yeah, I didn't like that shot. The way he played it. I didn't like it.
Is he still on the red? I think he might still be on this.
Yeah.
I think he's got away with it. It's tight.
I think it must go.
Rolling in with a bit of left-hand side.
Great shot.
Great shot that he shouldn't have had to play.
Yeah. The thing is here, can he get out off that rail, off that cushion?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, great shot again. So great recovery.
Yeah, good stuff in the end from Andy Croasdale, but he made hard work of it, and I get the feeling, the way this final's going, that's not going to be the last time we say that, Andy.
Yeah. Laughing there is Andy. Played that ball to middle. Just screwed off the bottom cushion, but didn't quite get where he wanted to be. Fortunately, he still had the long ball. Last couple of shots he played. Quality. So, 3 apiece. Race to 8. Best of 9, Dan, I think. Are we right this time? Give up.
I'm not doing it. I'm too tired. I can't do maths when I'm tired.
So, Rob to break. And winning that lag. Such a big thing in a match.
Rob.
Not to be player error, unfortunately, that.
It's probably the best contact he's made with it as well.
Screwed straight into the corner. Yeah, and it was a good split, wasn't it? The pack there erupted.
Yeah. It's a nice word. Erupted.
Erupted.
Yeah, volcano-like. I like it.
He's going to try and push this. Yep. Played it well.
Yeah.
I think he's got a slight angle here. He's okay. He's just off straight. I think he's okay, isn't he? Punch it through with side, yep. Flips up there. Just got to be careful with the ball. He's got this one to corner, and then there's a ball for the same corner. Just the cue ball there. Wants to be careful.
I think it perhaps says
There you are.
something about the style that I don't think we'd have said he's got to be careful here if this were Liam Dunster.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, yeah. Well.
What?
There must be some movement on the shot or something because...
Well, I'm rubbing my eyes there because I can't believe what I've just seen.
Well, that's twice.
Yeah, but that was, that's the worst by... the other one was forgivable compared to that.
I mean, did he try and pinch the bat? I don't know what he tried to do.
Rob's going for a double here. I mean, what a shot that is. I thought he might try and play safe. I obviously underestimated Rob Donkin.
So...
I don't think the bottom red goes, though. So
Right, but he can, if he plays with side here, can he?
well, maybe it does.
Well, maybe it does, yeah. It looks like it does, doesn't it?
Yep.
Still doesn't look clear from here, does it? But he must think it goes. Maybe just drop it. Pocket speed, is he playing? Well, again, I think that was an error.
Yeah, I do, because I mean, we're
What a let-off that is.
We're not behind the ball, sure, but I mean, he's caught that yellow, caught a ball. It's not, and he's right behind it.
And the thing was, he probably could have tried to move that.
Yeah.
When he played the first one.
Potentially.
I bet Andy can't believe he's lucky that he's back at the table.
No. And Rob probably couldn't believe his luck a shot ago. Well,
This could be a telling moment in this match. It really could.
It could, and yet, if I'm honest, I don't think it will be, because I think there's another mistake in either of them. And I think it might depend when that mistake comes. Well, 4-3 Andy Croasdale. Big puff of the cheeks and a look out towards the back of the room, because he knows he got away with murder in that one. Well, at least they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, played in great spirit, if nothing else. Yeah, we can't explain the miss from Andy, that's for certain. Rob, I think he just tried to play a gap that wasn't there, but Andy's...
Yeah, Andy's was awful. I think neither of them were good. Neither of them were really forgivable. The only thing you can say is it's been a very long weekend, and there's a lot of fatigue that creeps in, particularly on this Sunday night. You know, you don't have the crowd there. You don't have the atmosphere that perhaps you do on a Saturday to really build that momentum. It's a much different situation. A bit more like a studio situation, really. A bit more sort of Champions Cup-esque. That's a big split. And those are some very inviting looking red balls.
Great break. Great break. You say that, but look at these.
These should be 10 out of 10.
And as you say it, Dan, he
word.
makes a mistake.
Oh, and he's in trouble as well. This isn't easy. Got a thin snick into the middle. That's about it, I think.
He's got to go middle, hasn't it?
Yep. Cue ball's going to go close here.
Probably hit the bottom cushion, then the black.
You'd
on the
think
way
so,
back up.
Just if you catch it a fraction thick, it's going to be going close to that middle.
Played that well.
Corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Played that. In fact, he caught the red thick on purpose. He played it into the back half of the pocket to make sure he had more control. Good shot.
So, red to middle. You normally like to tell somebody to slow down a little, but I don't want him to slow down. It's his natural rhythm. Just needs to take care, that's all. Like to have travelled a little further.
Yeah, no drama. No drama. Andy Croasdale opens up a lead of 2. He leads by 5 frames to 3, just 3 away from... I mean, I want to say a first IPA Open final, but I feel like I'm sort of going from like a since records began. Do you know what I mean? We don't have a list of winners pre-blackball. I don't think so. Essentially, our record started 2013, but it would be a first IPA win in an open event for Andy Croasdale, that's for sure, since then.
See Bron in the background there.
Yep. She looks happy to be there. Oh.
Been a long weekend.
Yeah, those studio chairs can be heavy.
And Bron does put some hours in. She's here first match on the morning.
She's here long
till the death, yeah. Longest day of everybody.
Long before the first match of the morning as well. She's here the day before, like.
Yeah, she's here.
She's here setting up, and she'll be there taking down. And while she's doing it, Rob Donkin will be breaking off. Now that is a good contact, and he has not been rewarded, has
Well,
he?
he has, and that was...
He has.
I think he deserved that, don't you?
Definitely.
Hit them well. Would have been cruel if nothing dropped.
Yeah, I mean, cue balls come basically straight back down the middle of the table, as close as you want. Is he on the yellow to start with? If he's on the yellow to the left of the cue ball, then this is a nice chance. If not, it's really tricky.
Yeah, he's going to have to cut the red in, otherwise I think, or he's going to have to bridge right over for the yellow. So...
But when you turn down opportunities, this is what happens.
Does he go red middle?
I think he's got to.
Yeah.
It's too big a risk to take the yellow one. At least if you get red, you get a colour set and you can maybe work something out.
Yeah, hit that well.
It's a nice shot.
It is.
To be fair, if you can land sort of, say, 6 inches below the black, anywhere in that sort of a line, from not this red but the next one, then actually they really open up quite easily. If you take the top one to the middle and you're nice and straight on it and you can just drop it in, then everything else goes.
Yeah. So,
he's
well,
coming back behind.
Played it well.
Yeah,
Played
really
it well.
Nice. Really nice. He's on the left hand of the Reds, and it's a similar story really. It's a bit of a snooker situation, isn't it? You move one and you open up a pocket for another.
Yeah, leaves this to middle.
Just running the cue ball
How's he
into
going?
that red, I think.
Yeah. Just needs to be careful here.
Nice.
Just needs to be careful. He's good position on this 8 ball.
It wouldn't shock me to see him leave it for a double, but
Yeah, I don't think he wants.
I think he should have done.
Well, what's happened there?
I think he might have to now.
What's happened there?
I mean, the other thing, he could play this red off the yellow. That's quite a reasonable shot.
Or he could just play it in and run into the black.
Oh, wow.
And he's missed it completely. Well,
It's all falling apart for Rob Donkin, I'm afraid. It's just not going his way at the moment. I sort of thought he landed very straight on that red, didn't he? So he had to screw back and be quite precise about it.
and he overscrewed by some distance.
Yeah. Here's one for you. Andy Croasdale's playing a safety. The right shot, but it's still surprising. Well, Rob Donkin made 2 balls out of rails to beat Mark Boyle. He's praying for another one here. Probably got to screw this off the rail, just below the centre pocket. Good hit. That's where the good news ends.
Well, he has managed to just knock one of those yellows a little bit more awkward than it was.
Yeah.
So he has put an element of pressure on. But there are so many things you can do here. I mean, he could elect to play this ball to corner. And he could push that bad yellow up table and leave him snookered if he chooses. But we know how Andy plays.
Yeah, no, he is doing that, but I thought he might have just pushed the cue ball through.
Yeah, I thought he might have gone low and pushed it up table. But that'll do him.
Well, will he?
Or can he see it?
I mean, I don't know if he can see it to pot it, but it's only a little swerve.
It is, yeah.
Oh, this is makeable.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I did think he might have gone lower and played it along the rail.
Yeah, could have
got a
pushed
better snooker.
Push the cue ball up a bit higher.
Oh dear. Well, he had a chance there, didn't he?
He did. Do you know what the difficulty there was? That he was queuing off the rail as well. Made it much more difficult to control that Massey swerve.
Short. He's still okay. But just a little shorter than he wanted.
The only thing you feel from Andy Croasdale perspective here is that you want him to be right behind that 8 ball. You want that last positional shot to be a good one.